It began with air so calm it seemed unreal. Early autumn sunlight drifted across the fields of southern Holland, touching the rooftops with a quiet gold, warming the edges of rivers that had seen centuries of peaceful mornings. Villages rose to the sound of birds and distant church bells, believing the day would unfold gently, like countless days before it. But high above that calm, high above the stillness of dew-covered grass, thousands of aircraft gathered in a vast, trembling swarm, engines humming, wings slicing through cold air, each one carrying men who knew the sky would be their doorway into a world of chaos. Operation Market Garden was unlike anything the Allies had attempted before. It was bold, it was fragile, it was enormous. It was a plan built on speed, timing, and hope that the war could be shortened, hope that a daring push could break the German line before winter wrapped Europe in bitter cold again. But for the men inside those aircraft, hope felt different. It felt like silence. It felt like breath held too long. It felt like the weight of the parachute on their shoulders. It felt like the moment when their gloved hands gripped the edge of the doorway and they stared down at a landscape that seemed impossibly small, impossibly peaceful, impossibly unaware of what was coming. The sky around them pulsed with noise, the thunder of engines, the trembling air currents, the shout of jumpmasters counting down. But inside each soldier's mind, the world narrowed to a single sensation: falling. Not yet, but soon. Soon the green light would glow. Soon they would step out into the wind. Soon the earth would rush up to meet them, carrying with it every unknown that war could offer. Below, Holland waited. Fields of tall grass rippled beneath the breezes stirred by passing aircraft. Roads wound gently past farms and orchards. Rivers shimmered like strands of glass. Church towers rose from sleepy towns that had no way of knowing they were about to become crossroads of history. And then, one by one, parachutes blossomed in the open sky. Thousands of white canopies unfurled like drifting petals, dotting the horizon with shapes so peaceful they almost hid the violence beneath them. Soldiers descended in slow arcs, watching the landscape spin and steady beneath their boots. For a moment, there was no war, only wind, gravity, and the surreal quiet of floating through the air. But war does not stay quiet for long. The moment they touched the ground, everything changed. Gunfire cracked from tree lines. Dust erupted from roads as mortar fires struck. German units, believed to be weak and disorganized, revealed themselves to be far more prepared than intelligence had suggested. Tanks rumbled to life in barns. Machine gun nests opened fire from hedges and rooftops. Radio messages snarled with urgency. Commands blurred into desperate improvisation. Bridges, so many bridges, each one vital, each one contested, each one a gateway toward the Rhine, toward Germany, toward the possibility of ending the war before winter. But taking a bridge was one thing. Holding it was another. In Eindhoven, parachutes drifted onto open fields. In Nijmegen, the river stretched wide and cruel beneath the September sun. In Arnhem, the farthest objective of all British paratroopers landed with determination sharper than fear, only to find themselves outnumbered, outgunned, and outmaneuvered by armoured forces they had never been warned about. For the men trapped at Arnhem's bridge, time stretched, twisted, and slowed. Days seemed to bleed into one another. Streets turned into corridors of fire. Houses became fortresses. Wounds froze in the chill wind of evening. Hope flickered like a candle fighting against the draft. Holland watched it all unfold, the daring drops, the burning vehicles, the bridges trembling under pressure, the columns stalled by traffic, the tragic courage of soldiers fighting to reach one another across towns choked with resistance. Operation Market Garden became a story of courage and heartbreak tangled together, a plan so ambitious it brushed the edge of possibility, but so fragile it fractured under the weight of reality. Tonight, we return to that sky, to the parachutes drifting in slow, graceful silence, to the boots hitting earth, to the rivers that promised a path forward but demanded everything in return, to the bridges that held the power to change the war, to the soldiers who moved through a landscape that felt soft, calm, beautiful, and utterly unforgiving. Before we drift deeper into this story, I want to ask you something soft and simple, something only you can answer in your own words. Where in the world are you right now as you listen, and what hour has gently settled over you? Is it early in the night, or late enough that the world around you is nearly asleep? And something deeper crafted only for this episode. Market Garden was a leap of faith, a moment where thousands stepped forward without knowing what waited below. In your own life, has there been a moment where you took a step into the unknown, trusting that something would carry you through? And if these long, drifting journeys through the past help your mind settle, your shoulders soften, and your eyes grow heavy, consider subscribing. The conference room at Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force in Versailles fell silent on the morning of September 10th, 1944. Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery stood before a wall-sized map of Western Europe, his pointer tracing a bold line from the Belgian border through the Netherlands to the Rhine River and beyond into Germany's industrial heart. The atmosphere crackled with an intoxication more dangerous than any enemy fire, the conviction that victory was not merely possible but imminent, that the war could end by Christmas, that one more bold stroke would shatter the Third Reich like glass. Outside those gilded walls, the greatest mechanized army ever assembled sat poised for an operation conceived in triumph and destined for catastrophe. What Montgomery proposed that morning would become the largest airborne operation in history, a gamble so audacious that one of his own generals would reportedly call it a bridge too far. But in that room, drunk on recent success, surrounded by maps showing German armies in full retreat, the Allied High Command could see only opportunity where they should have seen warning signs written in blood and mathematics. The summer of 1944 had rewritten the rules of warfare and perhaps broken the judgment of the men prosecuting it. Since the breakout from Normandy in late July, Allied armies had advanced 400 miles in 26 days, liberating Paris on August 25th and Brussels on September 4th. German forces appeared to be in complete collapse, fleeing eastward in disarray, abandoning equipment, surrendering by the thousands. Intelligence reports painted a picture of an enemy on the brink of disintegration, incapable of mounting coherent defence, one push away from total defeat. British armour had captured the vital port of Antwerp intact on September 4th, a prize that should have changed everything. To the Allied commanders, watching pins move across their maps in great sweeping advances, it seemed self-evident that Germany had lost the capacity to resist, that the Wehrmacht was a broken force incapable of recovering. This conviction, this certainty born of unprecedented success, created a psychological condition as dangerous as any minefield. Military historians would later call it victory disease, the affliction that strikes victorious armies when they begin to believe their own propaganda, when they mistake an enemy's temporary disorder for permanent defeat, when they confuse tactical success with strategic invincibility. But beneath the triumphant headlines and liberating tanks, a darker reality was emerging for anyone willing to look closely. The same maps that showed spectacular advances also revealed a logistical nightmare stretching 450 miles from the Normandy beaches to the front lines. Every gallon of fuel, every artillery shell, every ration for Montgomery's 21st Army Group had to travel that distance over damaged roads, through liberated but devastated French countryside, across bridges that German demolitions had destroyed and Allied engineers had hastily rebuilt. Montgomery's forces were consuming 1,000 tons of supplies daily but receiving only 750 tons, a deficit that mathematics alone proved unsustainable. The spectacular port of Antwerp sat useless because the Scheldt estuary leading to it remained in German hands, meaning the port couldn't receive a single supply ship until that 50-mile waterway was cleared of German defenders. Meanwhile, German 15th Army, which Allied intelligence had tracked retreating from the Channel coast, was conducting a disciplined withdrawal across exactly that estuary, escaping to fight another day while Allied attention focused elsewhere. Ultra intercepts, those precious, decoded German communications that had given the Allies such advantage throughout the war, clearly showed this evacuation happening, but somehow the implications never registered at command level where victory seemed certain. The strategic argument consuming Allied headquarters that September centered on a fundamental question: how to deliver the knockout blow to Germany. Supreme Commander Dwight Eisenhower favored a broad front strategy, advancing along the entire line from Switzerland to the North Sea, keeping pressure everywhere, preventing Germans from concentrating forces against any single thrust. Montgomery violently disagreed, advocating instead for a narrow thrust, giving his 21st Army Group priority for all supplies and sending it racing northeast through the Netherlands, across the Rhine, and into Germany's industrial Ruhr region, potentially ending the war in weeks. The debate grew heated through late August and early September, with Montgomery arguing that Eisenhower's broad front approach would allow Germans time to recover and establish defensive lines, that dispersion of effort guaranteed prolonged war, that bold concentration of force could achieve decisive victory. Eisenhower, under enormous political pressure from both American and British governments, desperate for the war to end, from populations exhausted by 5 years of total war, began to waver. The capture of Antwerp seemed to prove Montgomery's point about rapid advances being possible. Intelligence reports continued to describe German forces as disorganized remnants. The field marshal's confidence was absolute, his arguments persuasive, his track record impressive. On September 10th, Eisenhower gave conditional approval for Montgomery's bold plan, an operation codenamed Market Garden that would attempt to seize a series of bridges across the Netherlands in a single coordinated thrust, opening a corridor for British armour to pour through into Germany's heartland. What Montgomery proposed was breathtaking in scope and complexity. 3.5 airborne divisions, over 34,000 paratroopers and glider troops would drop ahead of British ground forces to capture a series of bridges spanning the major rivers and canals between the Belgian border, the Rhine River at Arnhem, 64 miles deep into German-held territory. Simultaneously, British XXX Corps would launch an armoured thrust up a single highway, linking up with each airborne force in sequence, crossing each captured bridge, and reaching Arnhem within 48 hours. From there, the way would be open to turn east into the Ruhr or north to cut off German forces in western Netherlands. Success would unhinge the entire German defensive position in the west, potentially forcing surrender before winter. Failure was not discussed in detail because failure seemed impossible to men convinced of German weakness and Allied superiority. The planning period would be 7 days, astonishingly short for an operation of such complexity, but speed seemed essential before Germans could recover their balance. Montgomery assured Eisenhower his forces could do it, that the airborne troops were trained and ready, that German resistance would be minimal, that this was the opportunity they'd been waiting for. September 17th was set as D-Day, giving planners exactly 1 week to coordinate the largest airborne assault in history, with a ground offensive across contested terrain on a single axis of advance. Yet warnings accumulated like dark clouds on a summer afternoon, visible to anyone who looked up but somehow never acknowledged by those with power to change course. Major Brian Urquhart, the intelligence officer for 1st Airborne Corps, brought reconnaissance photographs to his superiors on September 12th, showing German tanks refitting near Arnhem, precisely where British paratroopers would land. The images were dismissed as showing remnants of beaten units withdrawing to Germany for rest, nothing that could threaten elite airborne troops. When Urquhart pressed his case, arguing that dropping paratroopers near SS Panzer divisions was suicidal regardless of those divisions' theoretical weakness, he was told he was exhausted from overwork and sent on immediate sick leave to remove his dissenting voice from planning meetings. Dutch resistance fighters sent reports through their networks describing significant German strength in exactly the areas Market Garden would traverse, including armour and prepared defensive positions, but these reports were discounted as typical resistance, exaggeration, or outdated information about forces that must have moved on. Logistics officers ran calculations showing that a single highway could not possibly support the supply needs of an entire army corps advancing through hostile territory, that any disabled vehicle would block the entire column, that German forces on either flank could cut the road at will. Their concerns were noted and ignored because the plan was already approved, because Montgomery's confidence overrode technical objections, because everyone from Eisenhower down to corps commanders wanted to believe the war could end quickly. The most bitter irony was that one of the war's greatest intelligence coups became meaningless in the face of predetermined conclusions. Ultra-intercepts had clearly revealed that German 9th and 10th SS Panzer divisions were refitting in the Arnhem area after being shattered in France. These were not full-strength divisions, both had been reduced to perhaps 20 to 30% of normal strength, but they represented organised, veteran units with experienced leadership, operational tanks, and the capability to respond quickly to airborne landings. This information sat in intelligence summaries that senior officers saw and somehow dismissed as irrelevant. The cognitive dissonance required to know elite German units were present yet convince oneself they pose no threat speaks to how thoroughly victory disease had infected Allied thinking. Staff officers who had spent years learning to assess enemy capabilities objectively found themselves rationalizing away inconvenient facts because those facts contradicted the narrative of German collapse. The Germans were beaten, therefore these units must be fleeing, therefore they wouldn't fight effectively, therefore they could be ignored. Each link in this chain of reasoning was plausible enough in isolation, but the chain as a whole was built on wishful thinking rather than military analysis. Wars are not won by underestimating enemies, but that September, drunk on success, the most professional military in the world convinced itself that proper assessment was pessimism and that caution was cowardice. The final planning conference at Montgomery's headquarters revealed just how far divorced from reality the operation had become. When Polish General Stanisław Sosabowski, whose first independent parachute brigade would jump as part of Market Garden, raised concerns about the plan's complexity and tight timeline, he was told his reservations were noted and promptly ignored. When questions arose about why British paratroopers would land 6 to 8 miles from Arnhem Bridge rather than directly on their objective, planners cited concerns about anti-aircraft fire and unsuitable terrain near the bridge, reasonable concerns, but ones that guaranteed the assault force would have to march hours through enemy territory before reaching their objective, surrendering the element of surprise that made airborne operations effective. When someone mentioned that the single highway XXX Corps would advance along was elevated above marshy polder land on both sides, making it impossible for vehicles to maneuver off-road and creating a perfect killing ground for defenders, the response was that enemy resistance would be too weak to exploit this vulnerability. Every objection met the same response. You're being too cautious. The Germans are beaten. We've just advanced 400 miles. One more push will do it. The alternative, acknowledging that the plan had fundamental flaws, that intelligence showed significant German strength, that logistics were inadequate, that the timeline was fantasy, would mean cancelling an operation the Field Marshal had staked his reputation on, disappointing governments desperate for victory, admitting that the war would not end quickly. That alternative was psychologically impossible for commanders who had spent the summer rewriting the map of Europe. General Feldmarschall Walter Model, commanding German Army Group B in the Netherlands, faced the opposite problem that September. His forces had indeed suffered catastrophic defeats in France, losing hundreds of thousands of men killed or captured, abandoning vast quantities of equipment, retreating hundreds of miles in weeks. But unlike Allied intelligence assumed, this retreat was not collapse but controlled withdrawal, trading space for time while establishing new defensive lines. German commanders from model down to company level had centuries of military tradition teaching them how to conduct fighting withdrawals, how to delay superior forces, how to exact maximum casualties while preserving their own forces to fight again. The German army in September 1944 was battered but not broken, under strength but still organised, retreating but not routed. Model had perhaps 60,000 combat troops in the Netherlands, far fewer than needed to defend such territory against determined attack. But those troops included veterans from the Eastern Front who knew how to fight when outnumbered, how to use terrain for advantage, how to improvise defensive positions from whatever materials were available. When Allied intelligence described German forces as remnants incapable of resistance, they were describing an army that, by Western standards, should have disintegrated, but by German standards was simply damaged and reorganizing. This fundamental misunderstanding, this failure to appreciate that Wehrmacht resilience exceeded Allied expectations, would cost thousands of lives in the coming weeks. The stage was set, though few recognized it, for one of the war's great disasters dressed up as a bold stroke. Market Garden would launch on September 17th with 34,000 paratroopers dropping from the sky, 2,000 aircraft filling the heavens, an armoured corps racing up a single highway toward destiny and catastrophe. The operation would fail, not because of bad luck or unexpected circumstances, but because its fundamental assumptions were wrong from inception. Victory disease had infected Allied command from Supreme Headquarters down to corps level, creating an institutional blindness to danger, a collective delusion that German weakness matched Allied strength. That momentum alone could overcome logistics and geography, that wanting something badly enough made it achievable. Military history is filled with such moments when professional militaries convince themselves that normal rules don't apply, that this time will be different, that boldness can substitute for proper planning. Hubris is not a Greek word by accident. It describes the particular form of blindness that strikes men at the moment of their greatest power, the conviction that they have transcended human limitations, that fortune will bend to their will. In the gilded halls of Allied headquarters that September, surrounded by maps showing unprecedented advances, unable to imagine setback after months of triumph, the architects of Market Garden were about to learn that wars are won by arithmetic, not optimism, by logistics, not wishes, by respecting enemies, not dismissing them. The bridges awaiting them in the Netherlands would be taken at terrible cost and lost even more terribly, would be approached with confidence and abandoned in despair, would stand as monuments not to what could have been, but to what should never have been attempted. The victory disease was about to meet reality at Arnhem, and reality always wins. September 10th, 1944, 1100 hours. Lieutenant General Frederick Boy Browning spread the operational map across the conference table at 1st Airborne Corps headquarters in Moore Park, England, and studied the thin red line marking Highway 69 from the Belgian border to Arnhem. His finger traced that line 64 miles through enemy territory, across 5 rivers, over 5 bridges that must be captured intact and held until relieved. The silence in the room carried weight as the assembled officers absorbed what they were seeing. Browning reportedly looked up from that map and said the words that would haunt the operation forever: "I think we might be going a bridge too far." Whether he actually spoke those exact words remains debated, but the sentiment was undeniable in that moment. This plan pushed beyond audacity into recklessness, combined 2 extremely difficult operations into one impossibly complex whole, and assumed everything would work perfectly in an endeavour where anything could go catastrophically wrong. Market Garden was not one operation, but 2 interdependent gambles stacked atop each other, each depending absolutely on the other's success, with no margin for error and no backup plan beyond hoping that German resistance would be negligible. In 7 days, this plan would launch regardless of its flaws, propelled by momentum and desperation and the conviction that one bold stroke could end the war before Christmas. The operation's very name revealed its split personality. Market designated the airborne phase 3.5 divisions dropping from the sky to seize bridges and hold them. Garden designated the ground phase British XXX Corps, launching an armoured thrust to link up with each airborne force sequentially, crossing each captured bridge until reaching Arnhem and beyond. Market without Garden left paratroopers stranded deep behind enemy lines with no relief. Garden without Market meant armoured forces attacking fortified bridges in prepared positions, likely suffering prohibitive casualties before achieving anything. The 2 phases had to synchronize perfectly across 64 miles of contested territory with thousands of moving pieces, all dependent on radios working, intelligence being accurate, Germans not interfering, weather cooperating, and Murphy's Law taking a vacation. Eisenhower's headquarters allocated 145,000 men to Market Garden, making it the largest single operation mounted by Western Allies since Normandy. But unlike Normandy with its 18 months of planning, Market Garden received 7 days from conception to execution. The number of things that could go wrong wasn't calculable, but the number of things that had to go right could be listed, and that list grew longer the more anyone examined it. The Market portion, the airborne assault, represented the most ambitious use of vertical envelopment ever attempted. American 101st Airborne Division, the Screaming Eagles under Major General Maxwell Taylor, would drop near Eindhoven to capture bridges at Son and Withdrawal, securing the southern portion of the corridor. American 82nd Airborne Division, the All-Americans under Brigadier General James Gavin, would drop near Grave and Nijmegen to capture the bridge over the Maas River at Grave and the massive road bridge over the Waal River at Nijmegen. British 1st Airborne Division under Major General Roy Urquhart would drop near Arnhem to capture the road bridge over the Rhine, the operation's ultimate objective and the gateway to Germany. Polish 1st Independent Parachute Brigade under General Stanisław Sosabowski would drop as reserve, reinforcing the British at Arnhem on the operation's 3rd day. All told, 34,600 paratroopers and glider troops would descend from 1,545 transport aircraft and 478 gliders in daylight drops intended to overwhelm German defenders through sheer mass and surprise. The drops would occur over 3 days because there weren't enough transport aircraft to deliver everyone simultaneously, a compromise that meant later waves might face alerted German defences, but planners assumed resistance would be minimal regardless. Never before had so many airborne forces been concentrated in a single operation. Never before had they been asked to hold objectives so far behind enemy lines for so long. Never before had an entire strategic offensive hinged on paratroopers succeeding against whatever forces opposed them. The Garden portion XXX Corps' advance required its own set of miracles to succeed. Lieutenant General Brian Horrocks commanded XXX Corps, roughly 50,000 men and 20,000 vehicles that would advance up Highway 69 from the Belgian border to Arnhem, 64 miles through German-held territory on a single road. The lead unit would be Guards Armoured Division, spearheaded by Irish Guards with their Sherman tanks, followed by infantry divisions and support units, stretching back in a column that, if laid end-to-end, would extend 60 miles. They would advance on a highway, elevated 6 feet above surrounding Dutch polder, reclaimed wetland, too soft for off-road maneuvering, meaning any disabled vehicle would block the entire column, and any German force on the flanks could fire down on British armour with impunity. The timeline was brutally optimistic. Link up with 101st Airborne at Eindhoven on D-Day, reach 82nd Airborne at Nijmegen by D+1, arrive at Arnhem to relieve British 1st Airborne by D+2, 48 to 72 hours maximum. Logistics officers calculated that XXX Corps consumed thousands of tons of supplies daily, all of which would have to flow up that single highway while the Corps advanced, while under potential German attack, while crossing bridges that might be damaged even if captured intact. When someone raised the question of what would happen if Germans cut the highway behind the advancing armour, severing supply lines and isolating the lead elements, the response was that American paratroopers would keep the corridor open. When someone asked what would happen if those paratroopers couldn't hold against German counterattacks, the question went unanswered because acknowledging that possibility meant acknowledging the entire plan's fragility. The bridges themselves represented 5 separate tactical puzzles, each requiring precise execution. The bridge at Sonn over the Wilhelmina Canal was small but essential, lose it, and the entire southern corridor closed. The bridges at Veghel over the Aar River and Willems Canal were lightly defended but vulnerable to German forces known to be in the area. The bridge at Grave over the Maas River was substantial, 1,500 feet long, critical for XXX Corps advance, but also a tempting target for German demolition. The bridge at Nijmegen over the Waal River was massive, nearly 2,000 feet of steel and concrete, the longest bridge on the route, and heavily defended because Germans understood its importance. The bridge at Arnhem over the Rhine was the prize, the gateway to Germany's industrial roar, the objective that justified the entire operation, but also the most distant, the most difficult to capture, the most impossible to hold, without rapid relief. Each bridge required airborne forces to seize it before German demolition teams could destroy it, then hold it against counterattacks until XXX Corps arrived to relieve them, then keep the corridor open so supplies could flow. One bridge lost meant the entire operation stalled. All 5 bridges had to be taken and held simultaneously across 64 miles for multiple days, with forces that had no capacity to retreat if things went wrong. The decision to land British 1st Airborne 6 to 8 miles from Arnhem Bridge would later be seen as the single most consequential choice in the entire plan. Multiple landing zones were available, including fields directly adjacent to the bridge, but planners rejected these due to concerns about anti-aircraft fire, unsuitable terrain, and buildings that might obstruct glider landings. Instead, drop zones were selected miles northwest of Arnhem in open heathland that offered perfect conditions for landing but required a 2 to 3 hour march through enemy territory to reach the bridge. This decision surrendered Surprise the airborne force's greatest advantage in exchange for landing zone safety, gambling that German resistance would be too weak to exploit those hours between landing and objective seizure. It assumed roads would be open, that march routes wouldn't be contested, that 3 brigades of paratroopers could move cross-country with heavy equipment and still arrive at the bridge in fighting condition. Every previous successful airborne operation in the war, whether German in Crete or Allied in Normandy, had emphasized landing directly on objectives, accepting high landing casualties to achieve surprise at the objective itself. Arnhem reversed this logic, accepting certain loss of surprise to minimize landing casualties, a choice that made sense only if German forces were truly negligible. Major Brian Urquhart, the intelligence officer who would be sent on sick leave for arguing too forcefully against the operation, focused much of his objection on this single decision, arguing that landing far from the bridge gave German forces time to organize defense, time to rush reinforcements, time to destroy the bridge, if they chose. His warnings were dismissed as excessive caution from an exhausted officer, but time would prove he understood something planners refused to acknowledge. Intelligence preparation for Market Garden revealed the operation's fundamental contradiction. Commanders wanted to believe Germans were beaten, so they interpreted intelligence through that lens rather than objectively assessing enemy capabilities. British Second Army intelligence summaries from early September described German forces in the Netherlands as disorganized and demoralized, remnants withdrawing toward Germany for rest and refit. These summaries weren't entirely wrong. German units had suffered terrible losses in France and were indeed understrength and exhausted. But understrength doesn't mean incapable, and exhausted doesn't mean unwilling to fight. On September 12th, a reconnaissance Spitfire photographed German armour near Oosterbeek, just 3 miles from the planned British drop zones at Arnhem. Major Urquhart brought these photographs to planning meetings, pointing out what appeared to be tanks and half-tracks, arguing this indicated significant German strength, exactly where British paratroopers would land. The photographs were examined and dismissed. Perhaps they showed remnants of beaten units, perhaps they showed vehicles being evacuated to Germany, perhaps they weren't even tanks but trucks that looked similar from altitude. What the photographs actually showed, though this wouldn't be confirmed until after the battle, was 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions refitting in the Arnhem area, reduced to 30% strength but still organised, still led by experienced officers, still equipped with operational armour. The decision to dismiss photographic evidence of German tanks near the drop zone because that evidence contradicted optimistic assumptions would cost British 1st Airborne Division its existence as a fighting force. Dutch resistance intelligence provided even more specific warnings that went equally ignored. The Dutch underground had maintained extensive networks throughout the German occupation, observing troop movements, noting defensive preparations, gathering information that would prove invaluable if anyone paid attention. Reports filtered through resistance channels in early September describing German units moving into the Arnhem area, including SS formations with armour, establishing defensive positions, conducting training. One resistance operative identified the specific units as 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions and reported this through British intelligence channels, where it was received and filed and apparently never brought to decision-makers' attention with appropriate urgency. The resistance also reported German defensive positions along Highway 69, the exact route XXX Corps would advance, noting anti-tank guns, prepared demolitions, and infantry positions in woods flanking the elevated roadway. This tactical intelligence, if acted upon, could have informed detailed plans for dealing with expected resistance, but it appears to have been discounted as typical resistance exaggeration. Underground groups were known to overestimate German strength, so their reports were habitually downgraded. The terrible irony was that for once, resistance intelligence was accurate and probably understated the difficulty of the coming battle, but institutional skepticism prevented proper assessment. The Dutch, who would soon be fighting and dying alongside British paratroopers, knew more about German dispositions in their own country than the generals planning to liberate it. But knowing and being heard are different things. The planning timeline compressed everything into impossible urgency. Market Garden received approval on September 10th for execution on September 17th, giving planners 7 days to coordinate an operation of unprecedented complexity. Normandy had taken 18 months to plan. Arnhem would get 1 week. This breakneck pace meant problems couldn't be properly analysed, alternatives couldn't be developed, intelligence couldn't be thoroughly assessed, logistics couldn't be carefully calculated, maps were distributed showing drop zones, march routes, and phase lines. But these maps came from peacetime surveys and didn't reflect current conditions. What appeared as solid ground might be waterlogged polder, what looked like clear roads might be obstructed or mined, what seemed like open terrain might conceal German strongpoints. Commanders received their briefings in rushed sessions that left little time for questions and less for answers. Junior officers preparing to lead their platoons into combat found themselves studying maps and photographs with barely enough time to memorize their objectives, let alone develop contingency plans. The glider pilots who would deliver troops and equipment discovered they'd be flying Hamilcar gliders, the massive aircraft capable of carrying light tanks that many had never landed in combat conditions. Everything about the preparation reeked of haste and improvisation, of corners cut and assumptions made, of hoping for the best because there wasn't time to plan for the worst. 7 days to organise history's largest airborne operation should have been a red flag, suggesting the operation shouldn't happen. But in the atmosphere of September 1944, where victory seemed certain and delay seemed cowardly, the compressed timeline was accepted as aggressive rather than reckless. The most experienced skeptics found themselves isolated and ignored. General Sosabowski, the Polish commander whose paratroopers would jump at Arnhem, examined the plan and declared it suicidal, arguing that landing far from the bridge, relying on a single highway for relief, assuming negligible German resistance, and compressing the timeline all violated basic principles of airborne operations. His objections were noted and attributed to Polish caution, to refugees' risk aversion, to the pessimism of men who'd already lost their country and feared losing again. When Sosabowski pressed his case with British superiors, suggesting alternatives or cancellation, he was told the plan was approved at the highest levels and dissent was unhelpful. Major Urquhart's objections about German tanks near Arnhem earned him medical leave. Officers at various levels who raised concerns about communications, logistics, timelines, or intelligence found themselves labelled as naysayers, as men lacking offensive spirit, as failures to appreciate the urgency of ending the war quickly. The institutional pressure to conform, to support the plan regardless of doubts, to demonstrate aggressive optimism rather than prudent caution, crushed dissent before it could reach decision-makers who might have reconsidered. This wasn't conspiracy or cover-up, but something worse: organisational momentum that made cancellation psychologically impossible, even as evidence accumulated that the operation was fundamentally flawed. Too many resources were committed, too many promises made, too much prestige invested, too many hopes raised. Market Garden would launch on schedule, because stopping it would require admitting the entire concept was wrong, and that admission was beyond the capability of men who'd spent the summer conquering France. On the evening of September 16th, as 34,000 paratroopers across England made final preparations, packed equipment, wrote letters home, and tried to sleep before the greatest airborne assault in history, the weather forecast came in. Perfect conditions predicted for September 17th. Clear skies, light winds, excellent visibility, everything airborne forces needed for a successful drop. Officers briefing their units saw this as divine providence, final confirmation that the operation was meant to succeed, that fortune favoured the bold. But perfect weather for dropping also meant perfect weather for German anti-aircraft guns to track transport aircraft, perfect visibility for German defenders to see where paratroopers landed, perfect conditions for German reinforcements to move toward the battlefields. The same conditions that made Market Garden possible made German response possible. As the hours counted down to H hour, as thousands of men checked parachutes and loaded into aircraft, as the greatest armada of transport planes ever assembled prepared for takeoff, the mathematical reality remained unchanged. 5 bridges, 64 miles, 48 hours, single road against organised opposition. Every professional officer involved knew in some corner of their mind that the plan was marginal at best, that success required everything going right, that one serious setback could collapse the entire operation. But knowing and acknowledging are different things, and that night the Allied High Command chose belief over analysis, hope over arithmetic, audacity over prudence. By dawn, the invasion would begin. By dusk, some men would be dead and the remainder would be discovering that the Germans they'd been told were beaten had somehow not received that message. The bridges waited, and reality was about to collide with aspiration at terminal velocity. September 16th, 1944, 1400 hours. Across 24 airfields in southern England, 34,000 men were making final preparations for an operation, most of them understood imperfectly but trusted in completely. At RAF Station Fairford in Gloucestershire, Lieutenant Colonel John Frost stood before his assembled 2nd Parachute Battalion, veterans of Tunisia and Sicily, and told them their objective with characteristic directness: seize and hold the road bridge at Arnhem until relieved by XXX Corps advancing from the south. He made it sound routine, another bridge in another town, but Frost had studied the maps carefully enough to know they'd be landing miles from their objective, marching through enemy territory, fighting outnumbered until relief arrived. His men trusted him because he'd led them through previous battles and brought most of them home alive, and they would follow him into this one with the same quiet professionalism that characterized British Airborne forces. 40 miles away at Kieval Airfield, 20-year-old Private James Sims of the 82nd Airborne checked his equipment for the 5th time, betraying the nervousness of a replacement who'd joined his unit just weeks earlier after the previous occupant of his slot was killed in Normandy. Around him, veterans smoked calmly, wrote letters, checked weapons with practiced efficiency, and Sims tried to match their composure while his hands trembled slightly when he thought no one was watching. In every briefing room, every barracks, every aircraft hangar, the same scene repeated. Elite soldiers preparing for combat, but elite meant different things to different men, and somewhere between veteran confidence and replacement fear lay the reality of what was coming. The British 1st Airborne Division that would drop at Arnhem represented a curious mixture of experience and inexperience that characterized Allied airborne forces in autumn 1944. The division itself was elite by definition, volunteers only, rigorous training, multiple rejection points that weeded out any soldier who couldn't meet the demanding physical and mental standards. Many officers and senior NCOs were combat veterans who'd fought in North Africa, Sicily, Italy, building reputations as tough, resourceful leaders who kept their heads when everything was chaos. But 70% of the division's 10,000 men had never made a combat jump, never experienced being shot at while descending under parachute, never fought their way off a drop zone against determined resistance. They were superbly trained in peacetime conditions, capable of executing complex maneuvers on Salisbury Plain with precision, but training and combat were separated by a gulf that only experience could bridge. The division had been slated for numerous operations throughout summer 1944, only to have each one cancelled as Allied ground forces overran the planned drop zones before airborne insertion became necessary. This was fortunate in that it prevented casualties, but unfortunate in that it left the division increasingly frustrated, increasingly eager to prove themselves in combat, increasingly vulnerable to accepting any operation regardless of its flaws just to finally see action. That hunger to prove themselves, to validate months of training, to demonstrate their worth, made them perhaps less critical of market garden than they should have been. The American airborne divisions brought different characteristics to the operation. The 82nd Airborne All-Americans under Brigadier General James Gavin were battle-hardened veterans of Sicily, Italy, and Normandy, having made 4 combat jumps already and earned a reputation as one of the most reliable divisions in the European theatre. Gavin himself, at 37, was the youngest divisional commander in the US Army and would jump with his men rather than command from the rear, leading by example in ways that inspired absolute loyalty from his troops. His division knew how to fight outnumbered, how to improvise when plans collapsed, how to hold objectives against superior forces through a combination of firepower, fieldcraft, and sheer stubbornness. They approached market garden with professional confidence tempered by combat experience. They'd do their jobs because that's what they did, but they harbored no illusions about operations going smoothly. The 101st Airborne Screaming Eagles under Major General Maxwell Taylor was similarly experienced, having dropped into Normandy on D-Day and fought their way through the Cotentin Peninsula, earning battle honours that made them first-choice forces for any airborne operation. Both American divisions understood that airborne forces lived or died based on speed and violence of action in the first hours after landing, that their advantage was shock and mobility, that they had to seize objectives before defenders could organize proper resistance. They would bring that combat wisdom to their market garden objectives, though even combat wisdom couldn't compensate for strategic level failures in planning and intelligence. The Polish 1st Independent Parachute Brigade represented perhaps the most motivated and most frustrated force in the operation. Commanded by General Stanisław Sosabowski, a professional soldier who'd been fighting Germans since September 1939, the brigade consisted of 1,500 men who'd escaped Poland after its conquest, reformed in exile, and spent 4 years training in Scotland while desperate to liberate their homeland. They were older than typical paratroopers, many in their late 20s or 30s, and brought a grim determination born of knowing exactly what German occupation meant. They would be jumping to free the Netherlands, not Poland, but liberation was liberation and Germans were Germans, and the Poles intended to fight with the ferocity of men who had personal scores to settle. Yet market gardens planners relegated them to a secondary role, dropping on day 3 to reinforce the British at Arnhem, treated as reserve rather than frontline forces despite their combat experience in the Polish campaign of 1939. Sosabowski's protests about the operation's flaws were dismissed partly because he was Polish and therefore assumed to be cautious, partly because he'd already alienated British commanders with his blunt criticisms. His men would jump when ordered, would fight with distinction, would suffer casualties equal to any other formation, but the dismissal of their commanders' warnings exemplified how market garden marginalised the very voices that might have prevented disaster. The equipment each paratrooper carried revealed both the sophistication and limitations of airborne forces in 1944. An average British or American paratrooper would jump wearing 80 to 100 pounds of gear: main parachute, reserve parachute, weapon, ammunition, grenades, entrenching tool, water, rations for several days, first aid kit, gas mask, and whatever personal items could be squeezed in. British paratroopers typically carried the Sten submachine gun, cheap, light, unreliable, prone to jamming, or the Lee Enfield rifle that had served the British Army since the Boer War. American paratroopers usually carried the Moen Garand rifle or Moen carbine, both superior to British weapons but still requiring constant maintenance to function reliably. Officers carried pistols and map cases. Sergeants carried additional ammunition for squad weapons. Radiomen carried 22-pound radio sets that frequently didn't work but had to be carried anyway. Each man understood that whatever he carried at the jump was all he'd have until supply drops arrived. That resupply was problematic at best for airborne forces deep behind enemy lines, that being isolated from supply depots was the defining characteristic of vertical envelopment. This created a mentality of self-sufficiency and conservation, of making every bullet count, of knowing that running out of ammunition didn't mean falling back to replenish, but meant fixing bayonets and fighting hand-to-hand. The glider troops who would accompany the parachute forces faced unique dangers that somehow attracted unique personalities. Gliders were fabric and wood frames towed behind transport aircraft, released near the landing zone, and piloted to Earth in powered flight. Except gliding was permanent. Glider pilots got one chance to land properly, and landing zones in combat tended to be smaller and more obstructed than training manuals suggested. The Waco CG-4A gliders used by American forces could carry 13 troops or a jeep. The British Horsa could carry 28 troops or light artillery. The massive Hamilcar could carry a 7-ton Tetrarch light tank or 40 troops, but landing one without it breaking apart required skill bordering on artistry. Glider pilots were a strange breed, volunteers who chose the most dangerous possible insertion method, who would land their aircraft once and then fight as infantry since gliders couldn't return for extraction, who joked darkly about being the only pilots guaranteed to land in enemy territory. Many of Market Garden's glider pilots had never landed their aircraft type in combat, had trained on smaller gliders or on powered aircraft, but they'd go anyway because airborne operations were always under-resourced, and you used the pilots you had, not the pilots you wished you had. On September 16th, glider pilots studied aerial photographs of their landing zones, noting trees that would tear wings off, ditches that would flip their aircraft, and buildings that would crush anything that hit them, then made peace with statistics showing that 20 to 30% of gliders typically crashed with fatal results. The evening before the operation brought the rituals that soldiers have observed before battle since warfare began. Letters were written with careful attention to tone, cheerful enough not to worry families, but realistic enough to serve as final words if necessary. Dice games and card games broke out, men gambling pay they might not live to collect, the games serving more to pass time than win money. Some men attended religious services, seeking comfort or absolution, or simply the familiar rhythms of ritual in the face of coming chaos. Others sharpened knives, cleaned weapons again even though they'd already been cleaned, engaged in displacement activities that gave hands something to do while minds wrestled with mortality. Veterans tried to sleep, knowing rest before battle was precious, and that combat would drain energy faster than any other human activity. Replacements stayed awake, too nervous to sleep, studying maps, checking equipment, asking quiet questions of patient sergeants who remembered being green once. In every unit, the dynamic was the same. Veterans calm to the point of appearing bored, replacements nervous to the point of compulsive activity, officers and NCOs moving among both groups to reassure, to answer questions, to project confidence regardless of personal doubts. Staff Sergeant Arie Beste represented a special category of soldier in Market Garden, the Dutch commandos, attached to British forces who would be liberating their own homeland. Beste had grown up in Ede, just 10 miles from the Arnhem drop zones, knew the countryside intimately, spoke the language fluently, and carried photographs of family he hadn't seen since the German invasion of May 1940. For him and dozens of others like him, Market Garden wasn't an operation but personal, the chance to free his country, reconnect with his family, strike directly at occupiers who'd stolen 4 years of his life. Dutch soldiers attached to Allied units served as interpreters, guides, intelligence sources, and connections to the resistance networks that could provide real-time information about German positions. They would jump with the very highest motivation any soldier can have, fighting to free their own homes. But that same motivation carried psychological weight that could impair judgment, could make men take unnecessary risks, could transform tactical situations into personal vendettas. Westerbrotje and his compatriots would serve with distinction throughout Market Garden, but they would also watch their country become a battlefield, would witness Dutch civilians caught in combat, would see homes destroyed and neighbours killed as their liberation turned into their devastation. The peculiar grief of liberators who brought destruction to the places they loved would mark these men forever. The contrast between different units' preparations revealed just how much combat experience mattered to soldiers' psychology. In veteran units, the evening of September 16th felt like business as usual, another operation, another jump, another bridge to take. Men who'd survived multiple combat drops had developed the fatalism necessary for airborne forces, the understanding that they couldn't control whether they got shot on the way down, couldn't predict where they'd land, couldn't anticipate what resistance would face them, so worrying was pointless, and preparation was everything. They'd check equipment methodically, write letters calmly, sleep soundly, and wake ready to do their jobs, because they'd done it before and would do it again if they survived this time. But in units heavy with replacements, or in British 1st Airborne with its high percentage of men making their first combat jump, the atmosphere crackled with suppressed anxiety that manifested as bravado, nervous jokes, and the brittle energy of men convincing themselves they weren't afraid. Some replacement officers made speeches about duty and honour. Veteran NCOs just told their men to stick together, follow orders, and remember their training. The difference between theoretical courage and practice composure would become apparent within hours of landing, when some men would freeze under fire while others would react with trained automaticity, when some units would accomplish objectives smoothly while others would dissolve into confusion, when the terrible selection process of combat would sort soldiers into survivors and casualties with brutal efficiency. As September 16th became September 17th and the first transport aircraft fired their engines in the pre-dawn darkness, 34,000 men moved toward their destiny with the mixture of fear, excitement, resignation, and determination that has characterized soldiers throughout history. They were the best airborne forces in the world, volunteers who'd passed every test military organizations could devise, trained to elite standards, equipped with the best technology 1944 could provide. They were also human beings, subject to human limitations, vulnerable to human mistakes, dependent on human judgment at every level from Supreme Commander to Rifle Private. Market Garden would test them all, their training, their courage, their endurance, their capacity to improvise when plans collapsed. Some would pass every test, would fight with a skill and determination that earned immortal fame, would hold objectives against overwhelming odds until ammunition ran out and they had nothing left but bayonets. Some would fail not from cowardice but from the simple, overwhelming chaos of combat, from being in the wrong place when German shells landed, from making reasonable decisions that proved fatally wrong, from the randomness that kills good soldiers as efficiently as bad ones. They were about to learn what every combat soldier eventually learns: that individual valor matters less than unit cohesion, that tactics matter less than strategy, that doing everything right at the tactical level cannot overcome operational level failures, that courage is necessary but insufficient, that wars are won by logistics and intelligence and realistic planning, not by brave men jumping from aircraft. The men who would jump on September 17th deserved better than the operation they'd been given, deserved leadership that acknowledged rather than dismissed intelligence, deserved a plan that matched resources to objectives, deserved honesty about risks rather than optimistic dismissal of dangers. They would jump anyway because soldiers don't choose their operations, because orders were orders, because turning back wasn't an option once you'd loaded into the aircraft. And some of them, looking out at the darkness before dawn, understanding in their guts, if not their minds, that something about this operation felt wrong, would jump knowing they might not return and accepting that risk, because that's what elite soldiers do. The sky would soon fill with parachutes, and the mathematics of war would begin its work. September 17th, 1944, 1200 hours. Corporal Walter Cronkite of the United Press, flying aboard a B-17 Flying Fortress over the Dutch coast, watched the sky fill with aircraft until it seemed impossible that air could hold so many machines. Behind him stretched an aerial armada of such magnitude that it defied comprehension. 1,545 transport aircraft, 478 gliders, escorted by 1,413 fighters, filling 94 miles of sky from first aircraft to last, a procession that took 3 hours to pass any given point. The roar was continuous thunder, engines thrumming in harmonic waves that Dutch civilians on the ground would later describe as making the earth itself vibrate. Cronkite, who would survive the war to become America's most trusted newsman, scribbled notes describing what no words could capture. The largest single concentration of military aircraft ever assembled, carrying 34,000 men toward 5 bridges across 5 rivers in an operation that would either end the war or prove that audacity alone was insufficient. Below the aircraft, German radar operators watched their screens fill with returns until the echoes merged into solid blocks, and they knew with absolute certainty that something unprecedented was happening but had no capacity to stop it. The weather was perfect clear, September sunshine, light winds, visibility unlimited, which meant perfect conditions for the attackers and equally perfect conditions for the defenders to see exactly what was coming. The American 101st Airborne Division jumped first, dropping near Eindhoven and the villages of Sonnenwegel beginning at 1300 hours. Private Robert Bowen felt his static line pull his parachute open, felt the opening shock jerk him upward relative to the falling aircraft, then looked down to see pastoral Dutch countryside rising toward him with deceptive gentleness. The ground that looked so peaceful from altitude was rushing up at roughly 16 feet per second, and Bowen had perhaps 40 seconds to control his descent, avoid colliding with other paratroopers, and prepare for landing that would hit like jumping off a 12-foot wall. He landed in a beat field, rolled as trained, gathered his parachute, and found himself in the surreal situation of having landed in the middle of a war zone where no one was shooting at him. Dutch civilians emerged from farmhouses waving orange flags, the colour of the Dutch royal family, cheering the Americans who'd come to liberate them. An elderly woman pressed flowers into Bowen's hands while he tried to locate his unit, creating a bizarre disconnect between his training for combat and the celebration surrounding him. Across the division's drop zones, 90% of paratroopers landed on or within 1,000 yards of their intended landing points. Unprecedented accuracy that owed to perfect weather, daylight drops, and veteran Pathfinder teams marking zones properly. Within an hour, the 101st had consolidated on all objectives and begun advancing toward their assigned bridges. The operation's southern flank was working exactly as planned, which created dangerous overconfidence about conditions elsewhere. At Grave, north of Eindhoven, the 82nd Airborne executed what would become a textbook example of airborne assault when companies E and F of the 504th Parachute Infantry Regiment landed practically on top of their objective, the 1,500-foot bridge over the Maas River, and captured it intact within 20 minutes. Lieutenant John Thompson and 50 men rushed the northern end, while another force seized the southern approach, converging on German defenders who were still processing the shock of seeing paratroopers descend from clear sky. The brief firefight ended with German engineers fleeing before they could detonate demolition charges already wired to the bridge supports, leaving American paratroopers in possession of the longest bridge on the entire Market Garden route. Thompson's men immediately began removing explosives, a tedious and terrifying task of cutting wires while hoping German artillery didn't find the range, while wondering if there were backup detonators they hadn't found, while knowing that one mistake would send them and the bridge to oblivion. By 1400 hours, the Grave Bridge was secured and patrols were pushing out to establish defensive perimeter. One objective down, 4 to go, and so far losses had been minimal, a few men killed in landing accidents, a handful wounded in the brief fight for the bridge, but nothing that suggested serious resistance. General Gavin, who'd jumped with his troops and established divisional headquarters in a commandeered farmhouse, received the report about Grave Bridge with grim satisfaction. His division was doing its part. The question was whether everyone else would do theirs. But 30 miles south, at Sonn, the 101st Airborne discovered that German defenders weren't universally unprepared. As troops of the 506th Parachute Infantry Regiment approached the bridge over the Wilhelmina Canal, German engineers completed their pre-planned demolition and dropped the span into the water with a roar that could be heard for miles. Major Leprade and his lead company arrived to find smoking rubble where the bridge should have been, Dutch civilians weeping at liberation, being so near yet remaining just out of reach, and the immediate understanding that XXX Corps' advance just suffered its first significant delay. The canal itself was only 60 feet wide, but too deep to ford and lined with marshy ground that would bog down armour. Without the bridge, engineers would have to construct a Bailey Bridge, a portable prefabricated truss bridge that British forces could assemble in hours, but hours meant delay, delay meant schedule slipping. Schedule slipping meant the carefully coordinated timeline was already breaking down before XXX Corps had advanced a single mile. Laprade immediately radioed for engineers and bridging equipment, knowing that if the Sun Bridge had been destroyed, others might be too. Knowing that the operation's fundamental assumption that airborne forces would seize bridges faster than Germans could destroy them had just been disproven. Standing on the north bank, watching debris float past, Laprade understood what planners apparently hadn't, that even one blown bridge could derail the entire operation, that the plan's margin for error was thinner than anyone had admitted, that Murphy's Law applied to airborne operations, same as everything else. The British 1st Airborne Division's landing at Arnhem began at 1300 hours, in conditions so benign they seemed almost insulting to men trained for worst-case scenarios. Paratroopers descended into drop zones 8 miles northwest of Arnhem Bridge, landing on heathland that offered perfect conditions for assembly and consolidation. The drops themselves achieved the same accuracy as American landings, minimal casualties, excellent zone placement, rapid unit formation. But then came the march to Arnhem, and that march revealed the fatal flaw in landing so far from the objective. The division was organised into 3 brigades that would advance on different routes toward the bridge. 1st Parachute Brigade, under Brigadier Gerald Lathbury, would take the main highway along the Rhine. 1st Air Landing Brigade would secure the drop zones for subsequent lifts. 4th Parachute Brigade was still in England, scheduled to arrive the next day. Lieutenant Colonel John Frost's 2nd Parachute Battalion, assigned to take the secondary route closest to the Rhine, began their march at 1400 hours. The first hour passed without incident, pastoral Dutch countryside, occasional waving civilians, the surreal normalcy of walking through enemy territory unopposed. The second hour brought sporadic small arms fire from German outposts, brief firefights that slowed the advance but caused few casualties. The third hour revealed that German forces in Arnhem were neither surprised nor unprepared. What British intelligence had dismissed as remnants of beaten units were in fact elements of 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions, understrength but organised, commanded by experienced officers who'd survived the Eastern Front, equipped with functional armour and sufficient infantry to contest airborne landings. SS Hauptsturmführer Victor Grebner, commanding the reconnaissance battalion of 9th SS Panzer Division, received reports of British landings at 30 hours, 30 minutes after the first paratroopers touched ground. By 1400 hours, he'd moved blocking forces onto the main roads leading into Arnhem. By 1500 hours, German forces were engaging the leading elements of 1st Parachute Brigade with sufficient force to stop their advance completely. The British paratroopers found themselves fighting through woods and suburbs, clearing houses street by street, taking casualties from an enemy who knew the terrain and had time to prepare positions. What should have been a 2-hour march became an all-day battle, with distance measured in hundreds of yards rather than miles. As afternoon became evening, only Frost's battalion, following the riverside route that German forces had left weakly defended, was still advancing toward the bridge. The other 2 battalions of 1st Parachute Brigade were pinned down miles from their objective, fighting increasingly fierce resistance, burning precious ammunition against an enemy who somehow wasn't supposed to be there. The glider landings throughout the afternoon added their own drama and casualties to the operation. Horsa gliders carrying troops and equipment came down on designated landing zones, some touching down smoothly, others crashing through trees or flipping on rough ground. Each glider was a controlled crash at best, pilots aiming for the clearest approach and hoping landing gear didn't collapse on impact. Staff Sergeant Roy Howard watched his glider's wings shear off against tree trunks, felt the fuselage cartwheel across a field, survived the crash, bruised and concussed to find half his passengers injured and one dead from a broken neck. The larger Hamilcar gliders carrying light tanks and artillery were particularly dangerous. Their size and weight meant crashes were often catastrophic. One Hamilcar split apart on landing, killing crew and crushing the jeep it carried into scrap metal. Another buried its nose in soft ground and somersaulted, flinging occupants like rag dolls. But most gliders delivered their cargo intact, and within hours the drop zones were littered with abandoned glider fuselages that would serve as supply dumps, casualty collection points, and landmarks for troops trying to navigate unfamiliar terrain. The glider pilots, having completed their one-way trip, picked up weapons and joined the infantry, transformed from pilots to grunts by the peculiar logic of airborne operations. German reaction to the landings varied wildly depending on unit quality and command capability. Some German garrison troops, rear echelon soldiers, Luftwaffe ground crew, teenage conscripts with minimal training fled at the first sight of paratroopers, abandoning positions and retreating toward Germany in disorder. But frontline units, particularly SS formations, reacted with the professionalism and aggression that characterized elite German forces throughout the war. General Feldmarschall Walter Model, commanding Army Group B, initially believed the airborne landings were German paratroopers retreating from encirclement, a conclusion so bizarre it revealed how thoroughly German high command had lost situational awareness. But when a British glider crashed near his headquarters in Oosterbeek, and documents recovered from the wreckage included complete operational plans for Market Garden, Model understood with crystalline clarity what the Allies were attempting. He immediately ordered 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions to move against the British landings, sent urgent requests for reinforcements to defend Nijmegen Bridge, and began coordinating the defence with the efficiency of a commander who'd fought the Red Army and knew how to respond to crisis. The irony that Allied paratroopers landed within miles of German field headquarters, something planners would have considered impossible luck had they known, became instead a catastrophe because it gave Model immediate understanding of Allied intentions and allowed him to respond with unusual speed and precision. By dusk on September 17th, the operation's first day had revealed patterns that would define its ultimate failure. In the south, American airborne forces had secured most objectives despite the loss of Sonnebridge, had consolidated positions efficiently, and were preparing to defend their sectors against inevitable German counterattacks. In the centre, the 82nd Airborne held Gravebridge and was positioning forces to assault Nijmegen, though that attack wouldn't begin until the following day due to debates about prioritising objectives. In the north, at Arnhem, only Frost's battalion had reached the bridge, while the rest of 1st Airborne Division was scattered, engaged in unexpected combat miles from objectives, consuming ammunition faster than planned, and discovering that German resistance was neither minimal nor disorganised. The operation's fundamental assumption that airborne forces would seize all objectives quickly against weak opposition was proving false in real time, but the command structure wasn't processing this information properly because communications had already broken down. British radios weren't working, American reports couldn't reach British headquarters, and German forces were exploiting this confusion faster than Allied forces could adapt. As darkness fell across the Netherlands, 34,000 Allied soldiers were discovering that reality cared nothing for optimistic planning, that German forces retained the capacity to fight effectively, that the margin between success and failure was narrower than anyone had admitted. The Silk invasion had landed, but whether it could accomplish its objectives was already in doubt. September 17th, 1944, 1500 hours. Lieutenant James Clementson, signals officer for British 1st Airborne Division's headquarters, pressed the transmit button on his number 22 radio set and spoke clearly into the microphone. "Hello, Sunray, this is Siegel. Do you read? Over." He released the button and waited for a response from Corps headquarters in England. Static hissed from the speaker, empty, meaningless noise that might have been atmospheric interference or equipment failure or enemy jamming or any combination of problems that collectively meant the division's primary communications link was dead. Clementson adjusted frequency, checked connections, verified the radio had power, and tried again. "Hello, Sunray, this is Seagull. Radio check. Over. More static." He tried the backup frequency. Static. He tried the emergency frequency. Static. Around him in the divisional headquarters, hastily established in a commandeered Dutch hotel, other signalmen were having identical experiences with identical results. Radios that had worked perfectly in England were producing nothing but empty noise in Holland. Within hours, the communication breakdown would cascade into command paralysis, into units losing contact with headquarters, into decisions being made on obsolete information, into relief forces not knowing where to advance or what to reinforce. Market Garden was failing not from German bullets but from Allied radios, not from enemy action but from equipment that simply refused to work when it was needed most. War is ultimately about information, knowing where your forces are, where the enemy is, what's succeeding and what's failing, and the British at Arnhem were going blind and deaf simultaneously. The communication system for Market Garden had seemed robust in planning, but proved catastrophically inadequate in execution. British airborne forces relied primarily on the number 22 set, a portable radio designed for ranges of 3 to 5 miles in ideal conditions. The number 68 set provided longer range for headquarters-to-headquarters communication, theoretically capable of reaching 20 to 30 miles. Both radio types had performed adequately in previous operations, though with frequent complaints about reliability, range, and susceptibility to terrain interference. Market Garden's planners knew British paratroopers would be landing 6 to 8 miles from Arnhem Bridge, exceeding the reliable range of their 22 sets, but assumed the 68 sets would maintain contact with Corps headquarters in England and with XXX Corps advancing from the south. This assumption collapsed within hours of landing. The heavily wooded terrain around Arnhem, the urban environment of the city itself, and possibly the presence of German jamming equipment combined to reduce effective radio range to under 2 miles. Units separated by 3 miles couldn't communicate. Battalions couldn't reach brigade headquarters. Brigades couldn't reach division. Division couldn't reach anyone outside the immediate area. The carefully planned coordination that Market Garden required dissolved into isolated units, fighting their own private battles with no knowledge of the larger situation and no capacity to call for support or report their status. Technical analysis after the battle would reveal multiple causes for the radio failure, each individually explicable but collectively catastrophic. Some 68 sets were fitted with wrong crystals, the quartz components that controlled transmission frequency, meaning they were literally tuned to wrong frequencies and could never have communicated with intended recipients. Other radios were damaged during parachute drops or glider landings, cracked cases, and broken components that weren't immediately visible but prevented proper operation. The terrain around Arnhem included more woodland than aerial photos had suggested, and radio signals at the frequencies British sets used were absorbed by trees rather than propagating through them. Buildings in Arnhem proper created dead zones where signals couldn't penetrate. Some radios functioned properly, but their batteries were exhausted within hours, and replacement batteries hadn't been included in sufficient quantity in resupply drops. The Germans may have been conducting electronic warfare jamming Allied frequencies, though this was never conclusively proven and may not have been necessary given how effectively the radios were failing on their own. Each individual failure could be explained away as bad luck or acceptable risk, but their combination created a situation where the British division at Arnhem fought for 9 days with roughly 10% of planned communications capacity. It was like fighting blind, deaf, and mute, sending messages by runner that might take hours to deliver if the runner survived, making decisions based on information that was outdated before it arrived, unable to coordinate actions or concentrate forces because no one knew where anyone else was or what they were doing. The attempts to compensate for radio failure ranged from improvised to desperate. Commanders reverted to World War I methods, sending runners carrying written messages through German-controlled territory with predictable results. Some runners made it through, many were killed or captured. All took hours to travel distances that radio could have covered in seconds. The British attempted to use civilian telephone lines, discovering that some were still functional, but also discovering that German forces controlled the exchanges and could listen to every conversation, turning attempted coordination into intelligence gift for the enemy. Carrier pigeons were released carrying messages, but most were shot down by German soldiers who'd learned in Russia that shooting every bird that flew was good practice, since partisans used them for communication. Some British officers attempted to signal aircraft overhead using ground panels and coloured smoke, hoping pilots would relay messages, but this method was slow, imprecise, and dependent on aircraft being overhead at the right moment. The most reliable communication method became face-to-face conversation, which required officers to physically travel to subordinate units, exposing them to German fire and removing them from their command posts for hours at a time. General Urquhart, commanding 1st Airborne Division, became trapped in a Dutch civilian's attic for 40 hours on September 18th and 19th, hiding from German patrols while trying to rejoin his headquarters, during which time his division fought without its commander because no one knew where he was and he had no way to communicate orders, even if he'd known what was happening. The contrast with German communications revealed just how critically the radio failures affected the battle. German forces used landline telephones wherever possible, hardwired systems that were invulnerable to jamming and unaffected by terrain. When landlines were cut by combat, German signals troops repaired them quickly or laid new wire under fire. German radio equipment, particularly at headquarters level, was often superior to British equivalents, more powerful, more reliable, less affected by terrain. But more importantly, German forces were defending prepared positions in their own operational area, where they'd had weeks to establish communication networks, where they knew every road and telephone exchange, where civilian infrastructure could be commandeered for military use. Model's headquarters in Oosterbeek had multiple redundant communication systems: telephone, radio, motorcycle courier, even direct fiber optic cables that the Germans had been experimenting with, ensuring he maintained constant contact with subordinate formations. When Model ordered 9th SS Panzer Division to attack British landing zones, that order arrived within minutes and acknowledgement came back immediately. When he requested reinforcements from Germany, those messages reached OKW headquarters the same day. The communication asymmetry meant German commanders operated with near-perfect information, while British commanders operated nearly blind. German forces could coordinate actions, while British forces fought isolated battles. German reinforcements could be directed efficiently, while British forces couldn't even locate their own units. In modern military terminology, the Germans won the information warfare aspect of Market Garden decisively, and that victory mattered more than any tactical engagement. The breakdown in inter-Allied communications proved equally crippling. British 1st Airborne at Arnhem couldn't communicate with American 82nd Airborne at Nijmegen, 30 miles south, meaning neither division knew what the other faced or accomplished. Neither airborne division could reliably communicate with XXX Corps, advancing from the south, creating situations where ground forces didn't know where paratroopers were located, couldn't coordinate advances to relieve specific units, couldn't provide artillery support because they didn't know what to target. The RAF aircraft conducting resupply drops couldn't communicate with ground forces to determine where to drop supplies, leading to scenarios where aircraft dropped supplies directly into German hands because no one could tell them the British perimeter had shifted. The entire elaborate mechanism of Market Garden required constant, reliable information flow to function. Paratroopers reporting objectives secured, ground forces reporting progress, supply aircraft receiving updated drop zone coordinates, reserves being directed where needed most. Without that information flow, the operation devolved into separate, uncoordinated actions that might individually succeed but collectively fail to achieve strategic objectives. It was like watching a machine with all the right parts assembled incorrectly, each gear spinning but not meshing with adjacent gears, all the motion producing nothing but heat and noise. By September 18th, the consequences of communication failure were manifesting across the operational area. At Arnhem Bridge, Frost's battalion was holding the northern end against increasing German pressure, but couldn't report their success to division headquarters, couldn't request reinforcement or resupply, couldn't even confirm they'd reached the objective. Division headquarters didn't know Frost had reached the bridge until a British patrol fighting 3 miles away heard the distinctive sound of Piat anti-tank weapons firing, recognized those sounds as coming from near the bridge, and reported that someone must be there, information so vague it was nearly useless for planning relief efforts. The rest of 1st Airborne Division was scattered across Arnhem suburbs, fighting fragmented battles, but division headquarters couldn't coordinate these units into coherent force because they didn't know where most units were or what condition they were in. General Urquhart, having finally returned to his headquarters after his 40-hour absence, discovered that his division had dissolved into dozens of isolated company and platoon-sized units fighting independently, and he had no capacity to reassemble them into effective force. Orders he issued reached some units but not others, with results that were often counterproductive. Units ordered to advance toward the bridge found routes blocked by Germans and couldn't report back that advance was impossible, leading headquarters to believe the advance was proceeding when actually those units were pinned down or destroyed. The Royal Air Force's resupply missions became tragic farce because of communication failures. RAF crews were briefed to drop supplies on specific drop zones marked by coloured panels, but they couldn't receive radio updates that those drop zones were now in German hands. On September 18th, brave transport crews flew through intense anti-aircraft fire to drop supplies with precision on the designated zones, only to watch German soldiers collect the supplies as soon as parachutes hit ground. British troops, watching from their shrinking perimeter miles away, saw the supply drops floating down into German-held territory and could do nothing because they had no way to contact the aircraft, no way to redirect the drops, no way to prevent the enemy from receiving desperately needed ammunition, medical supplies, and food. Some RAF crews, seeing traces rising from the drop zones and deducing that Germans must be present, broke formation and attempted to drop supplies on what looked like British-held areas, but without communication they were guessing, and many of those impromptu drops also fell into German hands. Over 9 days, the RAF would conduct 163 supply sorties to Arnhem, losing 41 aircraft and 92 crew members killed, to deliver supplies that were 90% captured by Germans. The courage of RAF crews flying into murderous flak was unquestionable, but courage without information is insufficient, and the communication failures transform that courage into wasted sacrifice. The desperate expedients attempted as communication failed completely revealed just how dependent modern military operations had become on reliable communications. One British officer, unable to radio for artillery support, wrote a message on paper, stuffed it into an empty ammunition canister, and paid a Dutch civilian to drive through German lines to XXX Corps positions to deliver it, a method that worked once before the Germans caught the civilian on his second trip. Another unit attempted to signal Morse code using a flashlight pointed at what they hoped was a British observation post, succeeding only in drawing German machine gun fire toward the light. Division headquarters sent liaison officers by jeep to travel to subordinate units with orders, resulting in several officers being killed or captured en route, removing experienced staff from headquarters for missions that radio could have accomplished in seconds. The British even attempted to use German telephone lines after killing the German defenders, hoping enemy equipment would work better than their own, discovering that Germans had destroyed their own communications as they retreated to prevent exactly this tactic. Each improvisation was brave and clever, but also indictment of a system that had failed so completely that World War I era methods were being rediscovered by necessity. The British Army that had pioneered radar and code-breaking and guided missiles was reduced to sending messages by runner through hostile fire because their radios didn't work. The psychological impact of communication failure on isolated units was profound and often fatal. Soldiers can endure extraordinary hardship if they believe they're part of larger effort, that their sacrifice serves larger purpose, that help is coming, or their actions matter to the overall battle. But the communication breakdown at Arnhem left units fighting in information vacuum, not knowing if anyone knew their position, whether relief was being attempted, if their fight mattered or was already irrelevant. Companies held positions for days, not knowing the rest of the battalion had been wiped out. Battalions defended perimeters, not knowing division headquarters had written them off as lost. Individual soldiers fought and died, not knowing the operation had already failed strategically, even as they succeeded tactically. This isolation bred desperation that sometimes manifested as reckless courage units, launching hopeless attacks because they didn't know those attacks were hopeless, and sometimes as premature surrender when men concluded that fighting on was meaningless if no one knew they were still fighting. The German defenders, in contrast, knew exactly what was happening, could coordinate reinforcements efficiently, could shift forces to threatened sectors, could fight with the confidence that their actions were part of a coherent defensive plan. The information asymmetry wasn't just tactical disadvantage, but psychological weapon that eroded British morale as effectively as any artillery barrage. As September 17th became 18th and then 19th, the scale of communication catastrophe became undeniable, even to commanders who dismissed pre-operation warnings about radio reliability. Messages that should have taken seconds were taking hours or not arriving at all. Units were lost, headquarters knew they existed but didn't know where they were or what condition they were in. Decision-making became impossible because decisions require information, and information simply wasn't available. The elaborate synchronization that Market Garden required 5 bridges seized simultaneously. Ground forces arriving on schedule to relieve each airborne unit in sequence. Supplies delivered where needed. Reserves committed at decisive moments, all required constant, reliable communication, and that communication had failed completely. The operation might have survived many individual failures, one blown bridge, unexpected German resistance, delays in ground advance, but it couldn't survive command blindness, couldn't function when the nervous system connecting brain to limbs was severed, couldn't adapt when no one knew what needed adapting to. The static hissing from British radios was the sound of Market Garden dying, not from enemy action, but from Allied incapacity, not from bad luck, but from foreseeable failures that planners had acknowledged, then ignored, hoping equipment would work better in combat than it did in training. Hope is not a strategy, and at Arnhem in September 1944, hope was all the communication system was built on. When hope proved insufficient, when radios fell silent and stayed silent, when the last runner was shot and the last carrier pigeon fell from the sky, the British fought on because that's what soldiers do, but they fought blind in an operation that required perfect vision to have any chance of success. The silence was worse than any gunfire, more fatal than any German counterattack, more thoroughly destructive of Allied chances than any tactical mistake. You can recover from tactical errors if you know they're happening. You can't recover from failures you can't see, can't hear, and don't learn about until after the battle is lost. September 17th, 1944, 14:35 hours. The earth convulsed as 350 British artillery pieces fired simultaneously from positions along the Belgian-Dutch border, a bombardment so intense that it could be heard 20 miles away, so concentrated that German defenders in the first kilometre of target area simply ceased to exist, their positions obliterated by high explosive before they knew what hit them. This was the overture to Garden, the ground component of Market Garden, the armoured thrust that was supposed to cover 64 miles in 48 hours and link up with paratroopers holding bridges from Eindhoven to Arnhem. For 10 minutes, the artillery pounded German positions along Highway 69, the single elevated road that would serve as XXX Corps' axis of advance. Then silence, ringing and absolute, as the guns ceased fire and the first tanks of Irish Guards rolled forward at 14:45 hours. Lieutenant Keith Heathcote commanded the lead Sherman tank, moving at walking pace up the highway, every nerve alert for the ambush he knew was coming because this was too easy, because suppressed defenders always recovered faster than attackers hoped, because the highway was a perfect killing ground and German anti-tank crews somewhere ahead knew it as well as he did. 900 yards into the advance, Heathcote's tank hit a mine. The explosion shredded the left track, immobilized the Sherman, and blocked the narrow highway. Behind Heathcote, the entire column stopped 50 tanks, hundreds of vehicles, an army corps stretching back miles, all halted by one disabled vehicle on a road too narrow to bypass. The advance had lasted precisely 13 minutes. This was how Garden began, and it was harbinger of how Garden would continue. The highway that XXX Corps would advance along was designated Route 69 on military maps, but would earn grimmer names from the men who fought on it. Running north from the Belgian border, through Valkenswaard, Eindhoven, Sonn, Veghel, Uden, Grave, Nijmegen, and theoretically to Arnhem, the highway was elevated roughly 6 feet above the surrounding Dutch polder, low-lying land reclaimed from marshes, agriculturally productive but militarily treacherous. The elevation was necessary because the polder flooded easily, but it transformed the highway into what tankers grimly called a shooting gallery. Vehicles on the elevated road were silhouetted against the sky, visible for miles, unable to maneuver off-road, without sinking into soft ground, confined to single-file advance, where any disabled vehicle blocked everyone behind it. The shoulders of the highway dropped steeply to polder that could be flooded at will by opening dikes, making flanking movements impossible and escape from disabled vehicles difficult. Woods lined portions of the highway at irregular intervals, perfect concealment for German anti-tank guns that could engage at close range, then withdraw before British armour could respond. Every kilometre of Highway 69 offered German defenders multiple positions from which to ambush the column, and defenders needed only to disable the lead vehicle to stop the entire advance. British planners understood these vulnerabilities in theory but dismissed them in practice, convinced that German forces were too weak to exploit the highway's defensive advantages, that speed and momentum would carry XXX Corps through before Germans could organise effective resistance. That conviction lasted approximately 14 minutes. The first day's advance revealed every flaw in the Garden concept. British engineers cleared the mine that disabled Heathcote's tank, then cleared 17 more mines from the next kilometre of highway, each mine requiring careful detection and removal while the entire corps waited. German anti-tank guns positioned in woods flanking the highway began engaging British armour, the distinctive crack of 88mm guns punctuating the afternoon, each round potentially disabling a tank or killing a crew. The Irish Guards deployed infantry to clear the woods, a process that took hours of house-to-house fighting, buying yards rather than miles, consuming ammunition faster than planned. German artillery began ranging on the highway, shells bracketing the column, forcing tanks and trucks to disperse as much as the narrow road allowed, creating gaps in the formation that slowed advance even more. By 1600 hours, 4 hours after jumping off, XXX Corps had advanced 7 miles to Valkenswaard, less than half the planned distance to Eindhoven, and the pace was slowing rather than accelerating. General Horrocks, commanding XXX Corps, received these reports in his forward headquarters and understood that the operation's timeline was already breaking, that reaching Arnhem in 48 hours was mathematically impossible at this pace, but understanding a problem and solving it were different things. The highway was the only route available. Trying to maneuver cross-country would bog armor down in minutes, which meant advancing on the highway despite its dangers, accepting casualties, and hoping momentum would eventually break German resistance. By dusk on September 17th, XXX Corps had reached Valkenswaard but not Eindhoven, 7 miles advanced instead of 13, 6 hours behind schedule before the operation was even 1 day old. The decision to halt for the night rather than push on after dark would later generate fierce controversy. British doctrine discouraged armour, advances in darkness too easy to blunder into ambushes, too difficult to coordinate movements, too risky given the confined terrain, and Horrocks decided to consolidate positions, let infantry catch up to armour, and resume the advance at dawn. The American 101st Airborne, waiting in Eindhoven and expecting relief that evening, heard the British artillery fall silent and understood that XXX Corps wouldn't arrive until the next day, that they'd have to hold their positions through the night without armoured support, that the tight timeline everyone had assured them was realistic was already fantasy. German defenders used the night to withdraw, reposition, establish new defensive lines further north, calling in reinforcements, laying more mines, preparing the next day's ambushes. The halt saved British casualties that night, but sacrificed the momentum that was XXX. Corps' only advantage, gave Germans time they desperately needed, and made explicit what some had suspected from the start: this advance wouldn't be rapid breakthrough but grinding battle of attrition. September 18th brought new frustrations and familiar patterns. XXX Corps advanced toward Eindhoven at dawn, encountering light resistance that evaporated before British armour, but cost hours of cautious advance. They linked up with 101st Airborne in Eindhoven at noon one day into an operation planned to last 2 days total, already half the available time consumed, reaching the first major objective. But linking up in Eindhoven brought no respite because the bridge at Son was destroyed, and until engineers constructed a Bailey Bridge, the advance couldn't continue. British Royal Engineers were among the world's best at rapid bridge construction. They'd done it repeatedly throughout the campaign in France, but even the best needed time. Girders had to be brought forward through the congested column. The foundation had to be prepared on both canal banks. The bridge had to be assembled under occasional German artillery fire that the gunners had ranged, precisely because they'd blown the previous bridge and knew exactly where the new one would be. By evening, the Bailey Bridge at Son was complete engineering triumph accomplished in under 12 hours, but 12 more hours had evaporated from the timeline. XXX Corps crossed into the northern sector that night, advancing through Wegel toward Grave, still falling further behind schedule with each hour, the distance to Arnhem shrinking in miles but growing in time. The vulnerability of the single highway advance became catastrophically apparent once XXX Corps was stretched from Eindhoven to Grave, a 30-mile column of vehicles consuming thousands of gallons of fuel and hundreds of tons of ammunition daily, all flowing up Highway 69 because there was no alternative route. German forces on both flanks, weakened but not destroyed, retreating but not routed, began launching hit-and-run attacks against the highway, cutting it in multiple places, isolating forward units from supply columns, turning the advance into a nightmare of defending the corridor while simultaneously trying to push further north. The American Airborne Divisions were supposed to keep the highway open, but they were spread thin, holding bridges and drop zones, couldn't patrol every mile of elevated roadway, couldn't prevent German infiltration through polder that they didn't control. Every time Germans cut the highway, the entire XXX Corps advance stopped until infantry cleared the Germans out, reopened the road, and allowed traffic to resume. Every cut meant hours of delay, hundreds of vehicles stalled, fuel consumed, sitting idle, schedules slipping further. The vision of a narrow thrust driving deep into German territory was revealing itself as operational nonsense. You can't sustain offensive operations through a supply line that's under constant attack, can't advance when your rear area is a battlefield, can't achieve breakthrough when you're fighting harder to hold what you've taken than to take new ground. The destruction of vehicles on the highway created cascading problems that multiplication exponentially with each loss. A disabled tank blocked the road for hours until it could be pushed off or destroyed in place. A burning truck created obstacles that required engineers to clear. Destroyed vehicles couldn't be recovered for repair, meaning each loss was permanent and the Corps grew weaker as it advanced. Crews killed or wounded couldn't be easily replaced because replacements couldn't reach forward units through contested corridor. Ammunition expended in defensive fighting along the corridor was ammunition unavailable for the advance toward Arnhem. The British had designed XXX Corps as a spearhead for breakthrough, not a garrison for corridor defence, but the operation was consuming the Corps in defensive fighting before it reached its ultimate objective. General Horrocks understood this mathematics perfectly. He'd commanded armour in North Africa and knew that sustained offensive required secure supply lines, but understanding didn't change reality. The highway was all he had. The Germans were cutting it repeatedly, and the clock was ticking toward a deadline that was already impossible to meet. By September 19th, day 3 of an operation planned to reach Arnhem by day 2, XXX Corps had fought its way to Nijmegen, but not across the Waal River, had linked with 82nd Airborne but hadn't relieved them because Nijmegen Bridge was still in German hands. The Guards Armoured Division had advanced roughly 40 miles in 3 days, impressive by normal standards, catastrophically slow by Market Garden's requirements. Meanwhile, at Arnhem, 60 miles ahead, British 1st Airborne was fighting for survival, with no relief in sight, no communication with XXX Corps, no knowledge that their relief was mired in Nijmegen fighting for a bridge that should have been captured on day 1. The disconnect between what Market Garden required and what was physically achievable had become undeniable, but the operation continued because stopping it meant admitting failure, meant abandoning airborne forces already committed, meant acknowledging that thousands of men were dying for an operation that couldn't succeed. The highway to nowhere continued north, slowed by Germans, delayed by terrain, strangled by its own logistics, moving toward an objective that was receding faster than the advance could pursue it. The experience of soldiers fighting along Hell's Highway, the name was emerging organically from troops who fought there, was characterized by frustration and fear in equal measure. Tank crews watched for anti-tank guns in every tree line, knowing that 88mm rounds could penetrate their Shermans from any angle, that they were silhouetted targets unable to maneuver, that survival was as much luck as skill. Infantry riding on tanks or in half-tracks jumped off at every German contact, cleared every wood and every village, fought close-quarters battles against defenders who had every advantage of terrain and preparation. Support troops, engineers, signalmen, medics, supply personnel found themselves fighting as infantry because the corridor was under attack everywhere, because there was no secure rear area, because everyone was equally exposed on the elevated highway with polder on both sides. The Dutch civilians who'd celebrated liberation on September 17th were discovering by September 19th that liberation came with destruction, that their towns were battlefields, that their homes were being demolished by shell fire, that freedom had a price and they were paying it whether they'd asked to or not. The exhilaration of the first day had curdled into grim determination by the third, the understanding that this would be harder and costlier than anyone had predicted, that the war wouldn't end by Christmas, that the bold stroke had become a desperate battle of attrition with no clear end point and mounting casualties. The irony that would later haunt everyone involved was that Garden was succeeding in the narrow tactical sense, XXX Corps was advancing, was linking up with airborne forces, was capturing objectives but failing strategically because success came too slowly to matter. Taking Eindhoven on day 2 instead of day 1 felt like victory until you considered that paratroopers at Arnhem had only days of supplies and were supposed to be relieved by day 3. Reaching Nijmegen by day 3 felt like accomplishment until you calculated that Arnhem was still 10 miles away, and those might be the hardest 10 miles yet. Every tactical success was strategic failure, because in Market Garden, timing was everything and timing was impossible. The men fighting up Highway 69 were doing everything asked of them, advancing against resistance, overcoming obstacles, linking with airborne forces, but they were being asked to achieve the impossible, to cover in 48 hours a distance that required a week, to sustain offensive operations through a supply line that was a shooting gallery, to relieve forces that were running out of time faster than XXX Corps could close the distance. Hell's Highway would ultimately stretch from Eindhoven to Nijmegen, would remain contested throughout the operation, would see more fighting in its defence than in its capture, would stand as monument not to breakthrough but to the fundamental impossibility of sustaining major offensive operations on a single axis of advance against determined resistance. The highway reached toward Arnhem like an accusing finger, pointing at the bridge that could have ended the war, the objective that was visible on maps but unreachable in reality, the destination that receded faster than XXX Corps advanced. Garden was dying 1 mile at a time, 1 hour of delay after another, one impossible demand after another, drowning in its own logistics while German defenders exploited every weakness the plan exposed. The war wouldn't end on Highway 69. It would just continue bleeding there until someone acknowledged what everyone on the highway already knew. You can't reach 64 miles in 48 hours when every mile takes a day, and Germans are cutting your route behind you as fast as you can advance. September 18th, 1944, 0400 hours. Staff Sergeant Leonard Funk of the 508th Parachute Infantry Regiment, 101st Airborne Division, heard the distinctive rumble of German armour approaching Wegel through the pre-dawn darkness. The sound was unmistakable to anyone who'd fought in Normandy diesel engines, squeaking tracks, the rhythmic clanking of steel on steel that meant tanks were moving toward his position. Funk's platoon held a roadblock on the eastern edge of town, 32 men with bazookas, machine guns, and the grim understanding that if German armour broke through here, they'd cut Highway 69 and isolate everyone north of Wegel from everyone south, severing XXX Corps supply line at its most vulnerable point. The roadblock was hasty, a few felled trees, some sandbags, fighting positions scraped into earth that was still soft from recent rain. It was supposed to be temporary, a precaution while engineers worked on the Bailey Bridge at Sun. But temporary positions have a way of becoming permanent when the enemy doesn't cooperate. And now Funk's platoon was all that stood between German Kampfgruppe Huber and the highway that XXX Corps' entire existence depended on. The tanks were getting closer, maybe 500 yards now, engines throttling down as they approached what they knew was defended territory. Funk checked his bazooka one more time, knowing the 2.36-inch rocket it fired could penetrate German armour at close range. Knowing close range meant letting tanks advance to within 50 yards before firing, knowing that if he missed, the tank wouldn't. This was the reality of defending the corridor, small groups of paratroopers with portable weapons facing armour in the darkness, hoping skill and courage would overcome the fundamental mathematics of infantry versus tanks. The American sector between Eindhoven and Nijmegen had acquired a nickname by September 19th that reflected both its geography and its precarious tactical situation. The island, bounded by rivers and canals, elevated above surrounding polder, dependent on bridges that could be destroyed at any moment, the corridor that XXX Corps was advancing through was less a secure rear area than an extended no-man's land where American paratroopers fought constant defensive battles to keep Highway 69 open. The 101st Airborne defended the southern 15 miles from Eindhoven through Sonnenwegel to Uden. The 82nd Airborne held the northern section from Grave through Nijmegen. Both divisions were stretched impossibly thin, designed for 72 hours of combat before relief. They were being asked to hold defensive perimeters indefinitely, to patrol miles of highway with insufficient troops, to defend bridges and towns simultaneously, to fight off German counterattacks while still conducting their primary offensive missions. General Maxwell Taylor, commanding the 101st, had roughly 12,000 men responsible for 15 miles of critical highway, plus numerous objectives away from the highway, bridges, drop zones for subsequent airlifts, towns whose capture was deemed strategically necessary. Simple division suggested 800 men per mile, but those men weren't evenly distributed because bridges required concentrated defense, drop zones couldn't be abandoned, and offensive operations consumed troops who were then unavailable for defensive duties. The reality was dozens of small units scattered across the sector, each defending its piece of highway, each vulnerable to being overrun by concentrated German attack, each depending on neighbouring units to prevent penetrations that would isolate them. The German counterattacks came from multiple directions simultaneously because German commanders understood what Allied planners apparently hadn't, that the corridor was vulnerable everywhere and attacking it in multiple places would force defenders to disperse their already inadequate forces even further. Kampfgruppe Huber, assembled from remnants of units shattered in France, included approximately 5,000 troops scraped together from various formations. Fallschirmjäger, German paratroopers, with their distinctive camouflage smocks and aggressive tactics, regular infantry drawn from garrison units, some artillery pieces, a handful of tanks and self-propelled guns that had survived the retreat from France. These weren't elite formations at full strength, but they were organised, led by experienced officers, and fighting on ground they'd had weeks to prepare. On September 18th, Huber launched coordinated attacks against Wegel from the east and Best from the west, attempting to cut the highway at both points simultaneously. At Wegel, Funk's platoon, and others like it, fought through the morning against German infantry supported by armour, calling in artillery support from British guns that were firing danger-close shells landing within 200 yards of American positions because the Germans were that close and there was no alternative. At best, American paratroopers defended the town house by house against German assault that used the same tactics Americans employed: small unit infiltration, aggressive use of automatic weapons, grenades through windows, brutal close-quarters combat where the side with more determination usually prevailed. Private Joe Mann's actions at best on September 18th exemplified both the heroism and the desperation that characterized the defense of the corridor. Mann's platoon was defending a building surrounded by Germans, taking fire from multiple directions, running low on ammunition, with several wounded men who couldn't be evacuated. Mann himself had already been wounded twice, shrapnel in the shoulder and leg, but remained at his position because every rifle counted when you were surrounded. When a German stick grenade came through the window and landed among the wounded men crowding the floor, Mann threw himself on it. The explosion killed him instantly, but absorbed the blast, saving the men around him. He would receive the Medal of Honor posthumously, one of 4 awarded to paratroopers at Market Garden, recognition that wouldn't bring him back, but acknowledged that small unit actions, individual decisions made in split seconds, often determined whether positions held or fell. Mann's sacrifice kept that position intact for another hour until the Germans overran it anyway, killed or captured most of the remaining defenders, and established a blocking position that cut the highway for 6 hours before American counterattacks reopened it. His death bought time measured in minutes for soldiers who would themselves die or be captured soon after. This was the mathematics of the corridor, individual heroism buying incremental time against German assaults that would eventually succeed unless reinforcements arrived or ammunition held out or luck somehow intervened. The bridge at Grave represented the 82nd Airborne's greatest tactical success and an ongoing defensive nightmare. Lieutenant John Thompson's company, having captured the 1,500-foot bridge intact on September 17th, spent the following days defending it against German counterattacks that came from both sides simultaneously. German forces on the north bank tried to rush the bridge with infantry supported by armoured cars, attempting to cross quickly before American defences could organise. German artillery on distant high ground shelled the bridge approaches, trying to make the position untenable, forcing Americans to choose between abandoning the bridge or holding it under constant bombardment. Thompson's solution was aggressive defence, establish strong points on both banks, patrol aggressively to locate German assembly areas before attacks developed, call in artillery preemptively on suspected German positions. This worked, but consumed ammunition at rates that logistics officers in rear areas found alarming, generated requests for resupply that competed with offensive operations for limited transport capacity. The bridge held because Thompson's company made it hold, because sergeants knew their jobs and privates did them, because American automatic weapons could produce volume of fire that suppressed German assaults long enough for artillery to respond. But held was relative. The bridge remained in American hands, but was under threat constantly and required permanent garrison that couldn't be used elsewhere, demonstrated that capturing an objective was the easy part, while holding it was the hard part that consumed forces indefinitely. The role of Dutch resistance in keeping the corridor functional proved crucial, but rarely acknowledged in official histories focused on military units rather than civilians. Dutch underground networks had survived 4 years of German occupation, had maintained communication systems, had hidden weapons for exactly this moment, and activated themselves when Allied forces arrived. They provided intelligence about German movements that American commanders couldn't obtain any other way, which roads Germans were using to approach, where German forces were concentrating, what strength to expect in upcoming attacks. They guided American patrols through countryside that was confusing to troops with maps, but familiar to locals who'd lived there all their lives. They provided civilian trucks and drivers to move supplies and wounded when military transport was overwhelmed. Some resistance fighters took up arms and fought alongside American paratroopers, officially unarmed civilians becoming combatants, accepting the risk that, if captured, they'd be shot as francs-tireurs rather than treated as prisoners of war. The Germans had spent 4 years teaching the Dutch that resistance meant death, had executed thousands as examples, had created occupation so brutal that everyone had lost someone to German violence. The arrival of Allied forces unleashed 4 years of suppressed rage, and while most Dutch civilians celebrated liberation peacefully, some took the opportunity to settle scores, to identify collaborators, to exact vengeance on those who'd worked with occupiers. This created additional complexity for American commanders who found themselves mediating between Dutch resistance, Dutch collaborators, and the immediate military necessities of defence. The resistance proved invaluable for intelligence and logistics, but their involvement blurred lines between military operations and civil war, raised questions about treatment of captured collaborators, added layers of complexity to operations that were already overwhelmingly complex. The pattern of German attacks throughout mid-September revealed both the weakness and the persistence of Wehrmacht forces in the Netherlands. Individual attacks were relatively small, company or battalion strength, 500 to 1,000 men, a handful of armoured vehicles, but they came constantly from multiple directions, forcing American defenders to remain alert continuously, to maintain strong reserves that could respond to penetrations, to fight defensive battles while simultaneously preparing for offensive operations. The Germans couldn't mass sufficient force to destroy the corridor completely, but they could make holding it incredibly costly, could inflict steady casualties, could force American units to remain committed to defensive tasks rather than supporting the advance toward Arnhem. On September 21st, Germans cut Highway 69 near Withdrawal, using forces that had infiltrated through polder that Americans didn't patrol adequately, establishing roadblocks that stopped XXX Corps supply column for 8 hours. During those 8 hours, 300 British vehicles sat immobilized on the highway, consuming fuel while going nowhere, vulnerable to German artillery that began ranging on the stalled column, blocking reinforcements that were trying to reach Nijmegen. The 8th 2nd Infantry Division, British regular infantry following XXX Corps, had to be diverted to clear the Germans out, burning an entire day fighting for 10 miles of highway that should have been secure. This was why the Germans kept attacking, not because they could win, but because every attack delayed Allied operations, consumed Allied resources, prevented the rapid advance that Market Garden required. German commanders understood they were fighting a battle of time, that every hour they could delay the British was another hour. Their forces at Arnhem had to eliminate the British airborne forces there, that the corridor was the operation's Achilles heel, and attacking it accomplished more than defending any particular town. The experience of American paratroopers during these days revealed both the strengths and limitations of elite light infantry in sustained operations. The airborne divisions were superbly trained, aggressively led, equipped with firepower disproportionate to their size. Each regiment had its own artillery battalion. Each company had machine guns and mortars organic to the unit rather than attached from external sources. They could establish defensive positions quickly, could respond to German probes effectively, could conduct small unit operations with a competence that regular infantry divisions envied, but they were also lightly equipped by design, lacking the heavy weapons and transport that mechanized divisions possessed, dependent on resupply that had to come from external sources, designed for short-term operations rather than sustained combat. By September 21st, both American divisions were showing strain. Companies that had jumped with 150 men were down to 80 or 90 effectives, losses to combat and casualties, reducing strength faster than replacements could arrive. Ammunition stocks were adequate but not abundant, requiring careful fire discipline and preventing the kind of suppressive fire that made defensive operations easier. Medical supplies were running low, particularly morphine and plasma, forcing medics to make difficult decisions about who received treatment and who had to endure pain with minimal medication. Food was adequate but monotonous, K rations and C rations that provided calories but not satisfaction, eaten cold because cooking fires would draw German artillery. Sleep was the rarest commodity, grabbed in shifts, measured in hours over days rather than per night, contributing to fatigue that made men slower, less alert, more prone to mistakes that could prove fatal. The contrast between American and British experiences in the corridor revealed interesting differences in national military cultures. American paratroopers operated with relatively flat command structures where NCOs made tactical decisions, junior officers led from the front, and improvisation was encouraged within mission parameters. British forces adhered to more formal hierarchies where orders flowed down and reports flowed up, where deviation from plan required approval, where maintaining organizational structure was valued, even when situations demanded flexibility. Neither approach was inherently superior, but they created friction when Americans and British had to coordinate, when American units expected British support to arrive based on verbal agreements rather than formal orders, when British units expected Americans to hold positions until properly relieved, rather than withdrawing when situations became untenable. These differences were usually reconcilable through personal relationships between commanders, But they added another layer of complexity to an operation that was already drowning in complexity. General Gavin and General Horrocks developed good working relationship based on mutual respect and shared combat experience, but that relationship couldn't overcome the structural problems with the operation itself, couldn't change the mathematics of distance and time, couldn't make the impossible possible through better cooperation. By September 23rd, 6 days into an operation planned for 3 days maximum, the American airborne divisions had suffered over 3,000 casualties combined, killed, wounded, or missing roughly 25% losses, while still maintaining defensive perimeters, still fighting off German attacks, still keeping the corridor functional enough for XXX Corps to continue its grinding advance. These losses would have destroyed the combat effectiveness of many infantry divisions, but the airborne divisions adapted, consolidated understrength companies, redistributed weapons from casualties to survivors, maintained aggressive posture that discouraged German attacks even as their own strength declined. The price of holding the island was measured in individual tragedies that accumulated into divisional exhaustion, in small unit actions that received no recognition because they were lost in the larger narrative of Market Garden's failure, in Dutch civilians caught between liberators and occupiers while their towns became battlefields. The 101st would ultimately hold their sector throughout the operation and beyond, would earn a presidential unit citation for their defensive stand, would prove that airborne forces could sustain operations longer than doctrine suggested if leadership was competent and soldiers were determined. The 82nd would fight through Nijmegen and beyond, would conduct one of the war's most audacious assaults, would demonstrate that elite status was earned through performance under pressure rather than awarded by designation. The island would remain contested for weeks after Market Garden officially ended, would see fighting through October as Germans attempted to cut the corridor permanently, would demonstrate that capturing territory was easy compared to holding it against enemy who refused to accept defeat. American casualties in the corridor during September and October would ultimately exceed 6,000 men, 50% of forces committed, turning what was supposed to be a 3-day operation into multi-week battle of attrition that neither side could afford but neither could abandon. The highway that XXX Corps advanced along was built on American sacrifice, paved with American blood, kept open by American determination in the face of German persistence. Without the paratroopers holding the island, Market Garden would have collapsed even faster than it did, would have devolved from controlled failure into catastrophic rout, would have left XXX Corps isolated and destroyed rather than merely stalled. The Americans did their job and then some, exceeded every reasonable expectation, proved that elite formations earned their reputation in exactly these situations where lesser units would have broken. But doing their job superbly couldn't overcome strategic level failures, couldn't make bad plans work through tactical excellence, couldn't reach Arnhem when the route to Arnhem was impossible from the start. The island held, but Arnhem fell, and that contradiction would haunt everyone who fought there for the rest of their lives. September 19th, 1944, 0400 hours, Private Robert Cole sat in his supply truck, 4th vehicle, in a convoy of 43 carrying ammunition and fuel to XXX Corps units fighting at Nijmegen, and tried to convince himself that driving up Hell's Highway in darkness was routine logistics work rather than combat operation. The convoy had departed from Eindhoven at 0300, hoping that moving at night would reduce German interference, but hope was poor defense against reality. The highway stretched ahead in the darkness, elevated above polder that was invisible in moonless night, trees forming a tunnel that headlights barely penetrated. Somewhere in those trees, German troops were waiting. Cole knew this with absolute certainty because every convoy for the past 3 days had been ambushed, because the highway was a shooting gallery and they were the targets, because German forces on both flanks could attack the column at will and there was nowhere to escape to on the narrow, elevated road. The truck ahead of Cole's suddenly exploded, German Panzerfaust rocket hitting the fuel tank, the vehicle transforming into fireball that illuminated the entire column and destroyed Cole's night vision instantly. Machine gun fire erupted from both sides simultaneously, tracers crisscrossing the highway, bullets sparking off vehicle armor and shattering windshields. Cole's driver accelerated instinctively, trying to drive through the ambush, but the burning truck blocked the road ahead, and the truck behind was already stopped, and the entire convoy was trapped in a kilometre-long kill zone with nowhere to go but into the polder, and that meant drowning as much as burning. This was the reality of Hell's Highway after September 17th. Every trip north was combat operation. Every vehicle that reached its destination was minor miracle. Every soldier on the highway understood they were as likely to die from ambush as from German forces at the front. The vulnerability of Highway 69 to German interdiction should have been obvious from the start, but somehow wasn't, or perhaps was obvious, but dismissed as acceptable risk given the operation's urgency. The highway ran 64 miles from the Belgian border to Arnhem, passing through terrain that heavily favoured defenders, woods, towns, farms with stone buildings that provided cover, polder that channeled movement onto predictable routes. German forces didn't need to hold the highway to deny its use. They just needed to attack it frequently enough to slow traffic, to crawl, to make every convoy a battle, to force Allied forces to dedicate combat units to escort duty rather than offensive operations. By September 19th, German Kampfgruppe Walther had established a pattern of attacking the corridor near Withdrawal, cutting the highway for hours at a time, forcing British and American forces to clear them out in small unit actions that consumed ammunition and casualties for minimal territorial gain. The German tactics were textbook harassment operations, strike from concealed positions, inflict casualties, withdraw before counterattack could develop, repeat at different location. Individual attacks rarely involved more than a company of German infantry, perhaps 200 men, supported by a few mortars or anti-tank guns. But the cumulative effect was devastating because the highway was one continuous target and Germans could choose where and when to attack, while defenders had to protect everywhere simultaneously. The September 22nd attack at Covering demonstrated how effective German interdiction could be, even with minimal forces. A Kampfgruppe built around several Tiger tanks, the massive 56-ton monsters that could destroy any Allied tank at ranges where Allied tanks couldn't penetrate. Tiger armor positioned themselves in woods overlooking the highway and engaged a British supply convoy at maximum range. Tiger's 88mm guns could penetrate any vehicle in the convoy from a mile away, and the Germans used this advantage methodically, destroying one vehicle at a time, blocking the highway with burning wrecks, forcing the convoy to stop while other vehicles became targets. British armour responded, but Tigers withdrew into woods before counterfire could develop, repositioned to different firing points, resumed the attack from new angle. The convoy lost 23 vehicles destroyed, 37 personnel killed or wounded, and 8 hours of movement time before engineers could clear the road. 23 vehicles doesn't sound catastrophic until you calculate that those vehicles carried ammunition for an artillery battalion, fuel for a tank regiment, rations for 2,000 men, all now consumed by fire or captured by Germans. The cumulative logistics loss of attacks like Covering meant XXX Corps was consuming supplies faster than they could be replaced, burning through stockpiles that had to last until Antwerp opened, operating on progressively thinner margins that left no reserve for unexpected consumption. And every supply operation lost meant another convoy had to be organised, more vehicles committed, more personnel exposed to ambush, more of XXX Corps' limited resources diverted to protecting supply lines rather than advancing toward Arnhem. The psychological impact on support troops, drivers, mechanics, engineers, signalmen, everyone who wasn't frontline infantry but still had to travel the highway, was corrosive and profound. Combat soldiers understood they were targets, trained for combat, mentally prepared for being shot at as occupational hazard. Support troops had trained for their specialties, expecting to work in rear areas, to face danger indirectly rather than directly, to support the war rather than fight it. But Hell's Highway had no rear area. Every mile was front line, every trip was combat, every soldier on the highway was potential casualty. Truck drivers who'd never fired weapons in anger found themselves fighting off German infantry with rifles they'd qualified with once in basic training. Engineers working on bridge repairs had to post guards and fight off attacks while completing their engineering tasks. Signalmen laying communications wire had to do so under fire, knowing German snipers targeted anyone whose activities seemed important. The stress of never being safe, of every routine task being life-threatening, of driving to deliver supplies being as dangerous as assault operations, broke some men and hardened others. Rear echelon cynicism, the dark humour that support troops used to cope with their perceived safety while infantry fought, evaporated when support troops discovered they were just as exposed as anyone else. Requests for transfer to infantry units increased because at least infantry were trained for combat and fought in units with mutual support, while support troops fought isolated battles while trying to do jobs that assumed peaceful conditions. The American airborne divisions tasked with securing the corridor found themselves fighting a very different battle than they'd trained for. Airborne forces were designed for vertical envelopment, drop behind enemy lines, seize objectives, hold until relieved, move to next operation. But the corridor required static defense of long frontages, required holding positions indefinitely rather than for days, required transitioning from offensive to defensive mindset. The 101st Airborne adapted by establishing strong points along the highway at critical points, bridges, road junctions, towns, and patrolling between them, accepting they couldn't be everywhere, but attempting to be everywhere Germans weren't expecting. This worked imperfectly because Germans had more potential attack routes than Americans had patrols, because polar terrain favoured infiltration over detection, because even elite forces spread thin become ineffective. The paratroopers adapted their tactics through experience, learned to recognise terrain where ambushes were likely, developed rapid response forces that could counterattack German penetrations before they became permanent roadblocks, coordinated with British artillery to pre-register defensive fires on likely German assembly areas. But adaptation had limits. You can't patrol everywhere, can't predict every attack, can't prevent determined infiltrators from reaching the highway if they're willing to accept casualties. The Americans made the corridor functional but not secure, kept it open but not safe, ensured supplies reached XXX Corps but at costs that mounted daily. The Dutch civilians living along the corridor found themselves in impossible situations that only grew worse as fighting intensified. Initial liberation on September 17th had brought celebration, German occupiers fleeing, Allied forces arriving, years of oppression seemingly ending. But by September 19th, the celebration was over and grim reality set in. Towns along the highway became battlefields where German attacks and Allied counterattacks destroyed buildings, killed civilians, turned homes into rubble. Families who'd survived 4 years of occupation were now dying in the crossfire of liberation, killed by both sides equally because modern weapons don't discriminate between combatants and civilians in urban fighting. Some civilians fled to countryside, abandoning homes to escape the fighting, becoming refugees in their own country. Others stayed, hiding in basements during attacks, emerging between battles to find their neighbourhoods transformed into fortified positions with machine guns in windows and mines in gardens. The Germans shot civilians they suspected of helping Allied forces. The Allies suspected civilians who remained in German-held areas of collaboration, and ordinary people trying to survive found themselves vulnerable to violence from both directions. Dutch resistance fighters provided intelligence and support to Allied forces, but this made them and their families targets for German reprisals, entire families executed for one member's resistance activities, houses burned, communities terrorised. The liberation that had seemed so joyous on September 17th had become, by September 22nd, a nightmare where the liberators' presence made civilians' lives more dangerous rather than safer. The engineers working to keep the highway functional performed tasks that were simultaneously mundane and heroic, clearing mines, repairing damaged pavement, constructing bypasses around destroyed bridges, filling craters from artillery strikes, all under conditions where German artillery could resume firing at any moment. British Royal Engineers and American Airborne Engineers developed informal competition about who could complete repairs faster, measured in minutes rather than hours, because hours meant traffic stoppages that rippled through the entire logistics chain. The engineers worked through German artillery fire because stopping meant the highway stayed closed. They worked through darkness because convoys ran at night and breakdowns had to be cleared immediately. They worked while fighting because German infantry sometimes attacked repair crews specifically, understanding that killing engineers and damaging equipment multiplied the impact of the original damage. Engineer casualties among units working the corridor exceeded 50% over Market Garden's duration, a rate that would have destroyed most units' effectiveness but which engineers absorbed because the alternative was highway closure and operation failure. Their work received minimal recognition because it was support rather than combat, because repairing a bridge doesn't generate the glory of capturing one, because the nature of engineering is that success looks routine while failure is catastrophic. But without the engineers, the corridor would have closed permanently within days, XXX Corps would have been isolated and destroyed, and Market Garden would have collapsed even faster than it did. The aerial perspective on the corridor available to RAF reconnaissance flights that photographed the highway daily revealed the operation's fragility in stark visual terms. From altitude, Highway 69 appeared as a single thin line through hostile territory, elevated above Polder, flanked by woods where German forces concentrated, vulnerable at dozens of points simultaneously. Aerial photos showed German vehicles moving toward the corridor from east and west, showed artillery positions being established in woods that provided clear fields of fire on the highway, showed the build-up of forces that would attack the next day or the day after. Intelligence officers studying these photos could predict where attacks would occur with reasonable accuracy, could warn units defending those sectors, but prediction didn't prevent attacks and warnings didn't make defense easier. The photos also showed the increasing congestion on the highway itself, convoys backed up for miles because destroyed vehicles blocked traffic, supply dumps accumulating at bottlenecks because forward movement was slower than rearward delivery. British and American units intermingled in ways that created command confusion and coordination problems. The aerial view made explicit what ground units experienced viscerally, that the corridor was becoming more contested rather than more secure as the operation progressed, that German forces were adapting faster than Allied forces, that the highway that was supposed to be supply route had become battlefield where more effort went to holding what was taken than advancing to take more. By September 24th, a week into an operation planned for 3 days, the corridor from Eindhoven to Nijmegen was consuming more resources than it supported. British divisions advancing toward Arnhem required supplies delivered via the corridor, but defending the corridor consumed British and American units that could have been advancing, consumed ammunition faster than convoys could deliver it, generated casualties that strained medical services. The mathematics was unsustainable. You can't conduct offensive operations when your supply line requires more combat power to defend than the offensive generates at the objective. German commanders understood this better than Allied commanders, understood that attacking the corridor was strategically more important than defending Arnhem, that destroying XXX Corps logistics would accomplish what defending bridges couldn't. Every German unit that attacked the corridor, even in failed attacks that cost German casualties, forced Allied forces to respond, to divert resources, to prioritize defense over offense. This was the Battle of the Corridor in strategic terms, not about who held which town or bridge, but about whether Allied forces could sustain operations long enough to reach Arnhem, and whether German forces could disrupt those operations, enough to make Arnhem relief impossible. The Germans were winning this battle not because they were stronger, but because they understood the operational dynamics better, understood that in operation like Market Garden, where timing was everything, delay was victory and disruption was decisive. The corridor would remain contested long after Arnhem fell, would consume Allied resources through October and into November, would demonstrate that seizing territory was the easy part, while holding and using it was the hard part that determined whether territorial gains mattered. Hell's Highway was aptly named not because fighting there was more intense than other battlefields, though it often was, but because it represented a special circle of frustration where doing everything right tactically still produced strategic failure, where individual courage was insufficient to overcome operational impossibility, where the design flaws in Market Garden manifested most clearly in daily costs, measured in burning vehicles and dead soldiers, and destroyed supplies that would never reach their destinations. The highway led nowhere because nowhere was reachable on a single contested road through hostile territory in the time available. That truth was visible from the sky, was experienced daily by everyone who travelled the highway, but apparently remained invisible to commanders, whose maps showed a thin red line and whose plans assumed that line was secure supply route rather than continuous battlefield. September 17th, 1944, 2000 hours, Lieutenant Colonel John Frost stood at the northern end of Arnhem Bridge and permitted himself a moment of satisfaction that came rarely to combat commanders. His 2nd Parachute Battalion, roughly 750 men after the day's march, from the drop zones controlled the northern ramp of the bridge, had secured the buildings immediately adjacent, had positioned anti-tank weapons to engage any vehicles attempting to cross from the south. The objective assigned to British 1st Airborne Division, seize and hold Arnhem Bridge until relieved by XXX Corps, had been achieved by 1 battalion, while the rest of the division fought through German resistance miles away. Frost had fought in Tunisia and Sicily, knew the difference between plans and reality, understood that holding the bridge until relief arrived would require defending it against whatever the Germans could throw at this position. But for this moment, in the gathering darkness of the first day, with German defenders fled and the bridge intact and his battalion in position, Frost could believe Market Garden might work, that XXX Corps would arrive in 48 hours as promised, that this operation might be the one that ended the war. That moment of optimism would last approximately 12 hours before reality reasserted itself with German counterattacks that would transform the bridge from captured objective into surrounded fortress, from tactical success into strategic irrelevance, from liberation's gateway into a tomb for most of the men who stood there with Frost on that September evening. The 2nd Battalion's route to the bridge had been fortuitous in ways that revealed how luck matters as much as skill in military operations. While other battalions of 1st Parachute Brigade advanced on roads that German forces had reinforced, Frost's battalion followed the riverside route, the Lion route, in operational planning that passed through suburbs rather than direct roads, that German defenders had left weakly held because they didn't expect British forces to use it, that wound through streets where Dutch civilians emerged to cheer and provide intelligence about German positions ahead. The march still took 8 hours to cover 8 miles, still involved firefights that caused casualties, still consumed ammunition faster than ideal. But Frost's battalion reached the bridge while other battalions were pinned down miles away, reached it before Germans could demolish it, reached it with sufficient strength to establish defensive perimeter. The other 2 battalions of 1st Parachute Brigade, advancing on more direct routes, encountered SS troops who'd had hours to position themselves, fought through increasing resistance that slowed them to crawl, took casualties that reduced their combat power, never reached the bridge at all. By midnight, September 17th, Frost's 750 men at the bridge were the only British troops to have reached their primary objective, and they were completely isolated from the rest of the division with no communication, no knowledge of when relief would arrive, no information about what was happening elsewhere in the operation. The buildings that Frost's battalion occupied formed a rough perimeter around the northern bridge approach. Dutch townhouses and office buildings built of brick, 3 to 4 stories tall, windows facing in all directions, basements that could shelter wounded, roofs that provided observation posts. The battalion turned these buildings into fortresses through improvisational engineering that elite troops excel at: furniture, barricaded windows, sandbags filled from gardens, reinforced firing positions. Explosives were positioned to demolish buildings if they couldn't be held. Fields of fire were cleared and coordinated so that no approach to the bridge went uncovered. The Arnhem Bridge itself was a steel truss structure, 1,900 feet long, wide enough for 4 lanes of traffic, tall enough to allow river traffic beneath, dominant enough to control all road and rail movement across the Rhine in this sector. Controlling the northern end meant no German traffic could cross from the south, but it also meant Germans controlling the southern end prevented British reinforcement or supply from that direction. The bridge became a dividing line with Frost's battalion on one side and everyone else on the other, a barrier as impermeable as if it were destroyed, except that keeping it intact was the mission's entire purpose. Frost positioned his best anti-tank teams, watching the bridge approaches, dug in his headquarters in a building with good sightlines to the bridge, established casualty collection point in a building with a basement, and prepared to hold until relief arrived. The preparation was professional and thorough, but it had one fundamental flaw: it assumed relief would arrive. The first German attempt to cross the bridge came at dawn September 18th and revealed both the strength of Frost's position and the weakness of German intelligence about what they faced. A column of German armoured cars and half-tracks approached from the south, apparently unaware that British paratroopers held the northern end moving at road speed rather than combat speed, bunched together rather than dispersed. Frost's anti-tank teams waited until the lead vehicles were committed to the bridge too far advanced to retreat quickly, not yet close enough to deploy their troops, and engaged at point-blank range. Piat anti-tank weapons fired their heavy projectiles from ranges measured in yards, close enough that misses were nearly impossible. The lead armoured car exploded, blocking the bridge, and following vehicles collided or were hit by P-80s or attempted to reverse and collided with vehicles behind them. The attack dissolved in minutes, German vehicles burning on the bridge approach, survivors fleeing on foot, leaving their dead in vehicles that would burn for hours. It was textbook defensive engagement. Let the enemy commit, wait until withdrawal is difficult, concentrate fire, inflict maximum casualties with minimal expenditure of ammunition. But it also revealed to German commanders that the bridge was held in strength, that casual attempts to cross would fail, that reducing this position would require proper attack with proper forces. From the German perspective, British possession of the bridge was serious but not catastrophic because Germans held the southern end and could prevent British reinforcement or supply. The position could be isolated and reduced at leisure. Once sufficient forces were assembled, the Germans had time, the British didn't. That asymmetry would define everything that followed. The attack by SS Hauptsturmführer Victor Grebner on September 19th demonstrated both German aggression and German confusion about British strength at the bridge. Grebner commanded the reconnaissance battalion of 9th SS Panzer Division, experienced troops with armoured cars and half-tracks, accustomed to aggressive operations and confident in their capabilities. Grebner received orders to force the bridge, apparently based on intelligence suggesting British strength was minimal, and he executed those orders with the kind of bold frontal assault that had worked against other enemies in other battles. 22 armoured vehicles charged the bridge in column at maximum speed, intending to overwhelm British defenders through shock and firepower. Frost's battalion was waiting. As Grebner's column reached the midpoint of the bridge, every British weapon opened fire simultaneously, P8s hitting vehicles from front and sides, machine guns raking exposed crews, rifles targeting anyone who attempted to dismount. The battle lasted perhaps 20 minutes and ended with all 22 vehicles destroyed or disabled on the bridge, Grebner himself dead, his battalion shattered, the bridge span littered with burning wreckage that blocked any subsequent attempts to force a crossing. From Frost's perspective, this was vindication. His battalion could hold its position against serious attack, could inflict casualties disproportionate to its own losses, could accomplish the mission assigned. From German perspective, this was disaster, requiring reassessment. The bridge couldn't be taken by direct assault. The British position was stronger than intelligence suggested. Reducing it would require different tactics and more time than expected. The gradual reduction of Frost's perimeter through September 19th and 20th revealed the inexorable mathematics of siege warfare. Attackers with superior numbers and unlimited ammunition can eventually destroy defenders with limited numbers and finite supplies. German forces brought artillery forward and began systematically shelling the buildings Frost's battalion occupied, not to destroy the positions immediately, but to make them untenable over time, to collapse walls and roofs, to fill basements with rubble, to create casualties that would accumulate until the position couldn't be held. German infantry probed the perimeter constantly, looking for weak points, fixing British defenders in position, preventing them from concentrating forces to defend any single threatened sector. German tanks positioned themselves at ranges where British pilots couldn't engage effectively and fired into buildings at point-blank range, high explosive shells detonating inside occupied rooms, concussion killing even when shrapnel didn't. The battalion fought back with everything available, P8s firing at tanks from upper-story windows, machine guns targeting German infantry, snipers picking off any German who showed himself, but defensive fire consumes ammunition, and ammunition was limited to what men carried in their initial assault plus whatever could be recovered from casualties. By September 20th, ammunition was running low, casualties were mounting faster than medics could treat them, and the defensive perimeter was shrinking as buildings became uninhabitable. Frost himself was wounded on September 20th when a mortar shell exploded near his headquarters, shrapnel catching him in the legs and temporarily incapacitating him. Command passed to Major Freddie Goff, then to Captain Tony Frank, as casualties mounted among the battalion's leadership. The command transitions were smooth because British officers were trained to assume command when superiors fell, because the mission was clear and the methods obvious, even if execution was becoming impossible, because elite units maintain cohesion even when formal structure breaks down. But losing Frost was psychological blow. As much as command problem, he'd led these men through previous battles, had earned absolute trust through competence and courage, was the kind of commander soldiers would follow into any situation. His wounding didn't change the tactical situation, but it changed how soldiers felt about that situation, introduced doubt where there'd been confidence, made clear that no one was invulnerable and that their position was deteriorating regardless of how well they fought. The wounded accumulated in basements where Dutch doctors and nurses who'd volunteered to help worked without adequate supplies, performing surgery by candlelight, amputating limbs without anesthesia, making triage decisions about who received treatment and who received morphine and who received nothing but a quiet corner to die. The basement of one building held over 300 wounded by September 21st, men lying on floors because there weren't enough beds, sharing morphine syrettes because there weren't enough to give each wounded man his own, dying from wounds that would have been survivable in normal medical conditions but were fatal when medical supplies were exhausted. The radio silence that plagued British forces throughout Market Garden hit Frost's battalion with particular cruelty. They couldn't communicate with division headquarters miles away. couldn't report they'd reached the bridge, couldn't request resupply or reinforcement, couldn't coordinate relief efforts or provide targeting information for artillery support. They could hear other British forces fighting nearby. The sound of battle was audible across Arnhem, but sound didn't convey information about who was where or what was happening. They knew XXX Corps was supposed to arrive to relieve them, but didn't know XXX Corps was still fighting at Nijmegen, still days away from reaching Arnhem, never going to arrive in time. Frost's men fought without knowing the larger battle status, without knowing whether their sacrifice served strategic purpose or was already irrelevant. Without the information, soldiers need to maintain hope in desperate situations. Some communication was achieved through runners who attempted to reach division headquarters, but most runners were killed or captured before completing their missions, their bodies found afterward with messages still in their pockets describing situations that had changed before the messages could be delivered. The isolation was a psychological weapon, as destructive as German artillery uncertainty about whether anyone knew they were there, whether relief was coming, whether their stand mattered beyond the bridge itself. The final hours of the defence, from September 21st into September 22nd, resembled less a battle than an execution. The British had exhausted their ammunition. Soldiers who'd started with 150 rounds per rifle were down to 5 or 10. PAT teams had no rockets left. Machine gunners were firing their last belts carefully because there would be no more. The Germans could simply stand off and shell the buildings to rubble, could wait for the inevitable surrender, but they wanted the bridge intact and worried that British engineers might demolish it if given time. So they pressed attacks, even though pressing attacks cost German casualties. The British fought with bayonets and improvised weapons, bricks thrown from upper windows, furniture shoved onto German soldiers, climbing stairs, hand-to-hand combat in rooms filled with smoke and dust and the screams of wounded who couldn't be evacuated. It was fighting reduced to its most primitive form, all the technology and tactics and training dissolving into desperate close combat where survival was measured in seconds and victory meant driving the enemy back one more time before the next attack. When ammunition was completely exhausted, when the wounded outnumbered the unwounded, when buildings were burning around them and German infantry was entering ground floors while British held upper floors, the battalion's senior surviving officer made the decision to surrender. British soldiers smashed their weapons rather than hand them over functional, destroyed radios and documents, gave wounded men final morphine doses because they couldn't be moved and Germans might not treat them, prepared to enter captivity, knowing they'd accomplished their mission, even though the mission hadn't accomplished its strategic objective. The cost of holding Arnhem Bridge for 3 days and 22 hours can be calculated precisely. 81 men from 2nd Parachute Battalion killed, approximately 200 wounded, 470 captured or missing. The cost can also be measured in what was achieved. German forces denied use of the bridge for nearly 4 days. German units diverted to reducing the position that could have been used elsewhere, proof that British paratroopers could hold against overwhelming odds when properly led and adequately supplied. But the cost can also be measured in what wasn't achieved. XXX Corps never arrived to exploit the captured bridge. The rest of 1st Airborne Division never reached Frost to reinforce him. The strategic objective of opening route across the Rhine was never accomplished because holding one end of a bridge doesn't accomplish anything unless forces can cross it. Frost's battalion succeeded at every tactical task they were assigned and failed strategically because the operation's fundamental design was flawed, because holding objectives is meaningless if no one can reach those objectives to exploit them, because individual courage and competence cannot overcome operational impossibility. The survivors would spend the remainder of the war in German POW camps, would tell their story to skeptical fellow prisoners who couldn't believe such a defense was possible, would carry for the rest of their lives the knowledge that they'd done everything asked of them, and it hadn't mattered because the operation they'd sacrificed for was doomed from inception. The bridge at Arnhem stands today, renamed the John Frost Bridge in 1977, a memorial to men who held it when holding it was possible and surrendered it when surrender was inevitable, men who deserved better than the operation that killed them or captured them, men whose tactical success only highlighted the strategic failure that made their sacrifice futile. The bridge was never the objective. The objective was crossing the Rhine and driving into Germany, and the bridge was merely means to that end. Frost's battalion captured the means, but the end remained forever out of reach, visible across the river, but unreachable because no one was coming to cross the bridge they'd paid so much to hold. September 17th, 1944, 1300 hours, Captain Arie Besterbroetje of the Dutch Princess Irene Brigade stood with American paratroopers of the 82nd Airborne Division on the southern bank of the Waal River, looking across 600 yards of dark water toward Nijmegen and the massive bridge that connected the city to the northern Netherlands. Besterbroetje was home. He'd grown up less than 20 miles from where he now stood, knew the river's moods and the city's streets, spoke the language of the civilians who were emerging cautiously from their homes to watch paratroopers descend from September skies. The bridge before him was the second longest in the Netherlands, nearly 2,000 feet of steel and concrete spanning the Waal, carrying both road and rail traffic, built by the Dutch but now held by Germans who understood its value perfectly. Besterbroetje's orders were clear: guide American forces to the bridge, help them capture it intact before German engineers could detonate the demolition charges that were certainly wired and ready, open the route for XXX Corps to continue north toward Arnhem. The timeline was brutally simple: capture Nijmegen Bridge on September 17th, hold it until XXX Corps arrived, allow British armour to cross and continue to Arnhem by September 18th. But as Besterbroetje watched German machine guns being positioned on the north bank and heard artillery beginning to range on approaches to the bridge, he understood what planners apparently hadn't. This bridge wouldn't fall to hasty assault, wouldn't be taken by paratroopers alone, wouldn't open on the schedule that Market Garden required. The 82nd Airborne Division's mission at Nijmegen was complicated by competing priorities that revealed fundamental confusion in Market Garden's planning. General James Gavin commanded the division with orders to capture and hold the bridge over the Maas River at Grave, accomplished brilliantly on September 17th within hours of landing. He was also ordered to capture Nijmegen Bridge over the Waal River, critical for XXX Corps' advance but heavily defended. He was ordered to secure the Grosbeek Heights, southeast of Nijmegen high ground that dominated the area and whose loss would expose the entire division to German observation and artillery fire. And he was ordered to hold drop zones for subsequent lifts, bringing additional troops and equipment over the operation's first 3 days. 4 major missions for one division meant dispersing forces across a wide area, meant accepting that some missions would be delayed while others were accomplished, meant prioritizing based on commander's judgment rather than clear operational guidance. Gavin chose to secure the Grosbeek Heights first, reasoning that losing the high ground would compromise all other missions, and to approach Nijmegen cautiously rather than rush the bridge with insufficient forces. This decision was professionally sound, reflected proper military judgment about securing flanks before advancing, but it delayed the assault on Nijmegen Bridge by critical hours that would cascade into days of delay. September 17th passed, with American forces approaching Nijmegen but not attacking the bridge. German defenders used those hours to reinforce positions on both sides of the river, to position anti-tank guns covering approaches, to prepare the kind of layered defence that made frontal assault costly. The Valkhof, an ancient fortress dominating the southern approach to the bridge, became a German strongpoint, bristling with machine guns and mortars. Buildings near the bridge were fortified and garrisoned. The bridge itself was swept by interlocking fields of fire that made crossing it suicidal for unsupported infantry. By nightfall, September 17th, what might have been captured by aggressive assault in the operation's first hours had become a prepared position requiring combined arms attack with armour and artillery support that wouldn't arrive until XXX Corps linked up. The delay was measured in hours but would cost days to overcome, would transform bridge capture from tactical problem into operational crisis, would demonstrate how in Market Garden every hour of delay multiplied into strategic consequences. The arrival of British Guards' Armoured Division on September 19th should have resolved the tactical problem. Armour and infantry together could reduce German positions and force the bridge, but it revealed instead a deeper problem of coordination and command relationships. American paratroopers had been fighting for 2 days, had taken casualties, were exhausted and low on ammunition, expected British armour to arrive and immediately assault the bridge. British armour arrived, expecting to be guided to the bridge, but not to assault it without proper reconnaissance, without artillery preparation, without the kind of methodical planning that British doctrine demanded. The resulting conference between American and British commanders generated friction that delayed action even further. General Gavin wanted immediate assault every hour's delay, gave Germans more time to fortify positions or demolish the bridge. Guards Division officers wanted proper preparation. Rushing into unknown defences without reconnaissance was how you lost tanks and accomplished nothing. Both positions were professionally defensible, but they reflected different military cultures, different risk tolerances, different understandings of the operational timeline. Hours evaporated in discussion, in coordination, in the inevitable friction that occurs when Allied forces, with different doctrines, attempt complex operations together. By the time assault was agreed upon and prepared, another day had passed. September 20th was dawning, and the operation was now 3 days old, with Arnhem Bridge still unreached. The assault plan developed for Nijmegen Bridge was audacious, to the point of appearing suicidal. American paratroopers would conduct a daylight river crossing of the Waal under fire to attack the bridge's northern end, while British armour assaulted from the south, squeezing German defenders between simultaneous attacks from both directions. The river crossing would use canvas boats, flimsy, collapsible craft designed for engineering operations, each capable of carrying 13 men, powered by paddles rather than motors, offering no protection against machine gun fire. The Waal at Nijmegen was 400 yards wide, swift-flowing, cold enough that immersion meant hypothermia within minutes. German defenders held the north bank with clear fields of fire across the entire river. The crossing would be made in daylight because coordinating a night crossing was deemed too difficult, because American and British forces needed to see each other to avoid fratricide, because darkness wouldn't hide boats on open water anyway. Every military professional who examined the plan understood it, violated basic principles: don't conduct river crossings under fire, don't use inadequate craft, don't attack in daylight when darkness is available, but every alternative was worse and time was running out. The plan was approved, not because it was good, but because it was the least bad option available given the impossible situation Market Garden had created. September 20th, 1500 hours. Major Julian Cook of the 304th Parachute Infantry Regiment, 82nd Airborne Division, stood with 260 of his men on the southern bank of the Waal, watching British engineers unload 26 canvas boats from trucks. The boats looked inadequate for crossing a river in peacetime, let alone under fire. Fabric stretched over wooden frames, sides maybe 18 inches high, no armour, no power, nothing but paddles and prayers. Cook's men had never trained for river crossings, had never seen these boats before this moment, were about to attempt something that military manuals would classify as near suicide if alternatives existed. Across the river, German positions were clearly visible: machine gun nests, mortar pits, rifle positions, all dug in with clear sight lines across the water. British artillery would provide preparatory fire, would shell German positions for 15 minutes before the crossing began, but everyone knew artillery suppressed rather than destroyed defenders, and that German guns would resume firing as soon as the barrage lifted. Cook looked at his men, veterans of Sicily and Normandy, combat-experienced paratroopers who'd survived multiple battles, and saw the same recognition in their eyes that he felt in his gut. Some of them wouldn't survive the crossing, possibly most of them, but the mission was clear, and alternatives were non-existent, and this was what elite forces did when operations demanded the impossible. The crossing began at 1500 hours with British artillery plastering the north bank, shells marching across German positions in sequence, smoke and dust obscuring the far shore. At 1513 hours, the artillery lifted, and the first wave of boats launched 13 boats, each carrying 13 men, 169 paratroopers paddling toward the north bank, while German defenders recovered from the artillery and began engaging targets on the river. The water erupted with machine gun fire, tracer rounds skipping across the surface, mortar shells bracketing the boats. Some boats were hit immediately, canvas shredded by bullets, men falling wounded or dead, boats swamping and sinking, survivors trying to swim in full combat gear. Other boats made it halfway across before being hit, occupants spilling into water that was stronger than most could swim against even without equipment. The boats that survived to the north bank grounded on muddy shore under direct fire, men scrambling out into German fire, some falling before they reached cover, others making it to the riverbank and beginning to fight their way inland. The first wave suffered 50% casualties before reaching the north bank, half of 169 men killed or wounded in a crossing that took maybe 10 minutes. The second wave launched, knowing what awaited them, watching boats from the first wave floating, abandoned or sinking, seeing bodies in the water, understanding that crossing this river was running a gauntlet where survival was more luck than skill. Major Cook reached the north bank with roughly 50 men from the first two waves, perhaps 1/5 of those who'd started the crossing. They were soaking wet, exhausted from paddling against current and fighting, low on ammunition because crossing in boats meant limiting equipment to what each man could carry. But they were across, and they were elite airborne infantry, and they knew their mission: attack the bridge from the north, while British armour attacked from the south. Cook organised his survivors into assault teams and began pushing toward the German positions defending the bridge approach, fighting through fortified buildings and trench systems, taking casualties but moving forward, because stopping meant the entire operation failed and their friends who died in the crossing died for nothing. The Germans defending the bridge's northern end were SS troops, 10th SS, Panzer Division, reconnaissance elements, experienced and well equipped, but they'd expected to fight from prepared positions against frontal assault, hadn't anticipated American paratroopers attacking from behind, found themselves caught between Cook's force from the north and British armour attacking from the south. The German defence, which had seemed impregnable when concentrated in one direction, became untenable when attacked from both directions simultaneously. By 1700 hours, American paratroopers had overrun German positions on the north bank. By 1800 hours, British tanks were crossing the bridge from the south, link-up was achieved, and Nijmegen Bridge was in Allied hands. The capture of Nijmegen Bridge at 1800 hours on September 20th represented both triumph and tragedy. Triumph in the execution of an extraordinarily difficult assault, tragedy in the time it took to accomplish. The river crossing would later be called one of the most heroic actions of the war, would earn multiple medals for valour, would be studied in military academies as example of what elite forces could accomplish when properly led. But the crossing happened on day 4 of an operation planned for 2 days, happened after delays that consumed the margin of time Arnhem defenders needed to survive, happened too late to affect the outcome of Market Garden regardless of the courage demonstrated. The 48 men killed and 143 wounded in the crossing paid a terrible price to capture a bridge that should have been taken on day 1, whose delayed capture made relief of Arnhem impossible, whose eventual capture came too late to matter strategically. The mathematics were inescapable. Nijmegen was 10 miles from Arnhem, 10 miles that XXX Corps should have covered in hours. But between September 20th at 1800 hours, when the bridge was captured, and September 21st, when the operation effectively failed, those 10 miles remained uncrossed because the operation had run out of time. The decision by British Guards Armoured Division to halt on the north bank of the Waal, rather than immediately continue north toward Arnhem, would generate controversy that persists today. At 1800 hours on September 20th, British tanks had just crossed Nijmegen Bridge, had linked up with American paratroopers who'd made the river crossing, were consolidating positions on the north bank. Ahead lay 10 miles of highway to Arnhem, where British 1st Airborne Division was fighting for survival. Behind lay 3 days of delays, destroyed bridges, German ambushes, and mounting evidence that Market Garden's timeline was fantasy. The decision facing British commanders was whether to push north immediately in gathering darkness, with uncertain German strength ahead, with forces that had been fighting continuously for days, or to halt, consolidate, and advance at dawn with proper preparation. The Guards Division commander chose to halt, citing German resistance ahead, the approach of darkness, the exhaustion of his forces, and proper military doctrine that discouraged armour advances at night. This decision was professionally defensible, reflected prudent judgment about accepting manageable risks rather than catastrophic ones, followed doctrine that had been proven through years of combat, but it also guaranteed that relief of Arnhem wouldn't happen on September 20th, that another night would pass with British paratroopers at Arnhem fighting alone, that the operation's already slim chances of success became effectively zero. The controversy centres on what might have happened if British armour had advanced immediately, 10 miles in darkness against uncertain opposition, possibly arriving at Arnhem late September 20th or early September 21st, possibly in time to relieve Frost's battalion at the bridge, or at least reinforce the shrinking Oosterbeek perimeter, or perhaps advancing into ambush, losing tanks to German anti-tank guns positioned in darkness, suffering casualties that would have crippled the Guards Division without accomplishing anything, because by September 20th, German forces between Nijmegen and Arnhem had established proper defensive positions. The counterfactual is unknowable, but the actual decision is clear. British armour halted, consolidated, prepared to advance at dawn, and by dawn the opportunity, if it ever existed, was gone because the Germans had used the night to strengthen their positions and the British at Arnhem had run out of time. Whether the decision was right or wrong is debatable among military historians. That it ensured Arnhem wouldn't be relieved is factual. The demolition charges wired to Nijmegen Bridge, which everyone expected would be detonated, which would have ended Market Garden immediately by cutting the route to Arnhem permanently, somehow weren't blown despite German defenders having time and opportunity to do so. Theories about why range from plausible to speculative. German engineers might have been killed in the fighting before they could reach the detonators. Command might have been disrupted by the chaos of being attacked from two directions. The charges themselves might have been damaged by artillery fire or sabotaged by Dutch resistance. German commanders might have hesitated to destroy critical infrastructure they hoped to recapture. The most likely explanation is that the simultaneous assault from north and south overwhelmed defenders faster than they could react, that the men responsible for demolition were killed or scattered in the first minutes of fighting, that the bridge was captured before ordered destruction could be executed. But the fact remains that German forces successfully destroyed bridges at Somme and elsewhere when they had warning, successfully defended other positions with great skill, yet somehow failed to demolish Nijmegen Bridge when destroying it would have accomplished German strategic objectives more certainly than any defensive success. The bridge's survival was fortune for Allied forces, but fortune that came too late to affect Market Garden's outcome, a gift whose value was negated by the time required to unwrap it. The American paratroopers who made the Waal crossing would carry the memory for the rest of their lives, the longest minutes they ever experienced, the most terrified they ever felt, the most casualties they took in the shortest time. Veterans of multiple battles described the crossing as worse than anything they'd experienced in Sicily or Normandy. Worse because they were completely exposed with no cover, sitting targets in boats that offered no protection, unable to return fire effectively while paddling, watching friends hit and fall into water and sink beneath the weight of their equipment. Some survivors spoke of it rarely, the memory too painful to revisit. Others spoke of it constantly, needing to process trauma through repetition, through telling the story to anyone who'd listen. All of them understood that what they'd accomplished was extraordinary, that crossing the Waal under fire would be remembered when most other battles were forgotten, that their courage had been tested as severely as courage can be tested and they'd proven themselves. But they also understood that their sacrifice hadn't accomplished what it was supposed to accomplish, that Arnhem fell while they fought at Nijmegen, that the bridge they'd paid so much to capture led nowhere because the operation it was supposed to enable had already failed. The pride of accomplishment mixed with the bitterness of futility, the knowledge that they'd done everything, asked and more, but it hadn't been enough because the operation was impossible from the start. The distance from Nijmegen to Arnhem, 10 miles, measured precisely on maps, seeming so short that closing it should have been trivial, after coming 60 miles from the Belgian border, became the unbridgeable gap where Market Garden died. Not because German defences between Nijmegen and Arnhem were impregnable, not because British forces couldn't fight those final 10 miles, but because time had run out. The operation designed to reach Arnhem in 48 hours took 4 days to reach Nijmegen, and by the time Nijmegen was reached, the forces at Arnhem had been fighting for 4 days without relief, without resupply, without hope. Those 10 miles might as well have been 10,000. The Waal crossing proved that elite forces could accomplish the nearly impossible when led properly and motivated sufficiently. The halt after the crossing proved that accomplishing tactical miracles couldn't overcome operational failures. The bridge at Nijmegen stands today, still carrying traffic across the Waal, memorial to one of the war's most courageous assaults and one of its most frustrating near successes. Near success is still failure, and the men who crossed the Waal understood that better than anyone. They'd done their part perfectly, and it hadn't mattered because too many other parts of Market Garden had failed before they ever reached the river. The race to the Waal was won. The race to Arnhem was lost before it began. And the difference between those two truths is measured in the bodies floating in the Waal, in the American flags planted on the north bank, in the British tanks that crossed at dusk and halted rather than continuing, in the knowledge that courage is necessary but insufficient, that timing matters more than valor, that wars are won by arithmetic rather than heroism. September 19th, 1944, 0600 hours. Major General Roy Urquhart emerged from the attic of a Dutch house on Zwarteweg Street in Arnhem after 40 hours of hiding from German patrols, blinking in the morning light, and discovered that his division no longer existed as a coherent fighting force. While he'd been trapped, unable to command, unable to communicate, reduced to listening to the sounds of battle outside and hoping German soldiers searching the building wouldn't check the attic, his 1st Airborne Division had dissolved into scattered fragments, fighting isolated battles across Arnhem. The careful plan that placed brigades on different routes to the bridge had become chaos when German resistance proved heavier than expected, when radio communications failed completely, when battalions lost contact with each other and with headquarters. Urquhart made his way back to divisional headquarters through streets that German forces now controlled, past burning buildings and dead paratroopers, through a city that should have been liberated but was instead becoming a graveyard. The headquarters staff's faces told him everything before the briefing began. Frost's battalion was holding the bridge but couldn't be reinforced or resupplied. The other battalions attempting to reach Frost were shattered and scattered. German forces were concentrating against the British positions with armour and artillery that the lightly equipped paratroopers had minimal capacity to resist. The division that had landed with 10,000 men 3 days earlier now controlled roughly 1 square mile west of Arnhem in the suburb of Oosterbeek, a perimeter that was shrinking by the hour as German pressure mounted. Urquhart understood immediately what this meant. The offensive had failed, Arnhem Bridge wouldn't be held, and his division's mission had transformed from capture to survival. The establishment of the Oosterbeek perimeter on September 19th was less a tactical decision than an acceptance of reality. British forces couldn't reach Arnhem Bridge where Frost fought, couldn't advance through German positions that had solidified overnight, couldn't execute the offensive mission they'd been assigned because they no longer had the combat power or the communication or the supplies to conduct offensive operations. The perimeter formed around the landing zones for subsequent airdrops because those zones couldn't be abandoned. Reinforcements and supplies would arrive there whether British forces controlled them or not, and around the villages of Oosterbeek Laag and Oosterbeek Hoog, because those positions offered some cover and included buildings that could serve as strong points. The perimeter was roughly 1 mile east to west, 3 miles north to south, along the Rhine River's north bank, contained perhaps 3,400 British troops from various units that had been consolidated as command structure dissolved. It wasn't a position anyone would have chosen, commanded by German positions on higher ground to the north, vulnerable to artillery fire from multiple directions, dependent on a river crossing that Germans controlled from the south bank, offering limited fields of fire and fewer natural obstacles than proper defensive doctrine demanded. But it was the position they had, and elite forces make defensive positions work through improvisation and determination, because the alternative is surrender or annihilation. The German forces pressing against the Oosterbeek perimeter represented 2nd SS Panzer Corps under the command of Obergruppenführer Wilhelm Bittrich, one of the Wehrmacht's most competent commanders, and a man who understood both the tactical situation and its operational implications. Bittrich had 9th and 10th SS Panzer Divisions under his command, both reduced to roughly 30% strength after the fighting in France, but still organised, still led by experienced officers, still equipped with operational armour and sufficient artillery to reduce British positions methodically. He didn't need to rush, didn't need to accept heavy casualties, storming prepared defences, could simply surround the perimeter and squeeze it slowly until British forces collapsed from attrition. The Germans brought forward artillery, including 88mm guns that could fire directly into British positions, 105mm howitzers that could shell from concealed positions, mortars that provided precision fire on specific targets and began the systematic destruction of the perimeter. They positioned snipers who could target anyone who moved during daylight, forcing British soldiers to move only at night or under smoke cover. They used armour to probe for weak points, tanks advancing to draw anti-tank fire that revealed PIT positions which artillery would then target. They conducted limited infantry assaults, not to break through, but to fix British forces in position, to prevent them from shifting to threatened sectors, to inflict steady casualties that accumulated into unsustainable losses. This was siege warfare adapted to 20th century weapons, and the Germans prosecuted it with professional competence that gave British defenders no respite and no hope. The buildings within the Oosterbeek perimeter became fortresses by necessity and tombs by German design. Dutch houses built of brick and stone provided some protection against small arms fire, but were vulnerable to tank guns firing at point-blank range and artillery firing from distance. British defenders barricaded windows with furniture and sandbags, knocked holes through walls to create internal movement routes that didn't expose soldiers to sniper fire, positioned machine guns to cover approaches, dug slit trenches in gardens when ground was suitable. The houses were too close together to prevent infiltration. Germans could approach through gardens and alleys, could get within grenade-throwing distance before defenders could respond, but too dispersed to provide mutual support, meaning each strongpoint fought its own isolated battle. German tactics exploited this weakness by attacking multiple positions simultaneously, forcing British commanders to choose which positions to reinforce and which to abandon, creating situations where reinforcing one strong point meant weakening another. The fighting became intensely personal, room-to-room combat, grenade exchanges through windows, British and German soldiers separated by single walls shooting through the brick, close enough to hear each other breathing, knowing that breakthrough anywhere meant collapse everywhere. The stress was relentless, the exhaustion cumulative, the casualties constant. Kate ter Horst's house, on the western edge of the perimeter, became the symbol of Oosterbeek's suffering and the testament to Dutch civilian courage under conditions that tested every human limit. Ter Horst was a Dutch woman, mother of 5 children, wife of a lawyer who'd gone into hiding to avoid German labour conscription. When British casualties began accumulating with nowhere to treat them, the division's medical personnel was scattered across the perimeter, proper medical facilities didn't exist, supplies were exhausted within days. Ter Horst opened her home as casualty collection point. Within hours, her house held 50 wounded. Within 2 days, 200. By September 22nd, over 300 British soldiers crowded every room, every corridor, the basement, the floors, wounded lying so closely packed that medics had to step between them carefully to reach anyone. Ter Horst and her family moved among the wounded, providing what comfort they could water when water was available, bandages torn from household linens when medical supplies were gone, presents and reassurance when nothing else could be offered. The house was hit repeatedly by German artillery and mortar fire shells penetrating the roof, shrapnel killing wounded men who'd survived initial wounding, walls collapsing under bombardment, but Ter Horst refused to evacuate, refused to abandon the wounded who couldn't move, continued her work while the building disintegrated around her. She would later be called the Angel of Arnhem, recognition that couldn't capture what she'd endured or what the wounded in her house experienced during those days when morphine was exhausted and surgery was performed without anesthesia and men died from wounds that would have been survivable with proper medical care. The medical situation within the perimeter deteriorated from dire to catastrophic as the siege progressed. British medical officers faced conditions that hadn't been seen in Western armies since the previous World War: mass casualties without supplies, infections without antibiotics, amputations without proper instruments, deaths from treatable conditions because treatment was impossible. Morphine was exhausted by September 21st, forcing medics to perform surgery and treat traumatic wounds with nothing but aspirin and whiskey for pain management. Plasma for transfusions ran out early, meaning soldiers who would have survived with blood replacement died from hypovolemic shock. Bandages were washed and reused because new bandages weren't available. Surgical instruments were sterilised by boiling when sterilisation was possible and used dirty when it wasn't, because not using them meant not treating wounds at all. Medics made triage decisions based not on severity of wounds but on availability of supplies. Compound fractures went untreated because setting them required materials that didn't exist. Abdominal wounds were given morphine and left to die because surgery without proper instruments and anaesthesia was torture rather than treatment. The doctors and medics worked beyond exhaustion, beyond their training, beyond what human beings should be asked to endure, operating by candlelight in basements while shells hit overhead, amputating limbs with soldiers held down by their comrades because anaesthesia was gone, watching men die from wounds they knew how to treat but couldn't because they lacked the basic supplies that any proper medical facility would have in abundance. The wounded understood their situation, understood that being wounded severely meant dying slowly, that medics were doing everything possible with nothing available, that survival was more about luck than treatment. Some wounded asked not to be treated, asked for morphine to ease the end when morphine was available, accepted death with composure that haunted the medics who had to honour those requests. The supply drops that were supposed to sustain British forces became one of Market Garden's cruelest ironies. RAF transport crews flew missions every day from September 18th onward, brave men in vulnerable aircraft flying through German anti-aircraft fire that grew more intense each day as Germans brought forward more flak guns and learned the timing of supply flights. The aircrews could see the situation on the ground, could see the shrinking British perimeter, could see German forces surrounding it, could see that the designated drop zones were in German hands, but they couldn't communicate with British forces on the ground to receive updated coordinates because radios didn't work. RAF doctrine required dropping supplies on designated zones marked by coloured panels, and some drop zones still showed those panels even though Germans now controlled them and were using captured panels to draw supply drops. The result was tragedy repeated daily. British paratroopers watching desperately needed supplies falling from the sky directly into German hands, RAF crews being shot down by flak while delivering supplies that would never reach their intended recipients, supplies that did land near British positions being scattered across such wide areas that recovery under fire was impossible. Over 9 days, the RAF conducted 163 supply sorties to Arnhem, losing 41 aircraft destroyed and 42 damaged, 92 aircrew killed, to deliver supplies of which only 10% reached British forces. 90% of drops fell into German hands: ammunition, medical supplies, food, radio batteries, everything the perimeter desperately needed being collected by the enemy who was besieging them. The British could hear the aircraft overhead, could see parachutes blossoming, could watch supplies drifting down beyond their reach, while German soldiers casually gathered what fell in their territory. The psychological impact was devastating, knowing help was coming but couldn't reach them, watching comrades die for lack of supplies that were arriving but unusable, understanding that the RAF was suffering casualties to deliver aid that German defenders would use against the perimeter. The Polish 1st Independent Parachute Brigade's drop on September 21st added tragedy to catastrophe. General Sosabowski's 1,500 paratroopers were supposed to drop south of the Rhine near Driel to reinforce the British perimeter, but weather delays and changing drop zones created confusion that resulted in the Poles dropping under heavy German fire with 25% casualties before they even landed. Those who landed safely found themselves on the wrong side of the Rhine from British forces they were supposed to reinforce, separated by 600 yards of river that Germans controlled from both banks, unable to cross in daylight and lacking boats for night crossing. Sosabowski attempted to organize ferry operations using whatever boats could be found, sent parties of Poles across the river in small groups at night, but the operation was improvised and dangerous and accomplished little because moving troops across a major river under fire without proper equipment was impossible. The Poles, who did reach the North Bank, reinforced the perimeter's southern edge, but represented perhaps 200 men out of 1,500, too few to affect the battle's outcome, enough to share in the disaster. Sosabowski, who'd warned before the operation that the plan was suicidal, found his warnings vindicated in the worst possible way by watching his brigade destroyed, attempting to execute a mission that was operationally impossible. The Poles fought with the desperation of men who'd already lost their country once and refused to lose again, who'd waited 4 years for this chance to fight Germans, who brought to Oosterbeek a fury born of occupation and exile, but fury couldn't overcome arithmetic, courage couldn't replace supplies, and determination couldn't change the fundamental impossibility of reinforcing a surrounded force across a major river without proper equipment or support. The sound environment within the Oosterbeek perimeter became its own form of psychological warfare. German artillery fired on schedules, intense bombardments in morning and evening, sporadic fire throughout the day, sufficient to prevent sleep but not constant enough to allow adjustment designed to maximize stress and minimize ammunition expenditure. The whistle of incoming shells, the crash of explosions, the screams of wounded, the collapse of buildings, all blended into constant noise that made thought difficult and rest impossible. Mortar fire was particularly terrifying because the weapons were short-range and high-angle, meaning shells appeared suddenly with minimal warning, could land anywhere within the perimeter, created situations where no position was safe from indirect fire. Snipers added their own terror, the crack of rifle fire, the thud of bullet impact, casualties from invisible shooters who could be anywhere, forcing constant vigilance that exhausted soldiers already at the limits of endurance. The German self-propelled guns, armoured vehicles mounting large caliber guns could fire directly into British positions from ranges where PIAT teams couldn't respond effectively, could demolish buildings by firing high explosive shells through walls, could force evacuation of positions simply by targeting them systematically. The noise never stopped completely, never allowed the deep rest that combat soldiers need to maintain effectiveness, created cumulative exhaustion that degraded performance even among elite troops. Some men stopped flinching at explosions, not from courage but from exhaustion so profound that their nervous systems couldn't maintain alertness. Others developed the thousand-yard stare that combat veterans recognize, eyes that see everything and nothing, expressions that show awareness without emotion, the look of men who've been pushed beyond psychological limits and are operating on training and discipline alone. By September 24th, 7 days into an operation planned for 3 days, the Oosterbeek perimeter had contracted to less than 1 square mile, contained perhaps 1,500 effective combatants out of 10,000 who'd landed, was consuming its final supplies with no prospect of resupply, and was awaiting either relief that everyone knew wouldn't arrive or orders to withdraw that hadn't yet been issued because issuing them meant admitting defeat. The soldiers in the perimeter understood their situation, understood they were surrounded, that relief attempts had failed, that continuation of the battle served no strategic purpose, but they continued fighting because soldiers don't surrender while they can fight, because orders were to hold until relieved or ordered otherwise, because maintaining the perimeter at least prevented Germans from using those forces elsewhere, even if it accomplished nothing positive. The fatalism was complete and explicit, men writing final letters to families they expected never to see again, disposing of personal items so they wouldn't be looted from corpses, making peace with death in whatever ways their backgrounds and beliefs provided. Some found comfort in religion, attending services conducted by chaplains in buildings that might be hit by artillery at any moment. Others found comfort in dark humour, the gallows jokes that soldiers used to acknowledge mortality while maintaining sanity. Some simply stopped thinking about the future beyond the next hour, living entirely in the present because the future was unknowable and probably brief. The perimeter held not because holding was tactically advantageous, but because British airborne forces were conditioned to hold regardless of circumstances, to refuse defeat even when defeat was inevitable, to maintain discipline and cohesion until explicitly ordered otherwise. They were fighting for each other now, not for objectives or strategies, fighting because the men next to them were fighting, holding because everyone else was holding, surviving, because surrendering felt like abandoning comrades even when survival was impossible. The civilians trapped within the perimeter suffered equally, though they received less attention in military histories focused on combatants. Dutch families who'd celebrated liberation on September 17th found themselves trapped in a combat zone by September 20th, unable to evacuate because Germans controlled all routes out, unable to stay safely because their homes were being destroyed in the fighting. Some families sheltered in basements, emerged between bombardments to find their houses damaged or demolished, moved to other buildings that might last another day before being targeted. Children who should have been in school were instead huddled in cellars, listening to artillery, learning vocabulary. No child should know the difference between outgoing and incoming fire, what caliber creates, what sound, how to judge when explosion is close enough to be dangerous. Old people who'd survived the First World War and the 1930s depression and 4 years of German occupation found themselves dying from starvation or wounds or simply exhaustion in what was supposed to be their liberation. The Dutch civilians couldn't leave and couldn't stay safely and couldn't help the British soldiers fighting in their streets and gardens, except by sharing what little food and water they had, by allowing their houses to be used as strong points, by treating British wounded when British medics were overwhelmed, by maintaining humanity in conditions designed to destroy it. Some civilians died alongside the soldiers, killed by artillery that didn't discriminate, buried in gardens because cemeteries were inaccessible. Others survived to face German retribution after British forces withdrew, accused of collaboration for helping British soldiers, punished for celebrating liberation too soon. The liberation of Oosterbeek lasted exactly as long as British forces held the perimeter 1 week, then reversed into renewed occupation that was harsher than before because Germans now knew the civilians had welcomed the British. The perimeter's final days saw heroism so routine, it became mundane, medics treating wounded under fire without comment, soldiers sharing final rations with comrades who needed them more, junior officers assuming command when seniors were killed and executing those duties as if they'd trained for them forever, wounded men refusing evacuation so unwounded men could continue fighting, acts of courage so common they weren't remarkable within the perimeter, even though they'd earned medals in normal circumstances. This was what elite units did when pushed beyond breaking point. They didn't break, they adapted, they continued functioning, because function was so ingrained that even catastrophic circumstances couldn't fully destroy it. But elite or not, human beings have limits, and by September 25th those limits had been reached. Ammunition was exhausted, rifles with 5 or 10 rounds when they'd started with 150, machine guns rationing final belts, PA teams with no rockets, soldiers preparing bayonets, because that's all they'd have left when the ammunition ran completely out. Food was gone, the last rations consumed on September 24th. Water was scarce because the pumping stations were destroyed or in German hands. Soldiers were operating on empty stomachs with cotton mouths, burning their final reserves of strength. Sleep was impossible, too much noise, too much danger, too much responsibility. Soldiers operating on cumulative sleep debt measured in days, judgment impaired by exhaustion, reaction times slowing, the edge that kept them alive gradually dulling. The wounded outnumbered the unwounded in some positions. Men too injured to fight, but too lightly wounded to be evacuated, lying in positions adding nothing but mouths to feed and bodies to protect. The perimeter was dying from within as surely as from German attack, collapsing under the accumulated weight of casualty and exhaustion and despair even before German forces administered the final blow. The order to withdraw, when it finally came on September 25th, felt less like defeat than mercy, permission to stop doing the impossible and accept that impossible means impossible, regardless of how courageously you attempt it. The cauldron had boiled the division down to its essence, had tested every man's limits and found those limits were higher than anyone expected but still finite, had demonstrated that courage is necessary but insufficient when operational realities make success unachievable. The withdrawal would come, and most men in the perimeter would be left behind dead or captured, but those who escaped would carry Oosterbeek with them forever, would judge every subsequent hardship against those 9 days when they held an impossible position in an impossible operation and discovered that sometimes doing everything right still produces disaster. September 22nd, 1944, 0800 hours. Brigadier Hubert SMA, commanding the British 130th Infantry Brigade of 43rd Wessex Division, studied the flat, waterlogged Dutch polder stretching north from Nijmegen toward Arnhem, and understood that the 10 miles separating his brigade from the trapped British airborne forces might as well be 10,000. XXX Corps had finally crossed the Waal River at Nijmegen 2 days earlier, had consolidated on the north bank, and was now attempting to punch through to Arnhem to relieve 1st Airborne Division. But the terrain was nightmare for armour and infantry alike. Flat polder land crisscrossed with drainage ditches, elevated dikes that channeled all movement onto predictable routes, scattered farms and small villages that German forces had fortified overnight, open ground that offered no cover, and perfect fields of fire for defenders. German forces had used the 36 hours since Nijmegen's fall to establish proper defensive line along the Arnhem-Nijmegen road, had positioned anti-tank guns on every piece of high ground, had registered artillery on every approach route, had created defensive system where attacking forces would be visible for miles and vulnerable throughout their advance. SMA's brigade would attack that morning, would attempt to break through to Arnhem, would discover that the final 10 miles of Market Garden were defended more heavily than the previous 54, would learn that German forces had no intention of allowing relief of the surrounded British paratroopers, would pay in casualties for every yard gained until the advance stalled and the relief attempt failed and the men at Arnhem were left to their fate. The German defensive line between Nijmegen and Arnhem was not continuous trench system, but series of strong points positioned to dominate key terrain, the villages of Ressen, Elst, and Oosterhout, the elevated railroad embankment running parallel to the highway, the scattered farms and orchards that provided cover for anti-tank guns and machine gun positions. German commanders understood they didn't need to hold everywhere, just needed to hold enough places to prevent British breakthrough, needed to delay relief long enough that the surrounded British forces at Arnhem would be destroyed before help arrived. The defenders were mixed quality, some SS troops from units that had been fighting since September 17th, some regular Wehrmacht infantry brought in as reinforcements, some Luftwaffe ground personnel and naval units scraped together from rear areas, even some impressed Dutch Nazi collaborators whose combat value was questionable but who knew the terrain intimately. What they lacked in uniform quality, they compensated for with defensive advantage, with superior observation from elevated positions, with pre-registered artillery that could be called on any coordinate within minutes, with the understanding that every hour they delayed British advance was another hour the forces at Arnhem grew weaker. The Germans didn't need to win tactically, just needed to not lose long enough that British forces at Arnhem couldn't hold out, and that mission played to every advantage defenders possess. The attack began at 0800 hours, with British artillery bombardment that was impressive in volume but ineffective in result because German defenders were dispersed and dug in, because artillery can suppress but rarely destroys prepared positions, because the Germans simply waited out the bombardment, then resumed defensive positions when it lifted. British infantry and armour advanced from Nijmegen along the main highway and through the polder on both sides, immediately discovering that polder that looked solid on maps was waterlogged in reality, that vehicles leaving roads sank into soft ground within yards, that infantry advancing cross-country moved slowly through mud that clung to boots and exhausted men who were already tired from days of combat. German anti-tank fire engaged British armour at maximum range. The flat terrain meant sight lines extended thousands of yards, meant German 88mm guns could destroy British Shermans before British tanks could close to effective range for their own 75mm guns. The first British tanks hit exploded or burned, blocking the highway, forcing following vehicles to manoeuvre into polder where they bogged down or presented flank shots to German gunners. Infantry attempting to flank German positions found themselves advancing across open ground under machine gun fire, taking casualties for minimal gain, discovering that every ditch and hedgerow concealed German positions that had to be cleared individually. The advance that was supposed to cover 10 miles in hours was measuring progress in hundreds of yards per day, was consuming combat power faster than ground was gained, was demonstrating that the final miles to Arnhem were more heavily contested than anything XXX Corps had encountered in the previous week. The village of Elst, sitting astride the main highway halfway between Nijmegen and Arnhem, became the focal point of British relief attempts and the anchor of German defence. Elst was small, perhaps 2,000 inhabitants, a church, a few dozen buildings, a crossroads that controlled access to both the highway and the railroad, but it dominated the terrain, and whoever held Elst controlled the approach to Arnhem. German forces fortified every building, positioned anti-tank guns to cover all approaches, registered mortar and artillery fire on every street, created a killing zone where British forces attacking from Nijmegen would be engaged from the moment they entered the village until they cleared the last building or retreated. British attacks on Elst on September 22nd and 23rd followed patterns that became grimly familiar: artillery preparation, infantry assault, house-to-house fighting, temporary success followed by German counterattack, withdrawal to starting positions, casualties mounting for minimal territorial gain. The British would capture part of Elst, then lose it to counterattack, would fight through the same streets multiple times, would clear buildings that Germans would reoccupy during the night, would experience the frustration of knowing they were 5 miles from Arnhem but unable to advance those final 5 miles because Elst blocked the route and Elst wouldn't fall. German defenders in Elst understood the strategic importance of their position, understood that every hour they held was another hour. The British at Arnhem weakened, fought with determination born of knowing their mission was defensive, and defence was always easier than attack. The battle for Elst consumed 2 days, cost over 500 British casualties, ended with the village partially controlled by both sides and the route to Arnhem still blocked. The Polish attempts to cross the Rhine and reinforce the Oosterbeek perimeter from September 22nd through 24th represented courage, bordering on desperation and futility equal to any aspect of Market Garden. General Sosabowski's Poles were south of the Rhine in Driel, could see the British perimeter across 600 yards of river, could hear the fighting, wanted desperately to reinforce but lacked boats for crossing, and faced German positions on both banks that made any crossing attempt suicidal. British engineers on the north bank tried to organise crossings using whatever boats could be found: local fishing boats, damaged assault boats, improvised rafts made from materials scavenged from destroyed buildings. But the Rhine was swift-flowing, the crossing points were under German observation, and fire and darkness provided only partial concealment. The first crossing attempt on the night of September 22nd got perhaps 50 poles across before German fire destroyed most boats and forced termination of the operation. Subsequent attempts on September 23rd and 24th achieved similar results: small numbers of poles reaching the north bank, most boats sunk or destroyed, Polish casualties mounting for minimal reinforcement of a perimeter that needed thousands of fresh troops, not dozens. The Poles who did reach the north bank fought alongside British paratroopers in the perimeter's southern sector, shared the same shortages of ammunition and food and medical supplies, suffered the same artillery bombardment, died in the same hopeless defence. Sosabowski watched his brigade being consumed piecemeal in operations that were brave but pointless, that sacrificed Polish lives for no strategic gain, that validated every warning he'd given before Market Garden about the operation's impossibility. The Rhine, that should have been the gateway to Germany's defeat, became instead the barrier that isolated British forces from relief, the moat around the fortress that couldn't be breached. The final proof that Market Garden's timeline was fantasy and its objectives unachievable. The British artillery support for the trapped forces at Arnhem was continuous and professional, but ultimately insufficient to affect the battle's outcome. Artillery batteries south of the Rhine fired in support of the Oosterbeek perimeter throughout the siege, putting shells on German positions that British observers could identify, providing the only fire support available to troops who had no armour or heavy weapons of their own. But artillery firing blind without forward observers who could see impact and adjust fire was imprecise at best, and the radio failures that plagued the entire operation meant most artillery support was fired on pre-planned coordinates rather than directed at specific threats. British gunners could hear the battle across the river, could calculate rough positions based on sound, could provide harassment fire that made German operations more difficult, but couldn't provide the precision fire support that would have allowed surrounded forces to repel attacks or create conditions for breakout. The artillery support was appreciated by men in the perimeter, provided psychological comfort of knowing someone was trying to help, occasionally caught German forces in the open and inflicted casualties, but couldn't change the fundamental reality that surrounded forces without resupply were doomed regardless of how much artillery fired on their behalf. The guns fired thousands of rounds supporting Arnhem, exhausted their ammunition stockpiles, wore out their barrels from continuous firing, accomplished everything artillery could accomplish from 10 miles away. And it wasn't enough because artillery alone never wins battles, just makes them more survivable for troops it supports. The decision-making at senior levels during the relief attempts revealed both the determination to complete Market Garden and the growing recognition that completion was impossible. General Horrocks, commanding XXX Corps, pressed attacks toward Arnhem with every available unit, committed reserves as they became available, ordered repeated assaults on German positions that had already repelled multiple attacks, because abandoning the relief effort meant abandoning 10,000 British paratroopers to death or capture. General Dempsey, commanding British Second Army, reinforced XXX Corps with additional divisions, authorised commitment of resources that were needed elsewhere, maintained offensive pressure despite mounting casualties and minimal gains, because calling off the relief attempt required admitting that Market Garden had failed and that admission had political and strategic consequences beyond the immediate military situation. But by September 24th, 7 days into a 3-day operation, with British forces at Arnhem reduced to 1,500 effective troops surrounded in a square mile of Oosterbeek, with German defences between Nijmegen and Arnhem solidifying rather than weakening, the decision-makers faced reality that had been evident for days to anyone at ground level. Relief wasn't going to happen, the forces at Arnhem couldn't hold indefinitely, and continuation of relief attempts was consuming forces that Market Garden's failure would require elsewhere. The conversation shifted from when can we reach Arnhem to how do we extract whoever's left, from offensive to damage control, from determination to desperation. The view from German perspective during the relief attempts showed professional defensive operations executed by forces that understood their tactical advantages and exploited them efficiently. German commanders didn't attempt to destroy British relief forces. They lacked the strength for major counteroffensives, but they didn't need to destroy, only to delay. Every village that required house-to-house fighting consumed hours or days. Every defensive position that channeled British armour onto predictable routes created opportunities for anti-tank ambush. Every German artillery barrage that forced British forces to take cover gained time, measured in minutes, that accumulated into hours, then days. The Germans were fighting economy of force operations, using minimal forces to achieve maximum delay, trading ground grudgingly when forced to, counterattacking to reclaim key positions, maintaining coherent defence despite being outnumbered, making British relief forces pay disproportionate price for every yard gained. This was professional military excellence in defensive operations, the kind of fighting that Wehrmacht forces had perfected on the Eastern Front against an enemy far more powerful than British forces in the Netherlands, the demonstration that reduced strength German units could still fight effectively when properly led and positioned. The Germans, between Nijmegen and Arnhem, didn't just prevent British relief of Arnhem, they demonstrated that Market Garden's fundamental assumption that German forces were too weak to resist effectively was completely wrong, that Wehrmacht resilience exceeded Allied expectations, that the operation had been planned based on wishful thinking rather than realistic assessment. The final British attempt to break through to Arnhem came on September 24th with commitment of British 43rd Wessex Division's full weight against German positions at Elst, a last desperate push to open the road before acknowledging that opening it was impossible. The attack followed standard British doctrine, thorough artillery preparation, infantry assault supported by armour, consolidation of gains before pushing forward, but standard doctrine was insufficient against prepared defence in favourable terrain. British forces captured portions of Elst, pushed beyond the village toward Arnhem, advanced to within 3 miles of the Oosterbeek perimeter before German counterattacks drove them back, before casualties became unsustainable, before unit cohesion began breaking under the strain of continuous combat. By evening September 24th, the attack had stalled. Forward elements were consolidating positions they couldn't advance from. Casualties had reduced battalion strengths to company sizes, and everyone from riflemen to division commanders understood that Arnhem wasn't going to be relieved, that the operation had failed, that the men in the Oosterbeek perimeter had fought their last battle. The 10 miles from Nijmegen to Arnhem remained contested, remained partially in German hands, remained the unbridgeable gap where Market Garden died. Those 10 miles cost over 1,500 British casualties in relief attempts, consumed 3 divisions' combat power in operations that achieved nothing beyond demonstrating that achievement was impossible, stand as testament to how operational failures cascade into tactical impossibilities, how strategic mistakes made at planning level manifest as blood and futility at execution level. The soldiers attempting the relief knew they were fighting for men who were dying while they advanced too slowly, knew their comrades at Arnhem were suffering conditions beyond imagination while they measured progress in yards, knew that every delay meant more paratroopers dead or captured, and that knowledge added psychological burden to physical exhaustion. Some soldiers pushed harder than was tactically sound because they knew someone was counting on them, took unnecessary risks because speed seemed more important than caution, died in attacks that proper doctrine would have called off because slowing down felt like abandoning comrades. Officers made decisions that balanced tactical reality against moral imperative, ordered attacks they knew might fail because not ordering them felt like giving up, maintained offensive pressure despite casualties because cessation of effort equaled abandonment of men who'd been fighting for weeks. The relief attempts failed, but they weren't pointless. They demonstrated commitment to surrounded forces. They tied down German units that could have been used to destroy the Oosterbeek perimeter faster. They provided psychological support to men in the perimeter who could hear British artillery and knew relief was being attempted, even if it never arrived. But demonstration of commitment doesn't change outcomes when outcomes are determined by operational mathematics, when the forces required to break through exceed the forces available, when the time available is consumed before objectives are reached. The relief failed because it had to fail, because Market Garden's design made failure inevitable, because 10 miles might as well be 10,000 when defended by determined enemy with terrain advantage against attackers who are exhausted and overextended and operating at the end of impossibly long supply line. The failure of relief was Market Garden's final proof that the operation never had realistic chance of success, that tactical excellence couldn't overcome operational impossibility, that courage and determination are necessary but insufficient when confronting reality's arithmetic. 10 miles from hell was still hell for everyone involved, just different forms of hell, the surrounded enduring siege, the relievers enduring futility, both suffering equally though their circumstances differed, both learning the same lesson about what happens when military operations demand the impossible and soldiers attempt it anyway. September 25th, 1944, 1400 hours. In a farmhouse south of the Rhine near Driel, senior Allied commanders gathered for what military histories would later call the final conference, the moment when Market Garden's architects acknowledged what ground-level soldiers had known for days. The operation had failed, relief of Arnhem was impossible, and continuation of attacks served no purpose beyond accumulating casualties. Lieutenant General Brian Horrocks sat with maps spread before him, showing the Oosterbeek perimeter shrinking daily, showing German defensive positions between Nijmegen and Arnhem that hadn't weakened despite 5 days of attacks, showing the arithmetic that made relief mathematically impossible given available forces and available time. General Urquhart's reports from inside the perimeter described 1,500 men still fighting, ammunition exhausted, food gone, medical supplies non-existent, wounded dying from treatable injuries, German pressure mounting hourly. The conference participants understood they faced binary choice: order withdrawal while enough troops remained alive to evacuate, or continue attacking until German forces overran the perimeter completely and captured or killed everyone. This was the moment, the inflection point, where determination became obstinacy, where refusing to quit transformed from courage to foolishness, where leaders had to acknowledge that some battles can't be won, regardless of how bravely they're fought. But this moment of recognition came 7 days too late. After 10,000 men had jumped into Holland expecting relief in 48 hours, after thousands had died or been captured holding objectives that couldn't be exploited, after Market Garden had consumed resources and lives and credibility in an operation that military analysis now suggests was never viable. The turning point that might have prevented disaster had passed unrecognized during planning, when warnings were dismissed, when intelligence was ignored, when optimism overrode analysis. This conference wasn't a turning point, but an acknowledgement that all turning points had been missed. The counterfactual analysis that military historians conduct endlessly about Market Garden centers on identifying moments when different decisions might have produced different outcomes, when the operation's trajectory could have been altered, when success remained theoretically possible. Could the operation have succeeded if British 1st Airborne had landed directly on Arnhem Bridge instead of 8 miles away? Possibly, though landing on the bridge meant accepting higher casualties during the drop from anti-aircraft fire and unsuitability of terrain, meant gambling that the surprise gained would offset the losses incurred. The decision to land away from the bridge reflected reasonable risk assessment, prioritising survival of the force over immediate objective seizure, but it surrendered the element of surprise that made airborne operations effective and gave German forces hours to respond. Could success have been achieved if Nijmegen Bridge had been taken on September 17th instead of September 20th? Almost certainly the timeline would have improved. XXX Corps would have reached Arnhem area faster, but faster doesn't mean fast enough. And German forces were establishing defences throughout the corridor, regardless of when specific bridges fell. Could the operation have worked if radio communications had functioned properly? Better communications would have improved coordination, would have prevented some tactical failures, but couldn't change the fundamental problems of single-axis advance through contested territory, or the stretched supply line, or the German forces that intelligence had dismissed as negligible. Each counterfactual represents a thread that could have been pulled differently, but pulling one thread doesn't necessarily change the tapestry when the design is fundamentally flawed. The intelligence failures that preceded and plagued Market Garden deserve examination not as individual mistakes, but as systemic failure of assessment and analysis. Major Brian Urquhart's reconnaissance photographs showing German armour near Arnhem were dismissed not because the photographs were unclear, but because accepting what they showed contradicted the operational narrative that German forces were beaten. Dutch resistance reports describing German strength in the corridor were discounted as exaggeration, not because resistance sources were unreliable, but because acknowledging their accuracy meant acknowledging the operation was too risky. Ultra intercepts, clearly identifying 9th and 10th SS Panzer divisions refitting near Arnhem, were noted, then rationalised away. Yes, those divisions were present, but they were reduced strength, they were withdrawing to Germany, they wouldn't interfere with airborne operations. Each rationalisation individually plausible, but collectively representing willful blindness. The intelligence was available, was accurate, was distributed to decision makers who chose to interpret it through the lens of what they wanted to believe rather than what the evidence suggested. This wasn't conspiracy or incompetence, but cognitive bias at institutional scale, confirmation bias that sought evidence supporting predetermined conclusions while dismissing evidence that contradicted those conclusions, optimism bias that assumed best-case scenarios while ignoring base rates showing most operations encounter significant friction, commitment bias that made cancellation psychologically impossible once resources were committed and expectations were raised. Intelligence systems exist to prevent exactly these biases, to provide objective assessment that challenges rather than confirms assumptions. But those systems function only when decision makers are willing to receive unwelcome information and adjust plans accordingly. Market Garden proceeded because commanders wanted it to succeed more than they wanted accurate assessment of its chances. Because admitting the intelligence suggested failure meant cancelling an operation that senior leaders had staked their reputations on, because the institutional pressure to proceed exceeded the institutional capacity to acknowledge doubt. The logistical impossibility that became apparent during Market Garden's execution was foreseeable through basic arithmetic that apparently no one conducted or no one with authority took seriously. XXX Corps consumed approximately 2,000 tons of supplies, daily fuel, ammunition, food, replacement parts, medical supplies, everything an armoured corps needed to sustain operations. Those supplies had to flow from Normandy beaches through 450 miles of damaged French infrastructure, through Belgium where ports weren't yet functioning, up a single highway through the Netherlands that was under German attack. Simple calculation shows that sustaining XXX Corps at Arnhem, 64 miles beyond Nijmegen, through a supply line that was being cut repeatedly, while simultaneously sustaining defensive operations along the corridor and supporting 3.5 airborne divisions, required logistics capacity that didn't exist. Even if Arnhem had been reached, even if the bridge had been held, even if breakthrough into Germany had been achieved, the forces making that breakthrough couldn't have been sustained because the supply line was already strained supporting forces that hadn't broken through. The Antwerp port that could have solved these logistics problems sat captured but unusable because the Scheldt estuary remained in German hands, wouldn't open until late November, 2 months after Market Garden. The operation was designed around getting to Arnhem quickly, but no one apparently planned for what would happen after reaching Arnhem, how forces would be sustained, how breakthrough would be exploited, how strategic victory would be converted from captured bridges into actual advance into Germany. Market Garden was a plan to reach a destination, with no plan for what to do after arrival, an operation that defined success as bridge capture without acknowledging that bridges are means rather than ends, that reaching the Rhine mattered only if forces could cross it and advance beyond it, and sustain that advance against German counterattacks. The logistical impossibility meant that even perfect tactical execution couldn't produce strategic success, because the operation's design didn't include the logistics to exploit tactical success. The command decisions that shaped Market Garden reveal both the strengths and weaknesses of Allied military leadership in autumn 1944. Field Marshal Montgomery's insistence on the narrow thrust strategy reflected legitimate strategic thinking. Concentration of force can achieve breakthrough where dispersion produces stalemate, but his conviction that German forces were beaten led him to design an operation that assumed minimal resistance and rapid advance. General Eisenhower's approval of Market Garden, despite reservations, reflected political pressure to end the war quickly, British pressure to support Montgomery's strategy, and perhaps the reasonable calculation that bold operations sometimes succeed despite seeming risky. General Browning's famous observation about a bridge too far demonstrated awareness of the operation's risks, but didn't prevent him from implementing it, because identifying risks isn't the same as preventing operations that accept those risks. The junior commanders, Gavin, Taylor, Urquhart, Frost, executed their missions with professional competence, adapted to circumstances as they developed, demonstrated tactical excellence that couldn't overcome operational failures. The command decisions weren't uniformly bad. Market Garden reflected legitimate strategic thinking about how to end the war, incorporated lessons from previous airborne operations, utilized elite forces appropriately, but the decisions were made in an environment where optimism was rewarded and caution was punished, where questioning the operation's viability marked you as lacking aggressive spirit, where institutional pressure drove toward approval rather than rigorous assessment. Good commanders made bad decisions not because they were incompetent, but because the decision-making environment rewarded boldness over prudence, because the desire to end the war quickly overwhelmed the analytical rigor that should have identified the operation's flaws, because military organizations under pressure to succeed sometimes convince themselves that wanting something badly enough makes it achievable. The comparison between Market Garden and successful Allied operations highlights what made this operation different and why it failed when others succeeded. Normandy succeeded despite enormous risks because it received 18 months of planning, because logistics were carefully calculated, because intelligence was meticulously gathered and honestly assessed, because contingency plans existed for predictable problems, because the operation's timeline included slack for inevitable delays. The Rhine crossing in March 1945 succeeded because it used overwhelming force on multiple axes, because supply lines were shorter and more secure, because German forces by then were genuinely collapsing rather than merely retreating. Market Garden received 7 days of planning, assumed rather than calculated logistics, dismissed intelligence that contradicted optimistic assumptions, had no meaningful contingency plans, and included no slack in a timeline that assumed everything would work perfectly. The difference between Market Garden and successful operations wasn't the quality of troops. The paratroopers and armour at Market Garden were as good as any forces in the war, but the quality of planning and the realism of assessment. Good troops executing bad plans produce disasters, as surely as bad troops executing good plans, and Market Garden gave excellent troops an impossible mission designed in haste, based on wishful thinking. The operation's failure doesn't diminish the courage or competence of the men who fought it, but rather highlights how much military success depends on sound operational design, how tactical excellence can't compensate for strategic failure, how individual valour is wasted when operational planning is inadequate. The Dutch civilian perspective on Market Garden adds dimension that purely military histories often miss. The operation was supposed to liberate the Netherlands, to free Dutch civilians from 4 years of German occupation, to restore freedom and democracy and normal life. For the civilians in Eindhoven, Nijmegen, and other southern towns, liberation was real and permanent. German forces never recaptured those areas. Life under Allied administration was incomparably better than life under German occupation. September 1944 genuinely marked the end of their war. But for civilians in Arnhem and surrounding areas, September brought false hope, followed by renewed suffering. They celebrated on September 17th when British paratroopers landed, emerged from their homes, waving orange flags, shared food and information with liberating forces, believed their ordeal was ending. By September 25th, when British forces withdrew, they faced German retaliation for having welcomed the British, faced German troops who were angry about casualties and defeats, faced renewed occupation that was harsher because Germans now knew the civilian population was actively hostile. The hunger winter of 1944 through 45 killed approximately 20,000 Dutch civilians in areas that remained under German control, deaths partly attributable to German reprisals and resource extraction accelerated by Market Garden's failure. The Dutch paid for Market Garden in ways that don't appear in military casualty statistics, paid with their homes destroyed in fighting, paid with their food confiscated by occupiers, paid with their loved ones executed as examples, paid with months of additional suffering that liberation should have prevented. From Dutch perspective, Market Garden wasn't bold gamble that failed, but catastrophe that brought destruction to their country while accomplishing nothing, that made them victims of both sides' military operations, that demonstrated the costs civilians pay when military operations are conducted in populated areas without regard for civilian consequences. The question of accountability for Market Garden's failure was never properly resolved because assigning blame required acknowledging the operation was badly conceived and acknowledging that threatened reputations and relationships that Allied leadership couldn't afford to damage while the war continued. Field Marshal Montgomery never accepted responsibility, famously claimed the operation was 90% successful based on territory captured south of Arnhem, defended his strategic thinking while attributing tactical failures to insufficient priority given to his sector. General Browning's reputation suffered, but he retained command, continued serving through the war's end, though the bridge too far comment haunted him as evidence he'd known the operation was flawed but proceeded anyway. General Urquhart received no formal censure for 1st Airborne Division's destruction but never commanded in combat again. His career effectively ended by an operation whose failures weren't his responsibility. General Sosabowski was actually blamed for the operation's failure, was relieved of command in November 1944 officially for lack of cooperation, in reality for having been correct about the operation's flaws and having argued too forcefully against it. The scapegoating of Sosabowski was particularly unjust. He'd predicted exactly what happened, had been proven correct by events, was punished for that correctness because admitting he was right meant admitting senior commanders were wrong. The lack of accountability meant lessons weren't learned as thoroughly as they should have been, meant similar operational mistakes could recur, meant that individual soldiers paid with their lives for command-level failures without those failures being honestly acknowledged or addressed. Modern military culture emphasizes learning from failure and honest assessment, but Market Garden demonstrated that institutional pressures often prevent honest assessment when failure is politically inconvenient, that protecting reputation sometimes takes priority over learning lessons, that organizations don't automatically learn from mistakes when learning requires admitting senior leadership erred. The strategic consequences of Market Garden's failure extended beyond the immediate operation. The operation consumed resources, aircraft, ammunition, vehicles, supplies that were scarce and couldn't be replaced quickly, meaning other operations were delayed or reduced in scope because Market Garden had exhausted stockpiles. The operation diverted attention and forces from clearing the Scheldt estuary and opening Antwerp port, a task that should have received priority in early September but was delayed until after Market Garden, meaning the logistics crisis that made Market Garden unsustainable continued for 2 more months. The operation gave German forces breathing room to establish defensive lines in the Netherlands that wouldn't be broken until spring 1945, meaning the war in the West essentially froze for the winter, meaning Allied advances that might have continued in autumn were halted until the following year. The operation provided German forces with propaganda victory at a moment when they desperately needed morale boost, proved to German soldiers and civilians that Allies weren't invincible, that resistance was possible, that the war could be prolonged. The human cost was staggering: 17,000 Allied casualties killed, wounded, or missing, the destruction of British 1st Airborne Division as effective fighting force, the losses of aircraft and crews that couldn't be replaced quickly, the Polish brigade shattered in its first combat operation, and for those costs, Market Garden achieved minimal strategic gain, a narrow corridor through southern Netherlands that was constantly contested, some territory captured that could have been captured through methodical advance with fewer casualties, lessons learned about operational planning that could have been learned through staff work rather than combat. The operation's failure made the war longer, made it costlier, made it more difficult, all in pursuit of a strategy that might have shortened the war if it had succeeded, but was never likely to succeed given the operational realities that were visible to anyone willing to examine them honestly. The mathematics that killed Market Garden can be stated simply: 64 miles of advance, 5 bridges that must be captured intact and held simultaneously, 48 hours to accomplish what required 5 days minimum, single supply route through hostile territory that was inadequate even if not contested, forces sized for 3-day operation, asked to sustain indefinitely, German defenders more numerous and capable than intelligence suggested, communication systems that failed completely, logistics that couldn't support the operation even if everything went perfectly. No amount of courage changes this arithmetic. No degree of tactical skill overcomes these operational constraints. No level of determination makes impossible timelines achievable. The soldiers who fought Market Garden did everything asked of them and more, displayed courage and competence and resilience under conditions that tested human limits, achieved tactical successes that any military would be proud of, held positions longer than doctrine suggested was possible. But they were asked to achieve operational impossibility, were given a mission that planning-level analysis should have identified as unfeasible, were sent to fight a battle that was lost before it began because the operation's design was fundamentally flawed. The turning point where Market Garden could have been saved wasn't during the operation, wasn't at Nijmegen, wasn't at the Waal crossing, wasn't in the relief attempts, but before the operation, when intelligence was being assessed and plans were being developed and senior commanders were deciding whether to proceed. That turning point passed unrecognized, or perhaps was recognized but ignored, and everything that followed was consequence of that initial failure to acknowledge that some operations shouldn't be attempted regardless of how attractive their objectives appear. Market Garden stands as cautionary tale about what happens when optimism replaces analysis, when desire for quick victory overrides proper assessment of risks, when military organizations convince themselves that audacity can substitute for sound planning. The turning point that never turned was the moment when someone with authority should have said, "This won't work," and been listened to. The moment that never came because institutional pressure drove toward approval rather than rigorous evaluation. The moment whose absence condemned thousands of men to fight battle that couldn't be won because it was never properly designed to be won. September 25th, 1944, 2100 hours. Silence settled over the Oosterbeek perimeter with unnatural weight, oppressive and ominous, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. For 9 days, the night had brought temporary reduction in German artillery fire, but never true quiet, always the crack of sniper rifles, the burst of machine guns, the explosions of mortar rounds, seeking targets in darkness. But tonight felt different. Tonight the guns had fallen mostly silent, the German attacks had ceased, and 1,500 British paratroopers, who remained alive in the shrinking perimeter, understood, without being told, that something was about to change. At 21:30 hours, officers began moving through positions, distributing the order that everyone had expected but no one wanted to hear. Withdraw across the Rhine tonight. Movement begins at 2200 hours. Absolute silence required. Wounded who couldn't walk would have to be left behind. This was evacuation, not surrender, but the difference was semantic when you were being forced to abandon positions you'd held for over a week. The order was called Operation Berlin, named after the famous breakout from Dunkirk 4 years earlier. Though this Berlin led not to home but merely to the south bank of a river that should have been crossed days ago, advancing rather than retreating. The evacuation would be conducted under fire, in darkness, across a river that Germans controlled from both banks, using insufficient boats, manned by exhausted engineers, with no guarantee of success and high probability of catastrophic losses. But staying meant certain death or capture, and dead men can't fight another day. So the order was evacuation, and soldiers who'd held this ground at such terrible cost prepared to abandon it because orders were orders and survival was necessary for forces that would be needed elsewhere. Now that market garden had failed. The preparation for withdrawal revealed both the professionalism and the tragedy of elite forces in impossible situations. Equipment was destroyed, radio sets smashed, weapons rendered inoperable, vehicles disabled so Germans couldn't use captured material, documents were burned, maps torn into pieces, anything that might provide intelligence value reduced to ash and scattered. The wounded who could walk prepared to attempt the evacuation, men with shattered limbs and torn bodies, wrapping wounds tighter and accepting that the march to the river would be agony, but the alternative was German captivity or death in the perimeter. The wounded who couldn't walk received morphine doses that would ease their pain and help them sleep while the evacuation proceeded around them, received promises that Germans would care for them, received the knowledge that their war was ending here because their comrades couldn't carry them and still have any chance of escape. Some wounded asked to be left weapons so they could hold positions until Germans overran them, asked to die fighting rather than wake to captivity, were denied because leaving wounded armed men guaranteed Germans would shell the perimeter during evacuation, knowing some British troops remained. The choices were all impossible. Abandon men who'd fought beside you for 9 days, leave them to unknown fate, accept that some would die of wounds that could be treated if you could take them, that others would spend years in prison camps, that you were saving yourself while leaving them. But impossible choices are still choices, and withdrawal under fire requires making them, requires accepting that not everyone survives, and that commanders must prioritize those who can still fight over those who can't. The route to the river had been marked by engineers earlier in the evening, white tape laid through gardens and along paths, visible in darkness to eyes that had adapted, leading from the perimeter's eastern edge downhill toward the Rhine's north bank. The tape marked the safest route, or rather the least dangerous, avoiding German observation posts where possible, using cover where available, but safe was relative when the entire area was under German observation and any noise would draw fire. Movement began at 2200 hours, with the perimeter's western units withdrawing first, moving in single file through positions that their comrades still held, heading toward the river, while those who remained continued simulating occupation so Germans wouldn't realize withdrawal was happening. The deception was critical. If Germans discovered the evacuation before it was complete, they'd concentrate fire on the river crossing points, would shell the routes of withdrawal, could transform orderly evacuation into slaughter. British soldiers who'd spent 9 days fighting Germans now had to sneak past them in darkness, had to move silently despite exhaustion, had to trust that the tape would lead them correctly and that boats would be waiting and that they'd survive long enough to reach them. The movement was agony, wounded men struggling to keep pace, exhausted men whose legs barely functioned, helping each other, everyone aware that noise meant death, that falling behind meant capture, that the next few hours would determine whether they survived Market Garden or became its final casualties. The crossing points at the Rhine's edge were scenes of controlled chaos, where organisation continuously threatened to dissolve into panic, but never quite did because British discipline held even in extremity. Canadian and British engineers manned assault boats, canvas and woodcraft that could carry perhaps a dozen men, powered by outboard motors that seemed impossibly loud in the silence, making multiple trips back and forth across 600 yards of river that felt more like 6 miles. The boats loaded quickly, men piling in until the craft sat low in the water, wounded placed in the bottom, Those who could still fight, positioned on the sides, then departed toward the south bank where Polish and British troops waited to receive them. German forces on both banks could hear the boats' motors, could estimate crossing points from sound, began shelling approaches to the river and the crossing points themselves once they understood what was happening. Mortar rounds and artillery shells exploded in the river and on the banks, geysers of water erupting around boats, shrapnel scything through the air, some boats hit and sinking, men spilling into water that was cold enough to kill through hypothermia in minutes. Other boats made it across, deposited their passengers, returned for more, ran the gauntlet repeatedly until German fire found them, or their motors failed, or the wooden hulls cracked under strain. The engineers operating the boats displayed courage equal to any infantry assault, standing exposed in craft that offered no protection, making trip after trip, knowing each one might be the last, continuing until boats were destroyed or the last evacuee was across, or dawn approached and daylight would make crossing impossible. The thinning of the perimeter as units withdrew created situations where those who remained had to defend progressively larger frontages with progressively fewer men, had to maintain the illusion of full occupation with scattered handfuls of soldiers, had to hold until their turn came to withdraw. The eastern edge of the perimeter, farthest from the river, would withdraw last because their route was longest, and those soldiers understood they had the most dangerous mission hold while everyone else escaped. Then try to escape yourself while Germans were fully alert to what was happening, except that you might not make it because someone had to be last, and last was most dangerous. Some positions were abandoned without German forces noticing for hours. Defenders simply disappeared into the night, left their positions empty, and Germans continued shelling empty buildings, unaware the occupants were gone. Other positions were detected during withdrawal, German patrols investigating quiet sectors, discovering the deception, calling artillery onto withdrawal routes, forcing soldiers to run gauntlet of fire that turned orderly retreat into desperate flight. The professionalism that had held the perimeter for 9 days, held during withdrawal, 2 units moved when ordered, maintained silence when possible, helped each other when help was needed, fought rearguard actions when Germans pressed too closely, did everything that doctrine and training and discipline demanded despite exhaustion and fear and the knowledge that many wouldn't survive the night. The wounded left behind at aid stations and casualty collection points faced the longest night, lying in buildings that were being evacuated around them, listening to sounds of withdrawal growing fainter, understanding they were being abandoned through operational necessity rather than callousness, but abandoned nonetheless. Some were unconscious from wounds or morphine, would wake to find Germans standing over them, would spend their first moments of consciousness as prisoners. Others were alert, watched comrades file past on their way to the river, received final words of encouragement or farewell, lay in darkness after the last man left, wondering how long until Germans arrived and what treatment they'd receive. British medical officers and chaplains volunteered to remain with the wounded, to surrender with them, to advocate for their treatment as prisoners of war, accepting captivity to serve men who couldn't be evacuated. The presence of medical personnel likely saved lives. Germans respected medical neutrality more than they respected surrendering combatants, treated wounded prisoners better when British doctors were present to advocate. But the wounded left behind still faced years in prison camps. Some would die of wounds that could have been treated with proper facilities. All would carry knowledge that they'd fought 9 days, only to be left at the end because they'd been wounded in that fighting. The moral complexity of abandoning wounded was understood by everyone involved, necessary but not right, unavoidable but not acceptable, the kind of choice that leaves psychological scars as permanent as physical wounds. Dawn on September 26th brought the accounting 2,163 British and Polish troops successfully evacuated from approximately 10,000 who'd landed 9 days earlier, 79% losses killed or captured, the destruction of British 1st Airborne Division as fighting force, the end of Operation Market Garden as military operation if not yet as historical controversy, the evacuated troops assembled south of the Rhine in states ranging from walking wounded to completely exhausted, many having lost their weapons during the crossing, some having lost boots while swimming, all having lost comrades to death or captivity or the confusion of night withdrawal. They looked like survivors of disaster rather than members of elite division, hollow-eyed from sleeplessness, gaunt from inadequate food, bearing wounds that should have been treated days ago, wearing expressions that combat veterans recognize as characteristic of those who've endured more than humans should endure. But they were alive, they were free, They'd escaped the cauldron that had consumed so many of their comrades, and survival was its own form of victory, even if the operation that brought them to Oosterbeek was comprehensive defeat. The troops would be sent to rear areas to rest and refit, would eventually be reconstituted as fighting formations, though never again as British 1st Airborne Division, which was disbanded as formed unit, would carry Arnhem with them for the rest of their lives, as the battle that tested them absolutely and found them capable of more than they'd known themselves capable of, even as the operation failed around them. The German forces entering the abandoned Oosterbeek perimeter on the morning of September 26th found evidence of the battle's intensity in every shattered building, every cratered garden, every position that had been held, then evacuated. Buildings were roofless and wall-less, reduced to rubble by 9 days of artillery fire. Gardens were trenched and cratered, landscaping replaced by fighting positions. Streets were littered with equipment destroyed before evacuation vehicles burned, weapons smashed, supplies scattered, and in the buildings designated as aid stations, 600 British wounded lay waiting for capture, too severely injured to evacuate, dependent now on German treatment of prisoners. The Germans treated most British wounded correctly, provided medical care within the limits of their own strained resources, moved prisoners to hospitals in Germany, generally respected the conventions regarding wounded prisoners, though exceptions occurred. The wounded became prisoners of war, would spend months or years in camps. Some would die of their wounds or disease during captivity. Others would survive to return home after the war. All would remember Arnhem as the place where their war ended in defeat, despite having done everything soldiers could do. The German casualties from the 9-day battle were also substantial. Estimates range from 6,000 to 8,000 killed and wounded, significant losses for units that were already under strength, proof that British defenders had fought effectively even in defeat. The Germans won the battle but paid heavily for victory, lost forces they could ill afford to lose, gained territory but not strategic advantage, because by September 26th the overall war situation hadn't changed in Germany's favour, despite Market Garden's failure. The immediate aftermath of Operation Berlin saw recriminations and explanations that would continue for decades. Why had relief failed to arrive? Why had Market Garden been approved despite warnings? Why had intelligence been dismissed? Why had radios failed? Why had the operation been designed with no margin for error when all military operations encounter friction? Each question had answers, some technical, some organisational, some human, but the answers didn't change the outcome or resurrect the dead or free the captured. The official reports would be written, the medals would be awarded, the lessons would be identified and hopefully learned, the histories would be compiled. But for the men who fought at Oosterbeek, the aftermath was more immediate and personal, dealing with survivors' guilt about comrades left behind, processing trauma from 9 days of continuous combat, adjusting to being alive when so many weren't, learning to live with memories that would never fade. Some would speak about Oosterbeek freely, would tell the story to anyone who'd listen, would find catharsis in repetition. Others would never speak of it, would refuse to discuss what they'd endured, would carry Oosterbeek as private burden too heavy to share. All would agree on certain things, that they'd done their jobs as well as humanly possible, that their failure was operational rather than tactical, that they'd been asked to accomplish the impossible and had almost succeeded before reality reasserted itself, that Market Garden was leadership failure rather than soldier failure, that the courage displayed at Oosterbeek deserved better outcome than it received. Operation Berlin, as name for the evacuation, was grimly appropriate. Berlin, the enemy capital that Market Garden was supposed to help Allies reach, became instead the name for retreat from a battle that should have opened the route to that capital. The irony wasn't lost on anyone involved. The operation that was supposed to end the war by Christmas instead extended it into spring, turned liberation into prolonged campaign, transformed what should have been triumph into tragedy. But Operation Berlin also represented something else: the capacity of professional military forces to execute difficult operations under terrible conditions, to maintain cohesion when organisation was dissolving, to save what could be saved even when most was lost. The evacuation wasn't victory, but it wasn't complete disaster either. 2,100 men escaped who would have been killed or captured if the perimeter had been held to total collapse. Expertise and experience were preserved that would be valuable in subsequent operations. The principle was maintained that forces withdraw when withdrawal is operationally sound rather than fighting to pointless last stands. Operation Berlin was coda to Market Garden Final chapter in operation that never should have been written. Last act in tragedy that honored participants even as it condemned planners. The men who crossed the Rhine that night left behind their dead and their captured and their equipment and their hopes for quick victory. But they carried with them knowledge that they'd held longer than was reasonable, fought harder than was expected, endured more than humans should endure, and survived, despite everything. That knowledge couldn't compensate for the operation's failure, but it could provide foundation for personal recovery and professional pride, could sustain them through remaining years of war, could allow them eventually to speak of Arnhem not just as disaster, but as their finest hour, even though it ended in retreat. The escape from Oosterbeek was ending, but memory of Oosterbeek was beginning, and that memory would outlast the battle by decades, would outlast the soldiers who fought there, would stand as eternal testament to what soldiers can accomplish when asked to achieve the impossible, and how they can survive with honour, even when achieving the impossible proves impossible after all. September 27th, 1944, 0900 hours. In the map room at Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force in Versailles, staff officers removed the pins and markers representing British 1st Airborne Division's positions around Arnhem Bridge and repositioned them south of the Rhine among the notation evacuated division inoperative. The map now told Market Garden's story with brutal clarity. A narrow corridor stretching from the Belgian border through Eindhoven, Withdrawal, Grave, and Nijmegen to the south bank of the Rhine at Arnhem, a 50-mile salient that was under constant German pressure on both flanks, that required ongoing commitment of forces to defend, that had cost 17,000 Allied casualties to create, that accomplished nothing that couldn't have been achieved through methodical advance with far fewer losses. General Eisenhower, studying that map with his senior staff, faced the question that political and military leaders always face after failed operations: how to characterize the failure publicly, how to extract whatever lessons and value could be salvaged, how to maintain army morale and public confidence despite obvious disaster. The answer that emerged over subsequent days was masterpiece of spin and misdirection. Market Garden would be described as 90% successful based on territory captured south of Arnhem, as bold operation that came close to success, as valuable despite not achieving final objective. The truth visible on the map that the operation had failed completely to achieve its strategic objective, that the Rhine crossing was never secured, that the route to Germany remained blocked, that the price paid was disproportionate to gains achieved, would be acknowledged privately while denied publicly, would be studied in staff colleges as operational failure while being described to press as near success, would haunt the planners even as they defended their decisions. The bridge to nowhere had been reached at terrible cost, and now Eisenhower faced the challenge of explaining why nowhere was worth reaching. The strategic situation in Western Europe on September 27th was substantially unchanged from September 16th, despite 9 days of costly combat and 17,000 casualties. Allied forces controlled a narrow corridor through southern Netherlands, but that corridor required constant defence, consuming forces that could have been advancing elsewhere, creating no strategic advantage that justified its cost. The Rhine remained uncrossed, the route to Germany remained blocked, the German forces defending the river remained intact and organised. The logistics situation that had made Market Garden unsustainable was unchanged. Antwerp port still unopened, supplies still flowing through Normandy beaches 450 miles from the front, XXX Corps still consuming more supplies than could be delivered through the contested corridor. Most critically, the German forces that Market Garden was supposed to shatter or bypass had survived, had demonstrated capacity to fight effectively when properly positioned, had proven that Allied intelligence assessments about Wehrmacht collapse were premature. The operation had tested whether audacity could substitute for logistics, whether elite forces could overcome operational impossibility through courage and skill, whether German forces were as weak as intelligence suggested. The answers were definitive. Audacity without logistics produces disasters, courage can't overcome flawed operational design, and German forces retained formidable defensive capability despite their defeats in France. These lessons came at terrible price: thousands dead, tens of thousands of Dutch civilians facing renewed occupation and coming famine, resources consumed that were desperately needed elsewhere, time wasted that allowed German forces to establish winter defensive lines, The destruction of British 1st Airborne Division as fighting force represented permanent loss that couldn't be quickly remedied. Elite airborne divisions required years to train, required volunteers who met demanding physical standards, required specialized skills that couldn't be taught to replacements fresh from basic training. 1st Airborne Division had jumped into Holland with 10,000 men, had evacuated 2,100, had lost 79% of its strength, killed or captured. The division could be reconstituted on paper, assign replacement personnel, issue new equipment, designated operational, but the veterans who'd made it truly elite were gone. The cohesion that came from training together was destroyed. The institutional knowledge about what worked and what didn't in airborne operations was captured in German prison camps. British command decided not to reconstitute the division, instead disbanding it and distributing survivors to other units, acknowledging that recreating an elite formation was beyond available resources given the personnel losses. This meant British forces lost one of their premier assault divisions at a moment when war still had 6 to 8 months to run, lost capability to conduct major airborne operations in European theatre, lost force that had been planned for use in crossing Rhine when that crossing eventually occurred. The American Airborne Division survived, Market Garden battered but largely intact, would go on to fight in Battle of the Bulge and crossing Rhine, demonstrated greater resilience, partly from having better luck with their objectives, but also from not being asked to defend positions as long or as isolated as British forces at Arnhem. The Dutch civilian suffering in Market Garden's aftermath represented the operation's most tragic consequence and the one least acknowledged in military histories. The Hunger Winter of 1944 through 45 killed approximately 20,000 Dutch civilians in areas that remained under German control. Starvation and disease, claiming lives that liberation should have saved. German forces, angry about Market Garden and desperate for resources, confiscated food stocks, seized livestock, destroyed infrastructure, punished communities suspected of helping Allied forces. Dutch civilians in Arnhem and surrounding areas who'd celebrated liberation on September 17th faced German retribution by September 27th, executions of suspected resistance members, forced evacuations of entire towns, confiscation of property, labour conscription, all the brutalities of occupation intensified by German anger at having been threatened. The rail strike that Dutch resistance called to support Market Garden continued through the winter, preventing food distribution in urban areas, contributing to famine that killed thousands in Amsterdam and Rotterdam and The Hague. Children who'd been malnourished from 4 years of occupation, now starved in the final months before liberation, developed lifelong health problems from malnutrition during critical developmental periods, died within sight of Allied lines that they couldn't cross because the Rhine remained the boundary between freedom and starvation. The moral complexity of these deaths is profound. They resulted partly from German brutality, but partly from Allied operational failure, from the fact that Market Garden raised hopes of liberation, then dashed them, from the reality that failed military operations have civilian consequences that persist long after soldiers withdraw. 20,000 Dutch civilian deaths weren't directly caused by combat operations, but were consequences of those operations nonetheless, represent cost of Market Garden that doesn't appear in military casualty statistics, but was paid in full by people who had no voice in the operation's planning or execution. The operational lessons identified from Market Garden filled reports and studies conducted over subsequent months and years, though whether those lessons were actually learned is debatable given that some similar mistakes recurred in later operations. The most obvious lesson was that airborne operations require rapid ground relief, that lightly equipped paratroopers can't hold objectives indefinitely against heavy forces, that the purpose of vertical envelopment is to seize objectives until ground forces arrive, not to defend them permanently. Market Garden violated this principle by landing forces so far ahead of ground support that rapid relief was mathematically impossible by assuming airborne forces could hold for days when doctrine suggested hours to days maximum. Second lesson was that single-axis advances through hostile territory are inherently vulnerable, that supply lines must be secured before pushing deeper, that logistics capacity determines operational possibilities more surely than tactical capabilities. Market Garden assumed a single highway could support Army Corps advancing 64 miles, could sustain that corps at the objective, could remain open despite being flanked by German forces, assumptions that reality disproved immediately. Third lesson was that intelligence assessment must be honest, even when assessments contradict desired conclusions, that dismissing evidence because it's inconvenient guarantees bad decisions, that commanders must distinguish between what they know and what they want to believe. Market Garden proceeded despite intelligence clearly indicating German strength near Arnhem, despite photographic evidence of armour, despite warnings from experienced officers, because acknowledging that intelligence meant cancelling an operation that senior leaders wanted to execute. The political aftermath saw limited accountability and considerable defensiveness from those responsible for planning and executing Market Garden. Field Marshal Montgomery never publicly acknowledged that the operation was strategically flawed, maintained throughout his life that it was 90% successful, claimed that if he'd been given priority for supplies and reinforcements, the operation would have achieved its objectives. This position was professionally untenable. An operation's success is measured by whether it achieves its objectives, and Market Garden's objective was crossing Rhine at Arnhem, which wasn't achieved, but Montgomery couldn't acknowledge fundamental failure without damaging his reputation and his relationship with British government and public. General Browning escaped formal censure despite being operational commander for the airborne phase, despite the bridge too far comment suggesting he knew the operation was risky, despite apparent failure to ensure proper planning for communication and logistics. His career continued through war's end, though his reputation was permanently associated with Market Garden's failure. The most unjust scapegoating fell on General Sosabowski, the Polish commander who'd warned before the operation that it was suicidal, who'd been proven correct by events, who was relieved of command in November 1944 officially for lack of cooperation, but actually for having been right when being right embarrassed those who'd been wrong. Sosabowski wouldn't be vindicated until decades later, long after his death, when historians examining Market Garden acknowledged his warnings had been accurate and his removal had been scapegoating rather than justified relief. The lack of accountability meant lessons weren't learned as thoroughly as they should have been, meant similar mistakes could recur because making those mistakes hadn't carried career consequences for senior officers. The extension of the war in Europe by several months represents Market Garden's most significant strategic consequence, one whose full costs are impossible to calculate but certainly substantial. If Market Garden had succeeded, if Allied forces had crossed Rhine in September 1944 and driven into Germany's industrial heartland, the war might have ended by Christmas 1944 or January 1945 rather than May 1945. 4 to 5 months of additional warfare meant hundreds of thousands of additional casualties on all sides, meant continued Holocaust, killing Jews and other victims, meant continued strategic bombing, destroying German cities, meant continued suffering for occupied populations, meant billions of additional dollars in war costs. Obviously, this counterfactual assumes Market Garden could have succeeded, which the operational analysis suggests was unlikely, but even acknowledging the operation's low probability of success, the decision to attempt it consumed resources and time that could have been used for operations with higher probability of success. The methodical approach that ultimately won the war opening Antwerp port, building up logistics, advancing on broad front, crossing Rhine in spring 1945 with overwhelming force could have been pursued immediately in September rather than being delayed while Market Garden was attempted. The weeks spent planning, executing, and recovering from Market Garden were weeks when other operations couldn't proceed, when German forces gained time to establish winter defences, when the opportunity for continued autumn advances was lost. The war was extended by Market Garden not because the operation's failure was catastrophic militarily, but because its execution consumed the time and resources that autumn offensives required. The German perspective on Market Garden ranged from relief to triumph, depending on which level of command is examined. At tactical level, German units that fought around Arnhem and along the corridor had prevented Allied breakthrough, had demonstrated Wehrmacht resilience despite being heavily outnumbered and out-equipped, had proven that German forces could still fight effectively when properly positioned and led. At operational level, German command had responded to Allied airborne landings with impressive speed and coordination, had concentrated forces against British positions at Arnhem more quickly than Allied planners expected, had maintained defensive positions along the corridor despite continuous Allied pressure. At strategic level, however, Germany gained little from Market Garden's failure. The war situation remained desperate, resources remained inadequate, strategic bombing continued, destroying German industry and cities, the Eastern Front continued collapsing, and the winter respite Market Garden granted couldn't change Germany's inevitable defeat. German propaganda exploited Market Garden extensively, using the battle to argue that Allied advances could be stopped, that resistance remained possible, that German soldiers could still win victories against impossible odds. This propaganda probably extended the war by reducing German willingness to surrender, by convincing soldiers and civilians that fighting on might produce favourable outcome, by providing hope that delayed acknowledgement of Germany's hopeless position. From this perspective, Market Garden helped Germany more than its actual tactical success warranted, provided propaganda victory whose value exceeded the military victory, demonstrated that Allied operations could fail, and thereby encouraged continued German resistance. The resource cost of Market Garden becomes staggering when calculated comprehensively. 17,000 Allied casualties killed, wounded, or captured represented permanent loss of trained personnel who couldn't be easily replaced. 144 transport aircraft destroyed or damaged meant reduced capacity for subsequent airborne operations and for logistics flights. Hundreds of vehicles destroyed meant production capacity diverted to replacement rather than expansion of forces. Tens of thousands of tons of ammunition, fuel, and supplies consumed meant stockpiles exhausted that had to be rebuilt before offensive operations could resume. The time cost was equally significant. September through early October spent on Market Garden meant those weeks weren't available for other operations, meant opportunities were lost, meant German forces gained time to prepare defences. The opportunity cost might have been highest. What could have been accomplished if Market Garden's resources had been used differently? Opening Antwerp earlier, advancing more methodically on broader front, building up logistics for sustained spring offensive. Each alternative would have used the same resources but potentially achieved more because each alternative was operationally more sound than Market Garden proved to be. Calculating what didn't happen because Market Garden consumed resources is speculative, but the fact that resources were consumed for minimal gain is certain. The bridge to nowhere sits at Nijmegen still, carries traffic today across the Waal River, renamed in 1984 as De Oversteek Bridge, with the old bridge maintained as memorial. The actual Arnhem Bridge that Frost Battalion held was renamed John Frost Bridge in 1977, honouring the man whose tactical success symbolised the operation's broader failure. These bridges represent Market Garden's contradictions, tactical successes achieved at terrible cost, objectives captured then rendered useless by operational failure, brave actions that accomplished nothing beyond demonstrating courage. The bridges were seized as planned, mostly. The river crossings were secured, eventually. The corridor was opened, incompletely. But none of this mattered strategically because the operation's design was flawed, because reaching Nijmegen without reaching Arnhem accomplished nothing that justified the cost, because bridges are means rather than ends, and capturing means without achieving ends is definitional failure. Market Garden, in retrospect, appears as case study in how not to plan major operations, how insufficient time for planning guarantees overlooked problems, how dismissing intelligence leads to catastrophic surprise, how single points of failure create operational fragility, how overly complex plans with no margin for error fail when inevitable friction occurs. The operation deserves study not because it succeeded, but because it failed instructively, because its failures illuminate principles that successful operations demonstrate less clearly, because understanding why Market Garden failed teaches more about operational art than understanding why successful operations succeeded. The strategic aftermath was wasted time, wasted resources, wasted lives, purchased nothing that methodical operations couldn't have gained more cheaply, demonstrated that boldness without sound planning produces disasters regardless of how courageously executed. The bridge to nowhere was expensive monument to the principle that, in warfare, arithmetic always defeats audacity, that logistics determines what tactics can accomplish, that operational reality doesn't care about human courage or determination or wishes. Market Garden reached the bridge but couldn't cross it, captured the means but couldn't achieve the ends, demonstrated that sometimes the only winning move is not to play when the game is rigged against success from the start. Spring 1945, Major Anthony Hibbert sat in a German prisoner of war camp somewhere in northern Germany, staring at walls he'd been staring at for 6 months, and tried to reconcile who he'd been at Arnhem with who he'd become in captivity. Hibbert had been General Urquhart's brigade major, had fought through the 9 days at Oosterbeek, had been captured when ammunition ran out, and continuing resistance became physically impossible rather than merely inadvisable. The transition from combatant to prisoner had been abrupt and absolute. One moment fighting, Next moment, hands raised in surrender, transformation that felt like death, even though he remained alive. The camp was crowded with British paratroopers from Arnhem, scattered fragments of 1st Airborne Division now consolidated behind wire, men who'd fought beside each other now imprisoned together. They talked about Arnhem constantly in those first months, refighting battles verbally, debating whether different tactics would have produced different outcomes, trying to understand how operation that seemed possible during planning had proven impossible during execution. Some conversations ended in anger when men disagreed about who was responsible for failure, whether relief could have succeeded if it had arrived sooner, whether they'd been abandoned or had simply held untenable positions beyond any reasonable expectation of relief. Other conversations ended in tears when men remembered comrades who hadn't survived, when cumulative grief about losses overcame the stoicism that British military culture demanded. Hibbert learned in that camp that combat trauma doesn't end when combat ends, that surviving creates its own burdens, that the question, why did I survive when others didn't, has no satisfying answer and must be lived with regardless. Liberation would come in months, return to Britain eventually, resumption of normal life theoretically, but Hibbert understood even then that part of him would remain at Arnhem forever, that he'd carry September 1944 through whatever years remained, that the camp walls might eventually disappear, but the psychological walls built at Oosterbeek were permanent. Kate ter Horst returned to her house in Oosterbeek in May 1945 after liberation finally came, walked through rooms where 300 wounded British soldiers had lain, saw bloodstains on floors that wouldn't wash away, found personal effects that soldiers had left behind, photographs, letters, Bibles, identity discs, and understood that her house had become memorial before the war even ended. The structural damage was extensive, shell holes in the roof, walls collapsed from artillery hits, windows shattered, floors damaged beyond repair, but ter Horst cared less about rebuilding the structure than about honouring the memory of men who'd died there. She began collecting information about British soldiers who'd been treated in her house, writing to their families when addresses could be found, preserving what artefacts remained, documenting who had been there and what had happened. The house would eventually become museum, pilgrimage site for veterans and families, place where Battle of Arnhem's human cost was preserved in more than statistics. Ter Horst spent decades as Angel of Arnhem, hosting returning veterans, answering questions from historians, participating in commemorations, becoming a living link between the battle and its memory. She never sought recognition, had done what any decent person would do when wounded men needed help, but recognition found her anyway because her actions represented the best of human nature in circumstances that often brought out the worst. Her children grew up in a house that was memorial, learned to share their mother with strangers who needed to visit the place where their brothers or fathers or comrades had died, understood that some historical events are too significant to remain merely personal. Ter Horst would live until 1992, would see the 50th anniversary of Market Garden, would die knowing that the soldiers she'd helped had not been forgotten, that her house preserved their memory, that what she'd endured had mattered beyond the immediate circumstances. General Roy Urquhart faced the most complex personal reckoning because he bore command responsibility for 1st Airborne Division's destruction while having minimal control over the factors that caused that destruction. Urquhart had commanded, tactically made reasonable decisions based on available information, adapted to circumstances as they developed, maintained control and cohesion longer than circumstances suggested possible. But commanding well wasn't sufficient when the operation's design was flawed, when communications failed completely, when relief didn't arrive, when forces were insufficient for missions assigned. Urquhart never commanded in combat again after Market Garden. His career continued through war's end in staff positions, but the division he'd commanded didn't exist anymore and no one offered him another combat command. This wasn't punishment exactly, but recognition that commanders of failed operations rarely get second chances, regardless of whether failure was their fault. Urquhart spent years after the war defending his decisions, writing reports and memoirs, arguing that he'd done everything possible with forces and support available, that the operation failed at operational and strategic levels rather than tactical level, that his division had fought brilliantly even though the battle was lost. His defense was accurate but incomplete. Accurate that tactical execution was exemplary. Incomplete because command responsibility includes recognizing when missions are impossible and communicating that impossibility upward, and Urquhart hadn't done that forcefully enough before the operation. The guilt of survival, the guilt of command, the guilt of losing most of a division while escaping himself, haunted Urquhart until his death in 1988. He would attend Arnhem commemorations annually, would meet with veterans, would maintain relationships with men who'd served under him, seeking perhaps some absolution that no one could provide because the dead couldn't forgive and the living hadn't blamed him in the first place. General Stanisław Sosabowski's post-Market Garden treatment represented the operation's greatest injustice and most cynical scapegoating. Sosabowski had warned before the operation that the plan was suicidal, had been proven correct by events, had seen his brigade suffer 25% casualties in operations that accomplished nothing, had done everything professionally possible with forces and support available. His reward was relief from command in November 1944, on grounds that he'd failed to cooperate with British command, that he'd been difficult and argumentative, that his brigade's performance had been inadequate. The real reason was simpler. British command needed scapegoat for Market Garden's failure. Couldn't blame Montgomery or Browning without political consequences. Chose to blame the Polish general who'd predicted failure, because blaming him allowed others to avoid responsibility. Sosabowski's relief satisfied no one except those who ordered it. His Polish troops were outraged, recognized injustice, knew their commander had been sacrificed to protect British reputations. British officers who'd worked with Sosabowski knew the relief was unjust, that he'd been correct in his assessments, that his so-called lack of cooperation was actually honest professional opinion about flawed operation. But military hierarchies protect themselves, and protecting Montgomery's reputation was more important than justice for a Polish general in exile. Sosabowski never received another command, spent remainder of war in Britain, emigrated after war to Canada, where he worked in various jobs, while maintaining dignity despite institutional betrayal. Vindication came decades later. Polish and British governments eventually acknowledged the injustice, honoured Sosabowski posthumously, admitted his warnings had been accurate and his relief had been scapegoating. But posthumous vindication is cold comfort, can't undo years of bitterness, can't restore a career that was destroyed for political convenience. Sosabowski's treatment remains Market Garden's most shameful personal consequence, proof that military organizations sometimes value reputation over truth, that scapegoating is easier than accountability, that being proven correct is sometimes worse for one's career than being proven wrong. The German treatment of British and Polish prisoners captured at Arnhem was generally correct by standards of Geneva Conventions, though exceptions occurred and conditions in camps were harsh by late war when German resources were exhausted. Most captured paratroopers were moved to prisoner of war camps in Germany, were fed minimally but adequately given German supply constraints, were worked if capable but not abused systematically, were treated as military prisoners rather than as criminals or subhumans. This relatively humane treatment reflected both international law and German military culture's respect for opponents. Who fought bravely, the paratroopers at Arnhem had earned German respect through their defensive stand, had demonstrated courage that even enemy recognized, had fought by rules that Germans understood, even when they fought for a cause Germans opposed. The wounded received medical treatment in German military hospitals, were eventually moved to prisoner camps when recovered sufficiently, generally survived to return home after the war. Some prisoners attempted escapes, few succeeded given that they were deep in Germany and stood out as foreigners. Most resigned themselves to waiting for war's end in captivity. The psychological toll of captivity after Arnhem's intensity created problems that camp authorities couldn't address. Men who'd been fighting at maximum intensity for 9 days, who'd survived when most comrades hadn't, who'd been captured after ammunition ran out rather than surrendering voluntarily, struggled to adjust to captivity's tedium. Some developed depression, lost interest in survival, died in camps from diseases they might have fought off if they'd maintained will to live. Others maintained military discipline, organised activities, planned for post-war life, survived through looking forward rather than dwelling on past. The camaraderie of shared experience helped being imprisoned with men who'd fought beside you, who understood what you'd endured, who didn't judge because they'd all faced same choices and made same decisions. The prison camps became a strange form of community where rank mattered less than shared trauma, where officers and enlisted men connected as survivors rather than as hierarchical positions, where Arnhem defined identity more than any other factor. The families of those killed at Arnhem received telegrams that transformed lives in an instant. Regret to inform you becoming the most dreaded opening words in wartime correspondence. Parents whose sons had survived previous operations received notification that this operation had killed them. Wives whose husbands had fought through North Africa, Sicily, Normandy received word that they'd died in Holland. Children who'd said goodbye to fathers weeks earlier received news they'd never see them again. The notifications were terse, official, deliberately unemotional, because military bureaucracy doesn't handle individual grief well, and standardization prevents accidentally showing favoritism through differential treatment. But each notification represented a life ended, a family broken, a future erased. The families had limited information: initially killed in action at Arnhem, date of death, burial location if known, personal effects to be returned if available, but few details about how death occurred, whether suffering was brief or prolonged, whether final moments included consciousness of dying. Some families wanted details, wrote to surviving comrades seeking information about how their loved ones died, whether death was instant or lingering, whether any final words were spoken. Other families wanted no details, preferred to remember their loved ones alive rather than learn specifics of their deaths, accepted that the circumstances of death mattered less than the fact of death. The grief was complicated by knowledge that the operation had failed, their loved ones had died, not in victory but in defeat, had sacrificed for objectives not achieved, had given lives without accomplishing the war's end that Market Garden was supposed to achieve. This added layer of tragedy to loss, not just that death occurred, but that it occurred in failed operation, that sacrifice hadn't accomplished its intended purpose, that asking why did they die had no satisfying answer beyond because the operation was poorly planned and they were ordered to execute it. The veterans who survived Market Garden physically bore psychological wounds that 1940s medical understanding couldn't properly diagnose or treat. Post-traumatic stress disorder wasn't recognized as formal diagnosis until 1980s, meaning Market Garden veterans suffering from what we'd now call PTSD were instead told they were anxious or having adjustment problems or should simply get over it since the war was ended. Nightmares about Arnhem persisted for decades, men waking, screaming from dreams of being surrounded, of watching comrades die, of running out of ammunition and being overrun, of being left behind during evacuation. Hypervigilance made normal life difficult, men who couldn't relax in crowds because they needed to identify escape routes, who couldn't sit with their backs to doors, who startled at sudden noises, who couldn't trust that calm moments would remain calm. Survivor's guilt was pervasive, wondering why you survived when better men died, whether you could have done something different that would have saved someone, whether your survival meant someone else's death. Some veterans medicated with alcohol, using intoxication to dull memories that sobriety made vivid. Others withdrew from relationships, unable to explain to civilians what they'd experienced, unable to connect with people who hadn't shared similar trauma, isolated by experiences that were incommunicable. Still others found meaning through veterans organizations, through annual pilgrimages to Arnhem, through connecting with men who understood without explanation, who carried similar burdens, who could speak in shorthand about things that required paragraphs to explain to outsiders. The British Arnhem Veterans Association became community of memory, place where survivors could gather annually and remember and support each other and gradually process trauma that never fully healed but became manageable through sharing. The annual commemorations at Arnhem Bridge served psychological purpose beyond historical remembrance, gave survivors reason to return, to see that the places they'd fought were now peaceful, to witness that their sacrifice was remembered, to find some meaning in survival by honouring those who hadn't survived. The question of what Market Garden accomplished personally for those who fought it produces complex answers that vary by individual. Some veterans took pride in having participated in history's largest airborne operation, in having fought at famous battle, in having done their duty courageously even though the operation failed. Others felt only bitterness about having been used in poorly planned operation, about having seen friends die for objectives that weren't achieved, about having sacrificed for senior officers' ambitions rather than for sound military purposes. Some found post-war success, used military experience as foundation for civilian careers, thrived despite or because of what they'd endured. Others never recovered, carried Arnhem as burden that prevented normal life, died young from consequences of physical wounds or psychological trauma or simple exhaustion of will. The commonality across all was that Arnhem defined them in their own minds, in their families' understanding, in how they were perceived by those who knew their service. Being Arnhem veteran meant something specific, meant having endured what most couldn't endure, meant having survived what most didn't survive, meant carrying knowledge about human limits and military failure, encourages insufficiency when operational planning is inadequate. The personal reckoning after Market Garden wasn't a single event, but lifelong process of understanding what they'd experienced, why it happened, what it meant, how to live with memories that wouldn't fade and shouldn't be forgotten. Each veteran found their own accommodation with Arnhem, their own way of incorporating those 9 days into lifetime of experience, their own answer to the question, was it worth it, that had no objectively correct response. For some, it was worth it because they'd proven themselves, had discovered reserves of strength and courage they hadn't known they possessed, had fought alongside the best men they'd ever know. For others, it wasn't worth it because the cost was too high, the casualties too great, the failure too complete, the sacrifice too pointless. Both answers were valid, both reflected truth. And living with that ambiguity, having given everything for an operation that failed, but having given it courageously and competently, was perhaps Market Garden's final personal legacy. September 17th, 2019, 1300 hours. At the John Frost Bridge in Arnhem, several thousand people gathered for the 75th anniversary commemoration of Market Garden, and the scene captured the operation's transformation from military disaster to cultural memory. Veterans in their 90s, perhaps the final generation who'd fought there, sat in places of honour while bands played and officials spoke, and the Dutch population honoured sacrifices made in their liberation. The bridge where Frost Battalion had held for 4 days stood decorated with flowers and flags, photographs of the battle displayed on temporary panels, crowds of Dutch civilians expressing gratitude that remained genuine 75 years after the battle. But the commemoration also acknowledged complexity that immediate post-war narratives often elided, that Market Garden failed strategically even as individual units succeeded tactically, that Dutch liberation was incomplete and followed by terrible winter, that the operation's boldness couldn't overcome its flawed design. The wreaths laid that day honoured courage while acknowledging futility, remembered sacrifice while questioning whether that sacrifice achieved worthy objectives, preserved memory while learning from mistakes. Market Garden's legacy isn't simple, it's simultaneously a story of extraordinary courage and operational failure, tactical success and strategic disaster, individual heroism and institutional incompetence. 75 years provided enough distance for honest assessment, allowed acknowledgement that operations can be both admirable and regrettable, that honouring participants doesn't require defending the operation that sent them to battle. The lessons written in blood at Arnhem and Nijmegen and along Hell's Highway weren't learned immediately. Organisational learning requires time and willingness to acknowledge errors, but they were eventually learned. And that learning is Market Garden's primary legacy for military professionals and historians who study the operation today. The military education establishment's treatment of Market Garden evolved from immediate post-war defensiveness to eventual honest analysis. Initially, British and American staff colleges taught Market Garden as bold operation that nearly succeeded, emphasising the 90% of territory captured while minimising the failure to achieve strategic objectives. This approach satisfied political requirements, couldn't acknowledge complete failure without damaging Montgomery's reputation, but poorly served educational purposes because students learned to justify failure rather than learn from it. By the 1970s and 80s, as veterans retired and died and political sensitivities diminished, military academies began teaching Market Garden more honestly as case study in operational failure, examining what went wrong at planning level and why tactical success couldn't overcome strategic mistakes. Modern military education uses Market Garden to teach specific lessons. Never ignore intelligence that contradicts desired conclusions. Ensure communication systems are redundant and tested. Design operations with realistic timelines that include margin for error. Recognize that single-axis advances are vulnerable regardless of force quality. Acknowledge that elite forces have limits and can't compensate for operational impossibility through courage alone. Staff officers at Fort Leavenworth and Royal Military Academy Sandhurst now study Market Garden alongside successful operations, comparing the planning processes to identify what differentiated sound operational design from flawed design, using failure as teaching tool more valuable than success because failure's causes are often clearer than success's causes. The academic study of Market Garden has produced libraries of analysis, countless dissertations and theses, debates that continue among military historians about counterfactuals and alternative decisions and whether the operation ever had realistic chance of success. This academic engagement keeps Market Garden relevant for contemporary military professionals, ensures the lessons remain accessible to officers planning modern operations, prevents the specific mistakes of 1944 from being repeated in different forms in later decades. The mathematical analysis that was impossible during Market Garden's planning becomes obvious in retrospect and provides framework for understanding why the operation couldn't succeed. Start with timeline. 64 miles in 48 hours requires advancing roughly 1.5 miles per hour continuously for 2 days. Assumes 0 delays for combat or obstacles or traffic management. Assumes road remains open and vehicles don't break down and fuel supplies remain adequate. Now add reality. Single highway that channels all movement onto one route. Elevated above soft polder that prevents off-road maneuvering. Flanked by German forces that can attack at any point. Requiring engineering work at every destroyed bridge. Contested at multiple points by defenders who can delay advance even if they can't stop it. The mathematics make clear that 48 hours was fantasy, that a week was optimistic, that the operation as designed couldn't achieve its timeline, even with perfect execution and no German resistance. Add the communications failures, paratroopers can't be relieved if no one knows where they are or what condition they're in, and the operation becomes impossible regardless of courage or tactical skill. The 5 bridges that all had to be captured simultaneously and held until XXX Corps arrived created single-point failures where loss of any one bridge compromised the entire operation. The destroyed bridge at Son demonstrates this vulnerability. One bridge blown on day 1 meant 12-hour delay while engineers constructed replacement, and 12 hours in operation with 48-hour timeline represents catastrophic schedule slippage. The arithmetic of supply, XXX Corps consuming 2,000 tons daily, that tonnage flowing through single contested highway, German attacks cutting the highway repeatedly demonstrates that even reaching Arnhem couldn't produce sustainable breakthrough because logistics couldn't support forces beyond Nijmegen. The mathematics written in blood at Market Garden teaches that operational planning must begin with arithmetic, must calculate whether timelines are physically achievable, must recognize that courage and determination can't overcome mathematical impossibility. The comparison with successful airborne operations illuminates what made Market Garden different and why it failed when others succeeded. Normandy's airborne drops on D-Day succeeded because ground forces were landing simultaneously, because relief was measured in hours, not days, because the objective was seizing landing zones near beaches rather than distant bridges far inland. The Rhine crossing airborne operations in March 1945 succeeded because they used overwhelming force, because they occurred after proper logistics build-up, because German forces by then were genuinely collapsing rather than capable of organized defense. The difference wasn't the quality of troops. Market Garden's paratroopers were as capable as Normandy's, but the operational design that determined whether tactical capability could produce strategic success. Successful airborne operations use vertical envelopment to create temporary advantages that ground forces immediately exploit, accepting that airborne forces are vulnerable and must be relieved quickly, designing for that relief rather than hoping it occurs. Market Garden inverted this logic, required airborne forces to hold objectives for days, assumed relief would occur on optimistic timeline without building in contingency for delays, designed for best-case scenario rather than realistic scenario. This design difference doomed the operation before first parachute opened, meant tactical excellence couldn't compensate for strategic failure, demonstrated that operational art requires understanding forces' limitations as well as capabilities. The technological lessons from Market Garden focused heavily on communications, where the radio failures proved catastrophic and preventable. The British 22 set radios that didn't function properly at Arnhem became case study in what happens when equipment isn't thoroughly tested in realistic conditions, when known limitations are ignored during planning, when redundancy isn't built into critical systems. Post-Market Garden analysis led to improved radio technology, but more importantly led to doctrine, emphasizing communication redundancy, primary radios, backup radios, tertiary systems like runners and signals, all tested and rehearsed, with everyone trained on multiple methods. Modern military communications reflect lessons from Arnhem silence, encrypted digital radios with greater range and reliability, satellite communications that bypass terrain limitations, multiple redundant systems ensuring command and control isn't lost when primary systems fail. But technology alone doesn't prevent communication failures. Market Garden's radios worked in testing but failed in combat, suggesting organizational culture must emphasize honest reporting of problems rather than optimistic dismissal of limitations. The communications lesson isn't just build better radios, but acknowledge when systems have limitations and plan for those limitations rather than hoping they won't matter. The logistics lessons have proven most enduring because every military operation ultimately depends on logistics, regardless of tactical brilliance or technological advantages. Market Garden demonstrated that single supply lines through contested territory are inherently vulnerable, that offensive operations can't be sustained through corridors that are under constant attack, that achieving breakthrough means nothing if logistics can't support exploitation of that breakthrough. Modern military doctrine emphasizes logistics as foundational rather than supporting consideration, insists on logistics planning occurring simultaneously with operational planning rather than afterward, recognizes that ammunition and fuel matter more than courage and skill. The principle amateurs study tactics, professionals study logistics gained currency partly from Market Garden's failure, from the demonstration that getting to Arnhem mattered less than sustaining forces after arrival, that bridges are worthless if you can't supply the forces that cross them. Contemporary operations in Afghanistan and Iraq face similar challenges: long supply lines through contested territory, single vulnerable routes, requirement to defend supply convoys while simultaneously conducting offensive operations, and planners referenced Market Garden as warning about what happens when logistics capacity is insufficient for operational ambitions. The logistics lesson is simple but often forgotten until failure occurs. You can't sustain what you can't supply. You can't advance faster than your logistics can support. You can't achieve strategic objectives if your forces at the objective lack food and ammunition and fuel to continue fighting. The intelligence lessons focus on cognitive biases and institutional culture as much as technical collection capabilities. Market Garden had excellent intelligence, ultra-intercepts identifying German units, reconnaissance photographs showing armor, resistance reports describing defensive positions, but that intelligence was dismissed because it contradicted operational desires. The lesson isn't collect better intelligence, but create institutional culture that values accurate assessment over optimistic confirmation of preconceived conclusions. Modern intelligence doctrine emphasizes red teaming, having analysts specifically assigned to argue against planned operations, to identify flaws, to challenge assumptions, partly because Market Garden demonstrated how organizational pressure toward approval can override honest assessment. Intelligence organizations now teach cognitive biases explicitly, train analysts to recognize confirmation bias and optimism bias and commitment escalation, create processes designed to force consideration of inconvenient evidence. But institutional culture remains challenged because military organizations inherently value offensive spirit and aggressive action, sometimes interpret cautious intelligence assessment as lack of will rather than proper analysis. The tension between wanting operations to succeed and honestly assessing whether they can succeed remains a permanent feature of military planning, and Market Garden stands as an example of what happens when desire overcomes analysis. The leadership lessons from Market Garden address decision-making under uncertainty and accountability for failure. Montgomery's decision to approve Market Garden despite warnings demonstrates how senior leaders sometimes confuse boldness with wisdom, how pressure to produce results can override proper risk assessment, how career pressures can distort military judgment. The lesson isn't that commanders should avoid risk. Warfare inherently involves risk, and some operations require accepting long odds, but that commanders must honestly assess risks rather than dismissing them, must build realistic plans rather than optimistic fantasies, must listen to subordinates who identify problems rather than silencing dissent. The scapegoating of Sosabowski demonstrates the worst of military leadership culture, blaming subordinates for failures caused by senior leadership, prioritizing reputation protection over honest accountability, creating an environment where being correct about operational flaws becomes career-ending rather than career-enhancing. Modern professional military education emphasizes mission command and encouraging honest feedback, tries to create culture where junior officers can challenge senior decisions without destroying their careers, recognizes that the best decisions emerge from rigorous debate rather than unchallenged authority. But implementing this culture remains difficult because military organizations require hierarchy and obedience, because combat effectiveness depends partly on subordinates executing orders even when they disagree with them, because balancing open debate with decisiveness is more art than science. Market Garden teaches that leadership means listening as well as deciding, means acknowledging when operations aren't feasible rather than ordering impossible missions, means accepting accountability for failures, rather than scapegoating subordinates. The human lessons transcend military applications and speak to broader questions about courage, sacrifice, and the relationship between individual actions and institutional decisions. The soldiers at Arnhem did everything humanly possible, fought courageously, adapted to impossible circumstances, held far longer than anyone expected, maintained discipline when organisation was dissolving, and it wasn't enough because individual excellence can't overcome institutional failure. This lesson applies beyond military context. Organisations fail when leadership makes poor decisions, regardless of how competently workers execute those decisions. Individual heroism can't compensate for systemic problems. Doing everything right at your level doesn't guarantee success when other levels fail. The Market Garden veterans teach that courage and competence matter enormously at individual level. They determine who survives, who accomplishes their immediate mission, who maintains humanity under dehumanizing circumstances, but they don't determine strategic outcomes when strategy is flawed. This isn't counsel for despair, but for clear-eyed assessment about where individual agency matters and where systemic factors dominate. The veterans who held Oosterbeek perimeter had agency over how they fought, but not whether the operation succeeded, had control over their immediate actions, but not the operational context those actions occurred within, demonstrated what humans can accomplish, while also demonstrating human limitations when institutional failures create impossible situations. The commemoration culture around Market Garden reflects changing attitudes toward military history and national memory. Immediately post-war, commemorations emphasized heroism and sacrifice, downplayed failure, served national myths about British courage and Dutch gratitude. By the 1970s, commemorations began acknowledging complexity, that the operation failed, that failure had consequences for Dutch civilians, that sacrifice alone doesn't justify operations. Modern commemorations maintain respect for individuals while questioning institutional decisions, honour veterans while acknowledging the operation was strategically flawed, preserve memory while learning from mistakes. The annual Arnhem pilgrimage brings together British, Polish, American, and Dutch participants, creates international community of memory that transcends national narratives, allows multiple perspectives on the same events. The Dutch civilian participation is particularly significant. They honour liberators while remembering that liberation came with destruction, express gratitude while acknowledging costs, demonstrate that historical memory can be nuanced rather than simplified. The commemoration culture teaches that remembering doesn't require justifying, that honouring sacrifice doesn't mean defending decisions that led to sacrifice, that military history can be both inspirational and cautionary simultaneously. The final lesson from Market Garden might be the simplest and most important. Some operations shouldn't be attempted regardless of how attractive their objectives appear, regardless of how confident leaders feel, regardless of pressure to act boldly. Market Garden's objective was worthy. Ending the war quickly would have saved countless lives, but worthiness of objectives doesn't justify operations that can't achieve those objectives. The courage required to cancel operations after resources are committed, to acknowledge that initial assessments were wrong, to accept prudent delay rather than bold failure, is rarer than physical courage, but equally important. Military culture celebrates offensive spirit and aggressive action, creates pressure toward approval of operations rather than cancellation, rewards commanders who attempt difficult missions rather than those who acknowledge missions are impossible. But Market Garden demonstrates that attempting the impossible consumes resources better used elsewhere, that failed, bold operations often achieve less than would methodical operations, that casualties from failure don't validate the attempt. The lesson for contemporary military planning is that rigorous assessment serves soldiers better than optimistic assumptions, that acknowledging limitations enables sound planning, that sometimes the correct decision is, this won't work. Even when that decision disappoints those wanting bold action, Market Garden's legacy ultimately is that institutional failure at planning level creates human tragedy at execution level, that soldiers deserve sound operational design as much as they deserve good equipment and training, that honouring their sacrifice requires learning from failures that caused unnecessary sacrifice. The John Frost Bridge stands today peaceful and functional, carries traffic and tourists, shows no scars from the battle fought there 75 years ago. But the plaques and memorials surrounding it ensure Market Garden isn't forgotten, that the sacrifice isn't lost to time, that future generations remember both the courage displayed and the lessons learned. The bridge connects not just Arnhem's two banks, but, past and present, connects the soldiers who fought there to the civilians who benefited from their sacrifice, connects military history to contemporary military practice. On quiet mornings before tourists arrive, the bridge might seem just infrastructure, but it's memorial to men who held it knowing relief might not come, who fought beyond endurance because their mission demanded it, who demonstrated the best of human courage while trapped in consequences of flawed institutional decisions. Market Garden's legacy isn't simple heroic narrative or simple cautionary tale, but complex story about how courage and failure coexist, how individual excellence and institutional incompetence intersect, how sacrifice can be simultaneously meaningful and wasteful depending on perspective. The lessons written in blood along Hell's Highway and at Arnhem Bridge and in the Oosterbeek perimeter remain relevant because human nature hasn't changed, because organizational failures recur in new forms, because every generation must relearn that arithmetic defeats audacity, that logistics determines what tactics can accomplish, that courage without sound planning produces disaster. The bridge to nowhere teaches where we've been and warns where we shouldn't go again, stands as monument to the soldiers who deserve better than the operation that killed them, preserves memory that serves both as inspiration and warning. The sky above Arnhem is empty now of parachutes and aircraft, the ground quiet of artillery and small arms fire, but memory remains, and with it the responsibility to learn from what happened, to honor sacrifice by preventing unnecessary future sacrifice, to remember that in warfare, as in life, some bridges can't be crossed regardless of how courageously we approach them.